Xiluo Magic Academy. Dozens of students in blue uniforms stood in an orderly fashion. No one dared to speak because in front of them stood a grand mage in a white robe. The white robe represented the identity of this mage in the Magic Academy. Throughout the Magic Academy, he was considered one of the higher-ups. He could completely control the fate of these students. Today was the one day of the year that the older students, who chose to stay in the academy, were assigned to work. At this time of the year, the students who stayed would be assigned to various departments of the academy. This concerned the future of every student. If they were assigned to an unpopular department, it basically meant that their entire life would be over. This was because the mobility between the various departments was very rare, and there was usually a fixed line of promotion. Therefore, before being assigned, many students would use various methods to obtain a good future through bribery and other methods, monetary gifts, connections found. These older students could only stay in the Magic Academy for the last 2 years. If they could not find a good department to stay in, they would basically be mediocre and useless for the rest of their lives. Lei Lou, you will be assigned to the library. Your job is to help sweep the floor. Remember, the library must be very clean. Once you get there, you must do your best. The white-robed mage held the list in his hand and read out another name. Immediately, many gazes fell on another student who looked fair and delicate, showing pity. Because sweeping the floor of the library was the job of a cleaner, very few students would take up such a job. It could be said to be the most unpopular job, the most useless job with no future. If nothing unexpected happened, this student would have to spend his entire life in the library. However, this student seemed not to have heard this, and his face was filled with confusion. He had still not recovered from the shock. His name was Lei Lou, and he wasn't originally from this world. Instead, he had transmigrated from Earth. He hadn't expected to transmigrate into the body of an elementary student. Moreover, this student seemed to have been assigned a position in advance because his grades weren't good. Thinking of this, he even had the thought of dying. Other people had transmigrated and reincarnated, and they could have whatever they wanted. Yet, he had directly become trash. What a miserable experience this was. Just like that, Lei Lou was sent to the library in a confused state. He was the only one. Your name is Lei Lou. Since you're here, you have to work hard and be honest. Don't think about anything else. Although this is a job with no future, it's very quiet. As long as you do your job well, no one will bother you. An old student with white hair led him into the library and began to arrange work. Senior, how many people are there in this library? Lei Lou found that this place was very quiet. It was not as lively as other places. How many people? Including you and me, there are only 3 people. The old student grinned, revealing a mouth that had lost more than half of its teeth. Lei Lou was stunned. 3 people? No one is willing to come to this place. I presume you didn't give a gift to the mage who arranged the work, right? The old student sighed. It's pretty good, Lei Lou said. Since he was here, he would stay in peace. It was better than serving tea in other departments. Thinking about it, it was not bad to sweep the floor in the library. Now that you're here, I can relax a lot. From now on, I'll leave this place to you. Remember, you can read the codex outside as long as you don't break it. But the codex in the inner room must not be read. If anyone finds out, they will be punished, the old student warned. Senior, I understand, Lei Lou nodded and said. Anyway, if his life would be like this, he would just have to make do with it. The old student left. Lei Lou stood alone at the entrance of the library. This building was very grand, and there were a lot of books stored inside. He took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and entered. Immediately, the situation inside made him gasp. The space inside was very large. There were rows of bookshelves and a large number of books were placed neatly. There was no end to the books. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in Lei Lou's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating his check-in system. Would the host like to check in again? Lei Lou's body trembled and he was stunned. System. Check-in system. As a loyal fan of novels, how could he not know what a system was? That was the golden finger that every transmigrator and reincarnator must have. Sure enough, the system might be late, but it would never be absent. His system was finally online. System, where can I sign in? Lei Lou asked in his mind. Ding, you can sign in anywhere. The more special the place, the greater the chance of getting a reward, and the higher the quality of the reward. The system's notification sounded. Can you repeat the same place? Lei Lou asked again. Ding, yes. In addition, the host can set a long-term check-in point. This way, you can repeat the check-in at the long-term check-in point and get a reward. Note, after setting the long-term check-in point, you cannot change it for a certain period of time, the system answered. Lei Lou already understood that he would definitely have to stay in the library for a long period of time in the future. It was unlikely for him to leave any time soon. Therefore, he could set up the library as a long-term check-in point. This way, he could check in every day and receive a reward. Lei Lou took a deep breath and immediately made a decision. System, I want to check in the library. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. The reward is top-tier meditation technique. The system's notification rang out. Lei Lou was completely stunned. Top-tier meditation technique? He hurriedly checked the system space. Soon, a purple book appeared in his hand, with the words Magic Amplification written on it. Top-tier meditation technique. He was extremely shocked. In his previous life, he had seen many magic power sources. He knew what meditation meant to a magician. It was similar to the meditation practice of an Eastern immortal cultivator. A top-tier meditation technique was the same as the top-tier cultivation technique in the eyes of immortal cultivators. This was a good thing. Lei Lou didn't know much about the world he was in. He only knew that it was called the Pharaoh Kingdom. It was different from any other era in history. Therefore, he didn't have any advantage over the natives of this world. But now that he had the chance to practice magic again, it was different. He had thought that as an old student who had been abandoned by a magic student, he would be able to live a mediocre life. Who would have thought that there would be a top-tier meditation technique now? This kind of top-tier cultivation technique could be cultivated to a certain level even if one was not very talented. There was a good saying that even a pig could fly when standing in the wind. With the help of the system, Lei Lou did not need to study word by word. He only needed to stick the book between his eyebrows. The system was really considerate. It saved him the trouble of studying. Thus, Lei Lou stuck the top-tier meditation technique between his eyebrows. In the next moment, the purple secret manual turned into a black light and merged into Lei Lou's middle-aged forehead. A cool feeling surged from between his eyebrows to his entire body as if it was transforming his body. At the same time, a large amount of information about the top-tier meditation technique appeared in his mind. The environment was quiet. He calmed his heart and steadied his breath. He spread out his thoughts, remained flat, and suppressed his restless mind. He used his senses to come into contact with nature and carefully felt the flow of magic. After a long time, Lei Lou opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid gas. He felt a strange change in his entire body, and there was a flow of air rotating in his lower abdomen. This was magic. But it was not strong. After all, his body was very weak. If he wanted to greatly increase his magic level, he could either buy potions that could increase his magic level, or he could hunt powerful monsters. Unfortunately, he couldn't do this at the moment. He was just a small student in the Magic Academy. There's no rush. Anyway, I can sign in once a day. Maybe I can get something to increase my magic. Lei Lou thought. Then, he set the library as a long-term sign-in point. Anyway, he had made up his mind not to leave the library in the future and to meditate to increase his magic power. Next, he began to clean the library. After all, this was his daily work. After cleaning, he found a codex and started to read it. Because of his previous memories, Lei Lou had some foundation in magic, so he could understand this codex. Suddenly, Lei Lou was attracted by a book. The Legend of Middle-earth? He picked it up and started reading. As he read, a shocked expression appeared on his face. My God, this world called Middle-earth is actually so prosperous in magic and combat aura. The shock was written all over his face. Originally, he had thought that the strongest mages in this world were the principal and elders of the academy. He had not expected this world to be so vast. There were many places like the Xiluo Magic Academy, that taught magic, throughout the continent. The continent had two major systems, magic and combat chi. Magic mainly focused on cultivating spiritual power and magic power. It did not have a high requirement on one's physique, but it had a very high requirement on spiritual power. Whether it was combat chi or magic, there were 9 levels. Before the 3rd level, battle spirit had an absolute advantage in battle strength, but after the 4th level, magic had an advantage. After the 7th level, battle spirit was nothing in front of a mage. Moreover, battle spirit could only be trained to the 9th level at most, but a mage's realm could still be improved, and mana would also be converted into elemental power. From a mage to an elemental mage, one could truly control the power of one element, or even the power of multiple elements. At that level, one could already fight against a powerful army alone. That kind of terrifying strength almost surpassed that of humans. Elemental mages were also divided into different levels. Above elemental mages, there were even more terrifying ultimate mages. It was said that they could travel through the void, and with a raise of their hand they could flatten mountains and fill the sea. So, I'm only a beginner mage now. Lei Lou mumbled in his novel. Not only did he not lose heart, but he was even filled with motivation. This was a magical world, and that was even more interesting. He had already made up his mind. He would definitely not go out unless he cultivated to the level of an ultimate mage. The next day, Lei Lou got up early. He entered the library and checked in once again. Ding, congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, bottle of magic amplification potion. The system notification sounded. Lei Lou took out the potion from the system space. The potion was placed in a glass bottle the size of a thumb. It was emitting a faint blue glow, and a faint fragrance wafted out. He looked at the introduction to the magic amplification potion. It could help with meditation to absorb more mana, and it could also be directly consumed to increase mana. Generally, it was used to recover mana when combat mana was exhausted. Lei Lou's eyes lit up. He lacked such good things at the moment. He couldn't even eat 3 ordinary meals a day, so he couldn't replenish too much energy. Thus, the meditation was very slow. With this bottle of magic amplification potion, it would be different. This bottle of magic amplification potion could be used for 3 days, enough for him to absorb a lot of mana. Therefore, he quickly went to the room next to the library and found an empty space to sit down. He opened the potion and drank it in one gulp. Then, he started to recite the top-tier meditation technique. The potion flowed into his body along his throat and turned into a cool air current that slowly flowed in his body. In the blink of an eye, Lei Lou felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His body temperature plummeted, and his face instantly lost all color. This was the beginning of the effect of the magic amplification potion. It had to be said that its effect was indeed very powerful. As Lei Lou gradually entered a meditative state, traces of magic power spread around various parts of his body and finally gathered in his lower abdomen. After an unknown period of time, the enhancing potion had been completely consumed. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath. It actually formed a ball of white gas that gathered and did not dissipate for a long time. He felt the feeling of a full stomach and revealed a smile. I've advanced to a grade 2 mage. It had to be said that the effect of the enhancing potion was very good. Without this potion, who knew how long it would take to become a grade 2 mage. After cultivating for a period of time, Lei Lou cleaned the library. The old student suddenly walked in and said, "Lei Lou, there's a noble lord coming to look at the secret codex tomorrow. You have to clean the library thoroughly, absolutely not a speck of dust. Also, you have to stay in the library for the whole day tomorrow, you can't go anywhere. You should know the rules, you absolutely can't violate the rules. Otherwise, if you delay that lord's reading, we'll all be finished." "Yes, senior." Lei Lou did not ask about the person that was coming the next day was. After all, he should not ask too many questions about things that he did not need to know. Moreover, he did not want to curry favor with the other party. He only wanted to quietly cultivate in the library. Lei Lou cleaned the library. Even the bookshelves were wiped clean with a cloth. The next day, before dawn, he was called by the old senior to prepare for the arrival of the noble lord. There was nothing much to prepare. After all, the lord should not come so early. At this time, they should still be sleeping in their warm beds. Lei Lou could not help but sigh. Fortunately, he stayed in the deserted library. If he were in any other department, it would probably be so lively every day. Therefore, there were benefits to being unpopular. The old senior was still worried. He kept nagging, worried that Lei Lou would make a mistake. It was after 10 o'clock, the sun had already risen outside, when finally, a large group of people poured into the library. Female mages and swordsmen surrounded a youth wearing a purple mage robe and walked in. Lei Lou followed by the old senior's side. After the large group of people entered, he had nothing else to do. That noble lord did not need a small student like him to entertain him. He had already brought dozens of maids and guards. This should be one of the king's princes. Lei Lou guessed. He sensed that the young man and female swordsmen were not ordinary, and they posed a great threat to him. They were obviously mages whose levels were higher than his. The only people who could make mages follow them, other than the more powerful mages, were the royal family. Bored, Lei Lou remembered that he had not used the check-in today, so he used the check-in without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Forbidden Spell Secret Manual Phantom. The system's voice sounded. After secretly checking the introduction, Lei Lou was very satisfied. This was a fragment of a terrifying forbidden spell secret manual. Fortunately, his current strength was enough to cultivate the movement technique, otherwise he might not have been able to control it. However, Lei Lou believed that it would not be long before he would be able to sign in and obtain the entire forbidden magic manual. An hour later, the honorable lord left with his people and the library returned to its usual calm. Lei Lou entered the study room that the lord had studied in. The room still had a faint fragrance. There were all sorts of fruits and peels in the trash can next to it and scattered pastry crumbs. In general, it was relatively clean and did not feel messy. After Ha had cleaned up, he went to another room and began to practice the forbidden spell, Phantom. This Phantom Codex was indeed powerful. When used, it could reduce the sound of footsteps. Like a phantom, it moved quickly in the room, faintly bringing about a strange chilly wind in the room. However, the Phantom Codex consumed a lot of magic power. So, at the moment, the magic power was not enough to support Lei Lou to use this spell for a long time. In the following days, Lei Lou signed in at the library again. He received a lot of rewards, including potions, a codex, and even a magic staff. After using the potions, his magic power increased at a rapid speed. He had already broken through to level 4 and was only one step away from level 5. If other mages were to find out about this speed, they would be extremely shocked. He had also gotten a lot of information about Xiluo Academy from the old senior. There were many descendants of nobles in the academy, and there were also many talented mages cultivating there. In the core of the academy, only mages above level 6 could enter. The entire academy and the kingdom supported it, and many powerful combat aura warriors and mages were secretly protecting the academy. It was impossible to get an important position in the academy without great strength. However, thinking about it, it made sense. With the extraordinary status of Xiluo Academy, it was normal for it to have such a large number of guards. It was precisely because of this that Lei Lou did not dare to leave the library. It was too dangerous outside. The library was safer. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, because of his boredom, Lei Lou had been training every day. Occasionally, he would look for some codex in the library to read and pass the time. Although he could not be said to be omniscient, he had a certain understanding of this world. During this period, some important figures had also come to read. Among them, the one who came the most frequently was the prince who had been his first visitor. Lei Lou was very annoyed about this because every time they came to check the codex, they would disturb his peaceful days. But there was no other way. They were nobles and adults, and he was just a small student. The old student was getting older and older. He would not bother him unless there was something important. The one thing worth being happy about was that his cultivation had improved very quickly. He was already a grade 9 mage. He had to make preparations for breaking through to become an elemental mage. According to the codex he had read, breaking through from a great mage to an elemental mage was a very dangerous process. 9 out of 10 people would have their magic power scattered all over their bodies. Eventually, their bodies would explode. If they were lucky, they would become a cripple; if they were unlucky, they would die on the spot. That was why Lei Lou was very cautious. He would not attempt to break through easily unless he was completely confident. Only by consolidating his foundation and properly polishing his magic power, so that they could be as calm as water, could he be more assured. After all, he did not want to become a cripple because of failing to advance. That would be too miserable. Another year passed by in the blink of an eye. The old senior's body was getting worse. Lei Lou finally had to choose to advance. During this year, he had prepared very well. He had signed up and received all kinds of magic potions, including several bottles of elemental potions that could help him break through to become an elemental mage. He had thought that the process would be very dangerous, but he had broken through so easily. Everything would happen naturally. There was no danger at all. Lei Lou was a little puzzled. Didn't they say that it would be very dangerous? Why did he feel that the process of breaking through to become an elemental mage was as easy as breaking through a small level in the great mage realm? After becoming an elemental mage, he was indeed much more powerful than an ordinary great mage. He even felt that the current him could easily beat the old him. On this day, the old senior called Lei Lou over to his sickbed. Lei Lou, I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving. I'll leave the library to you. Remember, you can't read the codex in the inner room, and you can't go to the bamboo forest behind the library either. That's the forbidden area of the Magic Academy. Lei Lou could feel that the life force of the old senior was getting weaker and weaker. He was a little sad. He had been together with this old senior for more than 2 years. Although they didn't usually see each other much, in the end, he knew there was always someone else in the library. Senior, I'll remember it. Lei Lou said whilst he held the senior's skinny hands tightly. The senior pointed to the desk and said, also, there's a small iron box under my desk. There are dozens of silver coins in it. It's all my savings in my life. When the funeral directors come, take half and give it to them. Let them find a better place to bury me. After saying that, he stared at Lei Lou with wide eyes. Lei Lou sighed in his heart. He knew that this was the old senior's last request, so he nodded and agreed without thinking too much. For the old senior who had spent his whole life in the Magic Academy and had no one to rely on, having a good burial place after death was the greatest relief. The old senior died just like that. Lei Lou found the iron chest under the desk. Sure enough, there was a large number of silver coins in it. He did not know how the old senior had saved so much. To those powerful grand mages, this amount of money was nothing. But to a mage with low magic power and status, it was a lifetime savings. Lei Lou immediately called the funeral directors. They were people who specialized in handling the corpses of the academy and nearby towns. They were very professional. Watching them carefully put the old senior's corpse into a body bag, Lei Lou took out the old senior's savings. He did not leave a single silver coin. He gave it all to the men and asked them to find a good place for the old senior to be buried. Don't worry, we're paid to do these things. One of the men patted Lei Lou's shoulder and said with a smile, "You're quite loyal, kid." In this magical world where the strong bullied the weak, almost everyone was cold and selfish. People like Lei Lou who didn't take away the silver coins of the old senior were absolutely rare. After saying that, the two men carried the old senior's body away. After the old senior had gone, only Lei Lou was left and the library was about to become even more deserted. As for the forbidden bamboo forest behind the library, which the old senior had mentioned before he died, Lei Lou did not want to explore it. He only wanted to cultivate quietly. Now that he had just broken through to become an elemental mage, his strength was far from enough. Without the old senior, Lei Lou's life became more relaxed. One day, Lei Lou received an order. The second prince of the kingdom was coming to the library in 2 days' time. This second prince was the one who often came to read. Lei Lou would prepare everything in advance to welcome him. The next day, the second prince arrived at the library, surrounded by a group of mages and battle-chi swordsmen. This time, with Lei Lou's cultivation level, he was able to distinguish their magic power levels. None of them had reached the level of an elemental mage. The strongest mage was only a grade 9 mage. To Lei Lou, who had already advanced to an elemental mage, he was not considered strong. He had thought that the second prince would enter the library directly like before. He did not expect the second prince to suddenly stop and look at him. "Why are you alone here?" "Your Royal Highness, to answer your question, the old senior passed away some time ago," Lei Lou said. "Oh, I see." The second prince nodded and did not say anything more as he walked in. Half an hour later, a warrior power swordsman in silver armor walked out and said to Lei Lou, "His Highness has something to ask you. Come with me." Lei Lou followed this warrior power swordsman into the area of the library and smelled a very familiar fragrance. In the past, Lei Lou had not recognized this fragrance, but since he had read many books, he knew that this was the smell of a type of vanilla that could increase the effect of meditation to reach the effect of concentration. It was very obvious that this second prince liked to use this type of vanilla. "Your Highness, the student from the library has arrived." The second prince looked at Lei Lou. "Okay. I want to find a book called the Thunder Mountain Mantra, but they can't find it. Do you know where it is?" "Your Highness, I will bring it to you right away," Lei Lou said. He had been here for 2 years. Although he had not read all the books, he had read most of them. Moreover, he studied top-tier meditation techniques every day, so his memory had become extremely good. He hardly forgot anything he had read. Soon, Lei Lou passed the Thunder Mountain Mantra to the second prince. After the second prince received the Thunder Mountain Mantra, he gave an order and began to read. When Lei Lou left, he was rewarded with 2 silver coins. The silver coins that the old senior had accumulated were probably received this way. In the next 2 years, the second prince came to the library to read more frequently. Lei Lou was always disturbed and was a little impatient. Although he was rewarded every time, he did not care about this little money at all. Lei Luo's cultivation had now reached the 3rd level of elemental wizards. The higher the cultivation, the slower the cultivation speed. Now, every time he broke through to the next level, it would take months or even a year. In fact, this speed was already very terrifying. Lei Luo could not help but sigh. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had been in the library for 5 years. Suddenly, Lei Luo unexpectedly discovered a problem. It seemed that the second prince had not visited the library for some time. It was better that he did not come. Lei Lou could cultivate in peace. However, this situation did not last long. A junior hurried over and handed a set of black mourning clothes to Lei Luo. He said, "The king is dead. Everyone in the country has to wear black mourning clothes. The king is dead." Lei Luo was a little surprised. No wonder the second prince had not had the time to come recently. I wonder who the new king will be. However, who became the king had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he was in the library of the Magic Academy and was too far away from the center of power of the king. It would not affect him at all unless there was a shocking event like the destruction of the kingdom. As for mourning clothes, Lei Luo wouldn't wear them. No one would know whether he wore them or not. He was the only one in the library. No one would care about him. Late at night, Lei Luo was sitting in an empty room in the library, meditating. He could now enter a meditative state anytime and anywhere. The system only helped him learn to meditate, and the specific proficiency required him to practice on his own. Over the years, Lei Luo would sit down and meditate whenever he had free time. However, the effect of this top-tier meditation technique on Lei Luo, who was already a grade 3 elemental mage, was gradually weakening. He would definitely need to find a better meditation technique in the future. For a short period of time, the top-tier meditation technique could still be used as the main cultivation codex. In addition to the top-tier meditation technique that he mainly studied, Lei Luo had also signed up and obtained many powerful martial arts over the years. For example, the complete version of the Forbidden Magic Manual, Dazzling Brilliance, Wind, Lightning, Ice spells. As an elemental mage, he could use all of these elemental spells. Ordinary great mages used magic power to attack, while elemental mages could fuse magic power into nature, thus drawing upon the power of heaven and earth for their own use. The power was also many times stronger than that of ordinary great mages. This was also the reason why elemental mages were more honorable than ordinary mages. Elemental mages would usually find an element to specialize in because the techniques of using each element were very different. It was extremely difficult to learn multiple elements at once, and because Lei Luo had a system, the codex he obtained could be learned in an instant. Therefore, other than the rare elemental codex, he had learned almost all of the common elements. Night. Suddenly, Lei Lou opened his eyes. In the darkness, it was like a bolt of lightning. As a third-level elemental wizard, his perception was extremely good. He could sense everything within 1,000 meters. Within 100 meters, even mosquitoes and insects would not be able to escape his detection. In the next second, Lei Lou stood up and transformed into a black shadow that floated in the air. Then, he floated out of the window. If anyone saw him, they would definitely think that he was a ghost. This undoubtedly meant that Lei Lou's magic had already reached an extremely terrifying level. In the dark bamboo forest behind the library, it was pitch black and quiet. A sneaky figure appeared and landed on the ground like a fallen leaf. He looked at the small path that led into the darkness in front of him. It's rumored that the world-destroying magic book exists in the rear mountain of the Xiluo Magic Academy. The divine snake mage guarding the magic book was already a 9th-level elemental mage back then. Now that 50 years have passed, there hasn't been any movement. I wonder if he's dead. The black figure muttered to himself. There was a strong fear in his voice. That was because that divine snake mage was a legend in the kingdom. It was precisely because of this mage's protection that no one dared to offend the majesty of the royal family for decades. Whatever, let's go in and take a look. Perhaps that old fellow has already died. How could an ultimate mage break through so easily? There hasn't been an ultimate mage in Middle-earth for hundreds of years. The Black Shadow seemed to have made a decision and was about to head towards the back of the mountain. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from behind. Your Excellency barged into the forbidden area of the Magic Academy in the middle of the night without informing us. It doesn't seem right, does it? Who is it? The Black Shadow was shocked. He turned his head abruptly and saw a young student in a gray robe standing a few meters away. He inhaled a breath of cold air and was about to explode. He was a grade 2 elemental mage, yet someone had come within a few meters and he hadn't even noticed the other party. How was this possible? Moreover, it was such a young student from the academy. Could it be that my attention had been attracted by the legendary divine snake mage, which was why I had let down my guard and allowed this young student to get close to me? That was the only explanation. As for the fact that this young student possessed terrifying strength and was able to get close to him without making any sound, he would never believe it. After all, this student didn't seem to be more than 17 or 18 years old. Even if he had started learning magic from his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to have such achievements. Moreover, this student was wearing a gray mage robe. This was clearly the lowest level student in the Magic Academy. Lei Lou stood not far away and spoke in a deep voice as he looked at the Black Shadow. This bamboo forest is a forbidden area. You cannot enter. It is not too late for you to leave. This Black Shadow did not pose much of a threat to him. Judging from its aura, it should have reached the level of an elemental mage. The other party clearly did not realize that he was an elemental mage as well. After all, when he signed in, he had been rewarded with a concealing spell that could hide his mana, just like an ordinary person. Now, the shadow clearly treated him as an ordinary student. A little brat. He doesn't sleep at night and still comes out to meddle in other people's business. Isn't he courting death? The Black Shadow shouted softly. As he spoke, he took out his magic staff from his robe and swung it at Lei Lou. Then, he soared into the air and flew into the depths of the bamboo forest. He didn't think that Lei Lou would be able to dodge his purple lightning spell. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Lei Lou didn't even take out his magic staff. He only stretched out his finger and lightly tapped it, instantly breaking the purple lightning that was charging at him. As a student guarding the library, he still had to shoulder the responsibility of guarding it. If that fellow retreated immediately, he would not do anything. But he had not only forced his way in, but he even dared to attack him. This was a serious provocation. Although he had a peaceful personality and did not have any competitive spirit, he was still a person with a temper. If you want to go in, you still have to ask me if I agree or not. Lei Lou snorted coldly and cast the phantom from the forbidden magic manual. In an instant, he crossed dozens of meters and arrived beside the Black Shadow. How can an ordinary person have such speed? The Black Shadow was shocked. No matter how slow his brain was, he should have been able to react. Lei Lou was not an ordinary student, but a terrifying wizard who hid himself very well. In the next moment, he suddenly had another terrifying thought. Could this little student be the legendary divine snake wizard? It was said that after becoming an ultimate wizard, it could make an old person become young again, with the miraculous effect of restoring life. Thinking of this, the Black Shadow's heart surged with intense fear. He did not dare to compete with Lei Lou, and he suddenly flipped in the air and flew in another direction. Lei Lou did not think that the Black Shadow would actually run away. Humph, you dare to attack me. How can I not teach you a lesson? Lei Lou clenched his fingers in the air. As if he was plucking a flower petal, a piece of needle-shaped magic ice shot out and instantly pierced through the Black Shadow's shoulder. The Black Shadow grunted and staggered. He landed outside the bamboo forest and paused for half a second before flying away and disappearing into the night. The reason Lei Lou hadn't killed him was that he didn't want to cause too much trouble. After all, who knew what faction this guy was backed by? If he killed one and took revenge on another, killing another and taking revenge on another, wouldn't there be no end to it? The hatred wouldn't disappear, it would only shift. Why bother? Therefore, he only injured the other party to give a warning. That fellow probably wouldn't dare to come again. Suddenly, Lei Lou looked into the quiet depths of the bamboo forest. That person was obviously here for the bamboo forest. Could there be something good inside? Why don't I enter and take a look? Although the old senior said that the bamboo forest was a forbidden area and that trespassers were not allowed, he was no longer the old him. There was no harm in entering and taking a look. Very soon, he made his decision and walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. Initially, Lei Lou had no intention of exploring it. However, the mysterious man's intrusion into the forbidden area at night had aroused his curiosity. The bamboo forest was not big. After walking dozens of meters along the path, the area in front of him suddenly became open. There were fewer bamboos, but it was a deep darkness that one could not see the edge of. It really is a forbidden area. Lei Lou smiled. It was pitch black. He could feel the violent magic elements inside. There must be an unusual treasure. Of course, there might also be powerful elemental mages. However, Lei Lou relied on his outstanding strength as an elemental mage, so he was not afraid as he slowly walked in. As a second-level elemental mage, Lei Lou was different from ordinary people. In this complete darkness, ordinary people would not be able to see. However, he could see a few meters away clearly, so it was not difficult for him to find the path under his feet. The deeper he went, the more he realized that the path was straight and downward. Soon, he stepped on a stone staircase and went down one step at a time. The sound of his footsteps was very clear in the darkness. He had finally reached the bottom. It was a secret chamber that was neither too big nor too small. The air inside was still relatively fresh, and there was no feeling of suffocation. It was obvious that this secret chamber had a special ventilation hole. Suddenly, Lei Lou's gaze fell on a small wooden bed under the stone wall opposite the underground palace. A person was lying on it. His body was shriveled and did not have any aura. Judging from the purple clothes on his body, he was probably a wizard from the royal family. Lei Lou was extremely shocked. Purple wizard robes were not something that an ordinary wizard could obtain. Only by receiving the king's favor and reward would one be qualified to wear them. This is the legendary wizard snake god. Lei Lou frowned. It was obvious that he had been dead for a long time. No wonder the surrounding air was filled with powerful magic power. With his perception as a second-level elemental wizard, it would be impossible to deceive him if he was faking his death. Lei Lou walked over. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the stone wall beside him. There were some words carved on it, vaguely emitting a terrifying elemental power. I touched the ultimate realm of a wizard, but due to the limitations of my talent, I was unable to break through. How pitiful, how laughable, how hateful. I entered the Xiluo Magic Academy at the age of 9, became a beginner-level mage at the age of 11, and studied under the dean. At the age of 20, I became an elemental mage, and at the age of 30, I received the title of supreme mage from the kingdom. No one in the entire kingdom was my match. At the age of 47, I consecutively defeated the Holy Martial Emperor, Patriarch Bolivet, Emperor Hillard, and the Holy Maiden of the Mist, 4 of the top 9th-level elemental mages in the Middle-earth. I established a great reputation for the Pharaoh Kingdom. His Majesty the King conferred me the title of Great Mage Snake God, and I guarded the kingdom. No one in the Middle-earth dared to invade me. When I was 89 years old, I felt that my life had reached its peak, so I chose to live in seclusion in a bamboo forest in the Xiluo Magic Academy, preparing to break through to become an ultimate mage. After 30 years without any progress, I finally found the reason. What an unfair fate. This is the grudge left behind by the divine snake archmage, Mosley. Lei Lou looked at the words and fell silent. In these words that contained terrifying elemental power, he seemed to have sensed the sorrow and unwillingness in the heart of this super mage named Mosley. Just because he did not have enough talent, he was unable to break through the final barrier and advance to the realm of an ultimate mage. In the end, he had died here without anyone knowing. Suddenly, Lei Lou's body trembled and he shivered. It was because his talent was not good either. Otherwise, his predecessor would not have been able to stay in the academy for 9 years before becoming a beginner mage. Even a genius like Mosley realized that his talent was too poor after reaching the realm of an ultimate mage. He was already a second-level elemental mage. In a few more years, he would also strive to become an ultimate mage. If he was dragged down by his talent, he would never be able to become an ultimate mage. Wouldn't that mean that he would stop here forever? No. Never. His goal was not only to become an ultimate mage but to become the first archmage in Middle-earth who was above an ultimate mage. How could he give up halfway? Lei Lou suddenly had a thought. No. If his talent was not enough, why would the top-tier meditation technique have a final chapter? Over the years, with the help of potions and top-tier meditation techniques, even a poor student like him had broken through to the realm of an elemental mage. If he had obtained the ultimate meditation technique, he might have been able to attempt breaking through to the realm of an ultimate mage. Unfortunately, Lei Lou had not come into contact with that realm yet, so he did not know what was going on. Besides, I have a check-in system. I definitely won't be as unlucky as the great wizard Mosley. Lei Lou's expression became extremely determined. He was no longer depressed. Oh right, can I sign in here? Lei Lou's heart skipped a beat. This was the place where Mosley had spent more than 50 years studying magic. Signing in here might give him a special reward. Signing in at the library was mostly filled with potions, so it was hard for good items to appear. This forbidden bamboo forest should not be within the scope of the library, right? It just so happened that he had not used up today's opportunity to sign in, so Lei Lou signed in without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Spirit Replenishing Codex. The system's notification sounded. Lei Lou hurriedly checked the introduction of the Spirit Replenishing Codex. Oh my god, this is a codex that was specially made for me. No matter how calm Lei Lou was, he could not help but be excited at this moment. This was because as long as he studied this spirit-replenishing spell codex carefully, he would be able to comprehend a spell that could repair his innate talent. It could even allow him to regrow a severed limb. Of course, it was impossible to comprehend such a powerful spell within a short period of time. However, Lei Lou didn't care. As long as there was hope for a breakthrough, he was willing to pay, no matter how much effort and sweat he had to put in. What he was most happy about was that after comprehending the true profundity of the spirit-replenishing spell, he could use the ultimate meditation technique to meditate. This would greatly increase the growth rate of his magic power, and he would no longer be troubled by his low talent. Awesome, I did not come in vain this time. Lei Lou smiled. Then, he said to Mosley's corpse, respected pioneer, since you have not completed your goal, I, a junior, will complete it for you. I will let the world know that breaking through to the ultimate mage is not a legend. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. As for Mosley's corpse, he did not move, nor did he intend to bury it. This was because the underground secret chamber in the bamboo forest was the best place to bury it. After walking out of the secret chamber, Lei Lou directly destroyed the tunnel and buried it with soil. This way, no one would be able to open the stone door and enter the secret chamber, disturbing the rest of the great mage Mosley. The capital of the kingdom, outside Pharaoh City. In the deep forest, there was a small wooden house built by a hunter. Candlelight shone through the wooden windows, illuminating the surrounding small forest. In the basement of the hunter's house, a few people gathered had together. One of them was dressed in black. His face was pale, and blood was flowing from his shoulder. Although he had tried to stop the bleeding with magic, the effect was not good. This strange magic icicle was extremely terrifying. The ice energy was still raging in his body, continuously destroying his internal organs. If he could not expel this ice energy, his internal organs would definitely suffer irreversible damage. If he was lucky, his cultivation would be damaged and he would become a cripple. If he was unlucky, his internal organs would be destroyed and he would die immediately. How did you get injured? And it's still so serious? The others were extremely shocked. The man in black took a bottle of red life potion and finally stabilized some of his injuries as he spoke in a deep voice. I was injured by a young student. I suspect that he's the great wizard snake god. He didn't die. It's possible that he has become the legendary ultimate wizard, and his appearance has become younger. An old man wearing a wizard hat shook his head and said, Impossible. If it was the great wizard snake god, you wouldn't have come back alive. Previously, his attacks were so vicious, and countless geniuses in the Middle-earth died at his hands. Countless kingdoms and sects wanted to chop him into mincemeat. The man in black replied in a deep voice, but the student who injured me was too young. His magic power was terrifying. Based on the strength I sensed, I'm afraid he's already a second-level elemental mage. But when did such a young genius wizard appear in the Middle-earth? In fact, he was also very suspicious. If it was that merciless Mosley, how could he have had the chance to come back alive? Perhaps he used some kind of magic that could restore his youthful appearance. Even if it was a disguise, there are many powerful mages in the Xiluo Magic Academy. It wouldn't be strange for a second-level elemental mage to appear. Mosley must have nurtured a large number of genius mages for the kingdom. Right now, the most worrying thing is whether Mosley is still alive. If he is still alive, we are not his match after all. If we don't get the World Termination Magic Book, our plan will not be able to be carried out. The old man in the wizard hat said in a deep voice, Originally, when the king of Pharaoh Kingdom passed away, those princes were all fighting for the throne, which was the best opportunity for us. But now, it seems that it's not the time. We've waited for so many years. It's not a big deal to wait for a few more years. The Holy Sun has already grown up and broken through the realm of elemental mage. He has the potential of the Holy Emperor. It's very suitable for him to avenge the Holy Emperor, another person said indifferently. The old man in the wizard hat said, Ross, your injuries are very troublesome. You must return to the temple to receive treatment. At the same time, report the situation here to the Holy Sun. Okay. The man in black nodded and left the secret room. Xiluo Magic Academy Library. Lei Lou did not feel sleepy at all. In fact, he was basically using meditation as a way to sleep now. He took out the Spirit Replenishing Codex, which was actually golden in color. He stuck the secret manual between his brows and it instantly turned into golden light and entered his body. In an instant, Lei Lou felt his entire body burning hot as if he was being roasted in a blazing fire. In his senses, a powerful and mysterious power fused into his body, causing the magic power in his body to churn crazily. It surged crazily into his meridians, scurrying around like a headless fly. Under the violent collision of the magic power, the originally somewhat blocked meridians actually began to faintly expand, and many impurities were swept out of his body. After an unknown amount of time, the effects of the Spirit Replenishing Codex gradually faded and he sensed that his body had become different. If his previous body was a tattered bottle that would have missed out a lot when absorbing magic power, then his current body was a perfect thermos bottle that would not let go of even a trace of magic aura. Especially after he entered a meditative state and tried it, he could clearly see that his magic power was growing, and the state of his magic power was very calm. Is this the spirit replenishing codex? It is indeed marvelous. Lei Lou was endlessly amazed. One had to know that this was only the first volume of the spirit replenishing codex, and his talent had only been repaired to a degree that was slightly better than ordinary people. The spirit replenishing codex had a total of 3 volumes. The first volume was called Filling in the Gaps. The meaning was to fill in the gaps in one's talent, to reach a level that surpassed ordinary people, and to perfect one's basic talent. The second volume was called Spirit Fusion. After reaching the second level, one would begin to approach the talent of a genius. Using magic power to nourish one's meridians and blood vessels would allow one's talent to advance to a higher level. One could even strengthen one's spiritual power, making it easier to learn spells, and one's comprehension would also increase by several times. The third volume was called Transcendence. After comprehending the third volume, not only would one's spirit and talent be perfected to the greatest extent, but one's physical body would also be strengthened. The regeneration of severed limbs would be no problem. I've only comprehended the first level's rudiments. It will still take a long time to reach the second level. Lei Lou shook his head. He had discovered that using the spirit replenishing codex to repair and fill up required too much mana. This was only the initial effect that was very obvious. In the later stages, the mana needed to be consumed would only increase, and the effect would also become increasingly weaker. Even if he used potions and meditation to restore mana, he probably wouldn't be able to completely transform his talent from an ordinary person to a true genius within a few years. Fortunately, he had checked into the system. When he checked in, the system would probably give him some decent potions to aid in meditation. After all, the system was most particular about getting what it wanted. The next day, Lei Lou checked in again in the library. Ding, congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Magic Recovery Potion. The system's notification sounded. After Lei Lou read the introduction of the Magic Recovery Potion, he smiled. This was because the effect of this Magic Recovery Potion was to restore magic. Unlike the Magic Amplification Potion, the Recovery Potion could only be used for recovery and could not assist meditation. The Amplification Potion had both functions, but its main use was to assist meditation. If it was used directly to restore magic, its effect would not be as good as the Recovery Potion. Lei Lou drank the Magic Recovery Potion without hesitation. For a moment, a strong wave of magic power surged out, making his entire body feel warm. It was as if he was bathing under the gentle afternoon sun after taking a hot bath. It was very comfortable. After a long time, he had completely absorbed the Magic Recovery Potion. The effect was very good. Very good. If I can get a bottle of this potion every day, I'll be able to recover my talent in half a year at most. By then, there won't be any obstacles for me to break through to become an ultimate mage. Lei Lou smiled. On the third day after receiving the Spirit Replenishing Codex, Lei Lou signed for a vampire coffin instead of rewarding the Mana Recovery Potion. This coffin could also gather magic power and nourish the person lying in it. As long as Lei Lou was lying in it, he could also recover magic power. He looked at the ancient coffin in front of him and fell into deep thought. Was the system wrong? How awkward it would be to sleep in such a coffin. Fortunately, he was the only one in the library. If someone else was here, wouldn't he be killed? After thinking for a while, Lei Lou closed the door and lay down. Well, it was quite comfortable. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lei Lou had slept in the vampire coffin every day, and he could occasionally sign in for the Magic Recovery Potion. His talent and foundation were getting stronger and stronger. He had successfully broken through to become a 5th-level elemental mage. One day, Lei Lou was lying in the vampire's coffin, holding a codex in his hand, engrossed in reading. Suddenly, his expression changed. He came out of the coffin and put it into the system space. After tidying his clothes, he walked out of the library. Not long after he reached the entrance of the library, he saw a group of mages dressed in red high-level mage robes and a group of swordsmen fully equipped with elite equipment walking in. Lei Lou, His Majesty the King will be here in an hour. One of the advanced mages said in a deep voice. Lei Lou was rather familiar with this red-robed mage. Every time the second prince had come to read, he would accompany him. Lei Lou was a little surprised. Looks like the second prince has become the king. This second prince usually looked very refined and peaceful. He also liked to read. He had not expected to be successfully crowned as the king. However, Lei Lou did not care. To him, no matter how great the power of a king was, it was not as refreshing as practicing martial arts. Next, the group of red-robed mages began to set up, and the swordsmen began to search the library for dangerous people or items. Lei Lou did not stay idle either. He tidied up the room where the second prince often stayed. An hour later, a group of extremely majestic and huge guards of honor headed towards the library. Needless to say, this must be the carriage of the new pharaoh king. Compared to the original lineup of the second prince, it was much more imposing now. Not only was there a large group of powerful red-robed mages guarding it, but there were even two purple-robed great mages accompanying it beside the carriage. It displayed the majesty of the king. Lei Lou stood beside the many mages who had come and waited quietly. It was as if he was just an ordinary student of the academy. Soon, the carriage stopped, and a tall figure stepped down. The second prince who had become the king did not wear solemn attire. He just wore a simple ceremonial robe, neither did he hold a scepter that symbolized authority. Instead, he was respectfully presented by a purple-robed great mage beside him. At this moment, his bearing was so imposing that people did not dare to look at him directly. Suddenly, the king's gaze swept across the crowd as he said indifferently, "Lei Lou. Your Majesty." Lei Lou walked out from the crowd and bowed slightly. He could sense that this new king had many powerful elemental mage guards around him. On the surface, the strongest one was a 7th-level elemental mage. However, Lei Lou could sense at least 5 particularly secretive auras. They were all high-level elemental mages. After all, he was the new pharaoh king, so the protection around him must be top quality. Lei Lou, follow me to the forbidden bamboo forest. Pharaoh King looked at Lei Lou and nodded slightly. After that old student had died, Lei Lou was the only librarian. Perhaps he had some kind of connection with the legendary great wizard snake god. As the new king of Pharaoh, he was qualified to know these important secrets. The great wizard snake god had entered the bamboo forest of the Xiluo Magic Academy 20 years ago to live in seclusion. At that time, he was only a few years old. The main purpose of his visit this time was to meet the great wizard snake god, who had once shocked the Middle-earth. There was a rumor spreading outside that the great wizard snake god had died in the Forbidden Land because he was unable to break through to become an ultimate mage. The great wizard snake god was the pillar of the Pharaoh kingdom. It was because of his existence that the Pharaoh kingdom had been peaceful for the past few decades. The powerful superpowers such as the Holy Slan Empire, the Sun Sect, the Holy Court, the Palace of Gods, and the Constellations Palace did not dare to offend the Pharaoh kingdom. However, now the great wizard snake god had disappeared from the Middle-earth and the old king had passed away. They continued to investigate the Pharaoh kingdom in secret like a pack of hungry wolf cubs who had found an injured lion. When they saw an opportunity, they would rush forward together and tear the lion into pieces. Fortunately, the arrangements the old king had made before his death had slightly stabilized the situation. However, this was ultimately not a stable, long-term strategy. Recently, the situation was getting worse. The kingdom was already showing signs of collapse. The prestige of the Pharaoh kingdom was weakening day by day. It was not enough to suppress the other powers. The Slan Empire had even sent out an army of 100,000 troops to the borders of the two countries, ready to start a war at any time. Therefore, the new king of Pharaoh was most worried about whether the great wizard snake god was still alive. Only with him around could he use powerful magic to protect the dignity of the kingdom. "Yes, your majesty," Lei Lou answered. Then, he turned his body slightly and followed the king into the library. The two purple-robed great mages wanted to follow him in but were stopped by the king. Many mages were jealous of Lei Lou because the king had him by his side, which represented a kind of trust. Although they could not figure out how a lowly library sweeping guy could gain the king's favor. The Forbidden Bamboo Forest. The king stood on the path in the bamboo forest. "Lei Lou, do you know the great wizard Divine Snake?" the king suddenly asked. "Your Majesty, I heard the old senior speak about him before he died," Lei Lou replied. The king did not say anything. He just stood there and looked at the deep darkness at the end of the tunnel. Lei Lou just stood there next to him. Just like that, they stood there for more than an hour. The king suddenly sighed. He knew that the great wizard snake god would not come out to see him. "Senior Mosley, are you still alive?" The king thought in disappointment. Although he really wanted to barge in and see the true face of the great wizard snake god, his reason told him that he could not do that. If Mosley was still alive, that would be great. But if he was already dead, the consequences would be too severe. The world would probably be overturned, and the Pharaoh kingdom would never be peaceful again. This might be the best for the Pharaoh kingdom. The king thought for a long time, then turned around and walked back towards the library. Lei Lou followed along the way. Suddenly, the king said, "Lei Lou, don't tell anyone about what happened just now." "Rest assured, your majesty. I won't tell anyone about this." He couldn't be bothered to meddle in such matters. However, he could tell that the Pharaoh kingdom must have encountered some trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come looking for the great wizard snake god, Mosley. It was a pity that Mosley was already dead. The king left and the library regained its peace. Lei Lou had thought that the king wouldn't come again. He didn't expect that the king would come to the library once or twice a month. Instead of going to the Forbidden Bamboo Forest, he would read in the study room. Every time, Lei Lou had to accompany him. Lei Lou had seen the personality of the new king of Pharaoh. Every time, he would talk to him and reveal some troublesome things. It did not matter whether it was in the kingdom or the outside world. However, after he finished speaking, the king would warn him not to tell others, or else he would kill him. If it was an ordinary person, after hearing such confidential information, they would definitely be very afraid, always worried that they would be killed. But Lei Lou was very calm. If the king dared to kill him, he would dare to kill the king first. Having strength had made him so confident. But in general, Lei Lou had a good impression of the new king. He was a wise king. If he ran into any trouble in the future, Lei Lou wouldn't mind helping him. Early one morning, Lei Lou climbed out of the vampire coffin. After absorbing the magic power for the whole night, he felt very comfortable. He walked around the library and found a place that he thought was a good place to sign in. When signing in, the location was very important. This was also true in the library. Some places were filled with trash, but others would have good things. For example, the study room where the new king often read was very good. Perhaps it was because most kings had the expectations of tens of thousands of people. This king's aura caused him to sign in the study room, and the chances of getting good things were much higher than in other places. Ding! Congratulations to host for signing in successfully. Reward, bottle of ultimate potion. The system's notification sounded. After reading the introduction of the ultimate potion, Lei Lou revealed a smile. This was a potion that could help one break through to become an ultimate wizard. With this bottle of potion, the chances of breaking through to become an ultimate wizard safely would be greatly increased. Hee, the location is really good. Lei Lou was very satisfied as he cleaned the entire study room from beginning to end. He used a cloth to wipe it clean and there was not a single speck of dust. After he was done, he returned to the room where he usually meditated. This time, he did not lie in the vampire coffin because he planned to break through to become a 7th level elemental mage. This was the result of him deliberately suppressing it. Otherwise, he would have broken through to become an 8th level elemental mage long ago. The advantage of suppressing a breakthrough was that the foundation would be more stable. Lei Lou took out a cushion from the system space, along with a few strange-looking scarecrows. This was a mysterious sacrificial ritual. They could form a strange magnetic field to prevent the leakage of aura. Therefore, during the breakthrough process, there would not be any particularly significant natural phenomena. It was similar to a huge lightning cloud covering an earthquake and violent wind. The level of an elemental mage was getting higher and higher. Every breakthrough would cause violent fluctuations of the elements, and the sky and earth would shake along with the fluctuations of the elements. This was also why he had been in the library for several years, and no one had been able to detect anything unusual. Very soon, Lei Lou used the viper blood that he had obtained from the check-in to draw a huge circle on the ground. In the middle, he wrote an obscure rune spell, and then placed the scarecrows that were filled with an evil aura in a designated position. After setting everything up, he began to consume the magic amplification potion. After drinking 3 bottles in a row, he began his top-level meditation. He did not know how long he had been there when a strange light appeared around him. These lights were like needles, swimming around and increasing in number. In the end, the entire study room seemed to have a strange gust of wind. The elements almost completely drowned out Lei Lou's figure. Anything that entered this elemental storm would definitely be shredded into pieces. After a long time, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and Lei Lou regained his calm. He was still that ordinary low-level student. If it wasn't for his handsome face and the deep and mysterious light in his eyes, he probably wouldn't have imagined that he had already become a 7th level elemental mage. His magic perception spread out. From 1,000 meters away, all kinds of sounds could be sensed, and even a vague image could be formed in his mind. All the elements could be controlled like a finger. As for the area within 1,000 meters, even a mosquito would not be able to escape his detection. A 7th level elemental mage is already so powerful. If he were a 9th level elemental mage or even an ultimate mage, how powerful would he be? Lei Lou's gaze was filled with endless yearning. Becoming an ultimate mage was no longer far away from him. There was also the mythical mage, a terrifying existence that was no different from a god. On this day, the Pharaoh King came with only a few maids and guards. There was a troubled expression on his face. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood. Even when he was reading, he could not calm down. The king put down the book in his hand and suddenly asked, "Lei Lou, how many years have you been in the Magic Academy? How old are you?" "Your Majesty, I have been in the academy for 6 years. I have been in the library for 8 years. I am already 26 years old," Lei Lou replied. He was a little emotional. He had not noticed the passage of time. He had already been in the library for more than 7 years. "Are you willing to stay in this lonely library all the time?" the king asked. In fact, he was quite curious about Lei Lou. This young student had been in the library since he was 18 years old. He had stayed there for several years, but his mind was calm. It was as if he did not have any ambition to advance. In this academy, which mage didn't want to display their magic? Which mage didn't want to be above others? Who would be willing to be a lowly student with no status at all? But he didn't see any impetuousness in Lei Lou. He was like a pool of water, unperturbed. What was even stranger was that he rarely confided in anyone else. Even when he was depressed, even when he was with the queen, he would still keep a little vigilance. However, in front of this young student, he felt very relaxed. It was as though he did not have to worry that the other party would harm him. It was because of this mindset that he liked to come here. He would let Lei Lou accompany him, talk to him, and even reveal some confidential matters to him. I am very happy to have many books surrounding me. What is there to be unhappy about? Lei Lou smiled and said, Your Majesty, I see that you are restless. You must have encountered great difficulty. After spending so much time with the king, Lei Lou would occasionally say a few more words. Here, the estrangement between the king and his subject was very small. It was more like they were two friends. Your attitude is very good. Sometimes, I really wish that I could be like you. I don't want to care about anything and don't want to think about anything. I just want to read and feel at ease. But I can't. The king sighed. The entire kingdom is filled with incompetent subjects who only know how to flatter. Outside the kingdom, there are many tigers and hungry wolves staring at me. Even if I have great ambitions to revitalize the kingdom, I don't have the ability to do so. Lei Lou did not speak. Those forces who are plotting against the kingdom have been secretly colluding with each other for a long time. They have repeatedly probed the kingdom's points and even privately contacted some of the kingdom's lords in an attempt to incite them to betray the kingdom. If this continues for a long time, how will the kingdom have any dignity left? The king wished he could pour out all the pressure in his heart. He did not know if he should tell it to himself, or to Lei Lou, or perhaps to the great wizard snake god, who had already died. Even though he had already become Pharaoh's new king, in order to appease his brothers, he had no choice but to confer them as lords and grant them a large piece of land. From a certain perspective, this was definitely a huge hidden danger. However, he had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, the Pharaoh kingdom might split up and cause an unpredictable civil war. Your Majesty, governing a large country should be like cooking fresh meat. There's no need to rush. Seeing that the king's spirit and physical strength would be exhausted, Lei Lou felt a little emotional. Everyone said that being a king was very glorious and had unlimited power, but who knew the pressure that the king was under? That was why he was hiding in the library and leisurely practicing magic. This was the best choice. The king was stunned for a moment. He looked up at Lei Lou and repeated, governing a large country should be like cooking fresh meat. After a long time, he suddenly laughed out loud. Good, this sentence is very good. Lei Lou, you have solved the knot in my heart. I really can't be anxious. Lei Lou, do you want to stay by my side? The king asked again. To be able to say these words, he felt that Lei Lou was very extraordinary. Your Majesty, I'm used to being quiet here, Lei Lou replied. That's fine. The king did not force him. As he spoke, he took out a token from his pocket and threw it to Lei Lou. He smiled and said, Have this token. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. Lei Lou bowed slightly. This was a token that the king had carried with him. Naturally, it was not an ordinary item. If it fell into the hands of an ambitious person, it would be enough to run amok in the entire kingdom. He did not have such thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have rejected the king's request. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Lei Lou had now stayed in the library for almost 10 years. In these past 2 years, the king had come a little less. Lei Lou had finally raised his cultivation to a 9th level elemental mage. He had truly touched the barrier of an ultimate wizard. In a sense, he could now be called a half-step ultimate wizard. The snake wizard Mosley had been at this level. Originally, he could have been prepared to break through long ago, but he had been accumulating. There was no rush. More accumulation, more assurance, less danger. Lei Lou was a very patient person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay in this deserted library for 10 years. Regardless of the storms outside, he guarded this small piece of land. Late at night, Lei Lou sat on the bed and entered a meditative state. This time, he had made ample preparations to break through to become an ultimate mage. The entire library had even used a special spell to reinforce 3 layers. He was afraid that when he broke through, the violent elements would blow up the entire library. He did not know how much of a phenomenon and destructive power he would create when he broke through to become an ultimate wizard. Therefore, he had to prepare his defenses in advance. He had originally wanted to enter the bamboo forest to break through. However, he did not want to disturb the rest of the great wizard snake god, so he had given up on that idea. The breakthrough had officially begun. Lei Lou took out the ultimate potion from the system space and drank the entire bottle. Then, he immediately entered a meditative state. In an instant, the magic power in his body completely boiled. It was as if he had completely lost control. At this moment, Lei Lou realized the danger of breaking through to become an ultimate wizard. Because his body seemed to have become a hole, all the magic power in his body went berserk. It could not leak out. If it leaked out, it meant that he had failed the breakthrough. Fortunately, during these years, Lei Lou had already improved his talent to an extremely terrifying level. It was impossible for his body to leak any more magic power. From an elemental mage to an ultimate mage, it was necessary to condense and refine all of the magic power in one's body. It was compressed and compressed again, finally forming a pure liquid-like magic power. This kind of magic power could trigger the pure elemental power, then one could draw on the heavenly thunder with just a raise of one's hand. The entire process was impossible to stop. Once it started, it could not be stopped. Once it stopped, it meant failure. Once it failed, it meant death. Therefore, to become an ultimate mage, other than success, there was only death. There was no third choice. Perhaps it was because he had drank the ultimate potion, or perhaps it was because of his incredible talent, that although the mana in his body went out of control and went berserk, it did not cause too much damage. Even if his internal organs were damaged, he would recover immediately. This was one of the effects of the ultimate potion. It could even protect the organs in the body. After an unknown amount of time, the magic power in his body seemed to be constant. It spun once and then returned to its original point and repeated again. It surged in the blood vessels and meridians, and the pressure of the magic power in his lower abdomen grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, at the core of the vortex, a drop of liquid magic power gradually formed. It was like a butterfly effect. The second drop, the third drop, and the fourth drop of liquid magic power formed one after another. Finally, 9 drops of liquid magic power appeared in Lei Lou's lower abdomen. Each drop of liquid magic power was as heavy as water. It emitted an unimaginable and terrifying power. It was much stronger than ordinary magic power. As a 9th-level elemental mage, he had a tremendous amount of magic power, but in the end, he only condensed 9 drops of liquid magic power. From this, one could tell how high the quality of the liquid magic power was. Although there were only 9 drops of magic power, Lei Lou could feel that his strength had significantly increased. Suddenly, with a thought, he surged out and actually formed a strange seductive domain within dozens of meters around him. Even the dust that could not be seen by the naked eye could be seen clearly. It was the product of the condensation of magic power into liquid and the control of the powerful spiritual power. Pure perception could only control magic power, but it could not control the even more powerful liquid magic power. Only spiritual power could do it. Following that, the liquid magic power in his body rotated twice and released a powerful force that rushed out of his body and surrounded him. Although he did not move, his body slowly floated up from the bed. This was another special feature of an ultimate mage, telekinesis flight. It was much more powerful than the previous magic flight, and its speed was thousands of times faster. After a while, he landed on the bed again. He opened his eyes and shook his head because telekinesis flight had consumed too much magic power. In just a moment, his mana had shrunk by 1 circle. An ultimate mage is indeed much stronger than an ordinary elemental mage. Lei Lou felt the terrifying power in his body and smiled. At this moment, he finally had the power to protect himself. Of course, he would not be proud because he firmly believed that there was still a sky outside the sky, and there was still someone behind a person. This world was not so simple. Although he had not seen any other ultimate mages for the time being, who knew if there were any hiding in the shadows, in some powerful kingdoms, or hidden religions. Perhaps in their forces there were as many elemental mages as dogs, and ultimate mages could be seen everywhere. Therefore, he still could not be too high profile. He had to continue to develop in a wretched manner. At the very least, he had to reach the level of a peak mage. Anyway, he felt that it was good to cultivate in the library. So what if he didn't go out? Cultivating magic was the greatest joy of life. The next day, the king once again came to the library. He had not visited for 6 months. This time, he also brought a pair of 5 or 6-year-old children. With one look, one could tell that they were dragon and phoenix twins. The current king's aura was much stronger than before. With just a raise of his hand, it was an imposing aura that people could not defy. However, it did not affect Lei Lou. It was because of this and because of his profession that the king admired the calm and collected Lei Lou even more. Lei Lou, these are the 2 children that I love the most. You are most knowledgeable. Why don't you teach them in the future? The king laughed. According to the rules of the pharaoh royal family, regardless of whether it was the children of the king or the noble lords, when they reached the age of 12, they had to be sent to Xiluo Magic Academy to learn magic. If they had the talent to learn magic, they could become mages and fight for the kingdom in the future to protect the people. If they did not have the talent, they could drop out of school early to participate in politics. They were not like Lei Lou and other common orphans that had no talent, who could only stay in the Magic Academy and work in the academy for their entire lives. It was not that the academy forced them to stay. This was the only option for the students who did not have talent. Just like Lei Lou, if they did not sweep the floor in the library, they would have a worse life outside. The king's children were still young, not yet at the age to learn magic. Obviously, they just wanted him to teach them some knowledge. Your Majesty, I've only read a few more books. How can I be considered knowledgeable? Compared to those writers, I'm really not worth mentioning. He did not really like children. In his previous life, he never hugged children because he felt that children were too noisy and annoying. He loved peace and quiet the most. How could he be disturbed by children? The king sighed. I'm just worried that they will be taught badly. His daughter was fine, but his son was his only prince. He was the future heir to the throne. Lei Lou did not reply. He would not agree anyway. Fortunately, the king did not say much else about this matter and started reading. For some reason, the prince and princess seemed to like Lei Lou very much. They actually kept pestering him. Lei Lou saw that the king was engrossed in reading a book, so he could only take the prince and princess around. They might look young, but they were very smart, and they had many problems. Perhaps it was because the 10 years of quiet life had worn away Lei Lou's fear of children, but he gradually fell in love with this cute prince and princess. Time passed very quickly. When the king walked out, Lei Lou realized that 3 hours had already passed. Lei Lou, they really like you after meeting you. The king looked at his children who were having a great time and smiled. Your Majesty, the prince and princess are very cute and smart. No matter who you are, they will like you. Lei Lou smiled faintly. Let's call it a day. Ling, Wei, let's go back. The king nodded, then turned around and left with the prince and princess. They could not bear to leave, so they turned around and looked at Lei Lou with eager eyes. He was so cute. Lei Lou had thought that the king would not come to the library for some time after that. This was true, but the little prince and princess, accompanied by some mage guards, would come to the library to play with him every once in a while. At first, Lei Lou was a little annoyed, but as time passed, he got used to it. Sometimes, when the twins did not come for a period of time, he would actually miss them. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. It was the 4th year of the king's reign. Lei Lou had also been an ultimate mage for a year. Compared to the training of elemental mages, ultimate mages were much slower. It took him a whole year to finally become a second-level ultimate mage. He had no doubt that the higher the level, the longer it would take for him to break through. It seems that I won't be able to reach the level of an archmage for a few decades. Lei Lou was very emotional. Senior Lei Lou, we're here. Where are you? 2 young voices came from outside. Needless to say, it was the little prince and the little princess. Lei Lou walked out with a smile. Soon, the 2 little fellows pounced on him. One of them held the other's hand, and they were very clingy. Senior, continued telling the story of the mermaid. No, I still want to hear the story of the dragon-slaying warrior. The 2 little fellows argued. Today, we won't tell a story. Let's play a fun game. Little Prince Ling tilted his head and asked curiously, Senior, what kind of fun game is it? Lei Lou had already prepared something. He led the 2 little ones to a stone table. On it was a chessboard made of wood. Lei Lou felt that chess contained a lot of strategy and wisdom, which could tap into the potential of people's thinking. In his previous life, he had very much enjoyed playing chess, but this world did not have chess. Lei Lou placed pieces made of stones on the chessboard. The 2 little guys were very curious. Lei Lou began to teach them the rules of chess. The 2 little guys may have looked young, but they were very intelligent, and they quickly figured out the rules of chess. Lei Lou played a few games with them first, then let them fight. This time, they were completely fascinated. Watching them play chess seriously, Lei Lou smiled. He had finally got rid of these 2 little guys. If he had been pestered and asked to tell more stories, his head would have emptied. How could there be so many stories to tell? Moreover, it took too much time. 2 hours later, a few mages came and took the 2 little guys away. However, before they left, Lei Lou gave them the chess set. In the palace. The 2 little fellows had just returned from the library when they started to set up the chessboard again. Queen Lina walked in and was very curious when she saw the 2 children sitting quietly. Usually, when they came back, they would look for her immediately and recount the story they had heard to her. Why was it different today? She walked over and found that they were playing a game. After looking at it for a while, she realized that she didn't understand it. You lost. At this time, Wei picked up a chess piece and removed Ling's chess piece in one go. Wait a minute, I want to replace the chess piece. Ling said hurriedly. No, Senior Lei Lou said that you can't replace the chess piece casually. Once the chess piece leaves your hand, replacing it will be invalid. Wei said proudly. One more game, I don't believe I can't win against you. Ling looked unconvinced. Ling, Wei, what are you playing? Queen Lina finally couldn't help but ask. Mother, we are playing chess. It's great. Wei said. When Ling heard his mother, he proudly explained the rules of chess. Only they and Senior Yuan Sun, the dean of the Magic Academy, would play this game. The queen was very smart. She immediately realized that this chess game was not ordinary. The seemingly simple chess move was filled with military tactics and strategies. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was a profound game. When she found out that this chess game had actually been invented by that elementary student who swept the floor in the library of the Xiluo Magic Academy, she was a little stunned. She naturally knew that her 2 children were there to play with that elementary student. Initially, she was a little unwilling. After all, he was just a lowly student who swept the floor. What right did he have to be close to her prince and princess? However, the king valued the little student very much. So, she allowed the prince and princess to go and look for him every few days. Later, when she heard the fairy tales that Lei Lou had told, she also approved of him. After all, the stories that Lei Lou had told were very interesting. Even when she listened to the children recounting them, she was engrossed. But now, she had not expected that this little student could not only tell stories, but he could even make such a profound chess piece that was filled with wisdom. As far as she knew, there were no such profound chess pieces in the world. It is not unreasonable for the king to value that little student. For the first time, the queen had a trace of curiosity towards this little student. "Come, mother will play with you," she said with a smile. "Okay, okay." Ling and Wei clapped their hands happily. Lei Lou did not expect that after he had given the chess pieces to the two little ones, that it would actually cause the game to spread in the palace. Even the king would come over to play a few games with him. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the king had been visiting the library for 10 years. During these years, his cultivation had improved a lot, reaching the level of a 4th-level ultimate mage. It had to be said that the later it was, the more difficult it was to raise one's cultivation. Fortunately, he was very patient. The two little fellows were already 14 years old. Because they had to learn magic, the number of times they came to the library gradually decreased. Lei Lou heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a little sad. After all, people had to grow up. In the past few years, Lei Lou had occasionally taught them some methods of meditation. He had even used magic to help them purify their bodies. This could lay the foundation for practicing magic. After 7 years of being together, there were still some feelings. Because of this, the two of them improved very quickly in magic. Although they were only 14 years old, they had already become 4th-level mages. With such a cultivation speed, they were absolutely outstanding. Before the age of 25, they should have no problems breaking through to become elemental mages. After all, they were the prince and princess. There would definitely be no shortage of potions to increase their magic power. Late at night. The palace was still brightly lit. This was where the king dealt with official affairs and met his subjects. At this moment, the king was sitting on the throne. Below him stood a mage who looked old and wore a purple robe. His aura was very powerful. He was the dean of the Xiluo Magic Academy, Yuan Senator. He was also the king's most trusted minister. Yuan Sen's life was legendary. Before he was 17, he had been a child from a poor family. He had no money and had not had the opportunity to enter the Magic Academy. Later, he met an ordinary combat aura warrior. Yuan Sen joined the army with the warrior and began to learn combat aura. But he did not have the ability to learn combat aura. After 3 years of learning, he was only a 4th-level combat aura warrior. Compared to other warriors, this was simply too ordinary. Later, when the wolf tribe of the northern plains invaded, Yuan Sen followed the army to the front line to resist the wolf tribe. The warrior who had taught him combat chi died on the battlefield, and Yuan Sen became a captive. After being enslaved by the wolf tribe for 2 years, he coincidentally came into contact with magic. Unexpectedly, it activated his magic talent. Logically speaking, it was already too late for him to practice magic after the age of 18. However, not only was his talent outstanding, but he was also diligent and hardworking. He often practiced thousands of times in order to learn a spell. Even if his throat was hoarse from chanting and the hand that was waving the staff was badly mutilated, he would not stop. After the Pharaoh Kingdom defeated the Wolf Clan, Yuan Sen was released and successfully joined the Xiluo Magic Academy. Finally, he became an elemental mage at the age of 32. In the end, after the deaths of the previous 2 presidents, he took over the responsibility of protecting the kingdom and became the president of the Xiluo Magic Academy. At the same time, he became the king's trusted minister. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid that this matter can't be done. It's too dangerous to weaken the power of the suzerains. If one of them were to be harmed, the suzerains would definitely retaliate." If they wanted to weaken the suzerains, they would definitely rebel. The current pharaoh kingdom cannot suffer such turmoil anymore. After hearing the king's words, Yuansen's expression changed drastically. He immediately knelt on the ground and tried to persuade the king. How could he not know the disadvantages of those suzerains? The king's current situation seemed stable, but in reality, there were forces both inside and outside watching him. Once the kingdom fell into chaos, it was hard to imagine what kind of disaster it would be. Why not? Since I inherited the throne for 10 years, I have been careful and cautious. I did not dare to relax even a little. I balanced all the forces, afraid that even the slightest mistake would occur. The pharaoh kingdom, which seems to be peaceful and stable, has already been unable to bear the burden in secret. The lives of the people are difficult. The king suddenly stood up. His eyes flickered with light as he let out an extremely deep and depressing voice. The pharaoh kingdom is now like a patient who is about to die from illness. Since there is no time to slowly recuperate, then we will only use the medicine that has a strong effect to treat it. Either we cure the serious illness and revive, or we will perish. 10 years of hard work seemed to be very successful. However, he knew that the enemy was also accumulating strength. Most importantly, 10 years had passed, but the great wizard snake god still hadn't appeared. His threat to the Middle-earth was getting weaker and weaker. If he wanted to set things up step by step, it was probably too late. From the intelligence reports of the past 2 years, something very bad had already happened. Since His Majesty has already made up his mind, I shall give up this old and rotten body and have a good fight with those guys. Yuansen looked at the king and finally nodded his head vigorously. How could he not know about this situation? It was just that. The risk was too great. Good, as expected of the minister that I value the most. Let us fight for this pharaoh kingdom once more. The king laughed out loud. He knew what kind of person Yuansen was. Since they were the same, he would definitely do his best to assist him. Lei Lou did not know that an unforeseen event was about to engulf the entire pharaoh kingdom. Even if he knew, he would not care. As long as it did not affect his quiet training in the library, it would be fine. Every day, he would sign in, clean, read, and train in a very regular manner. Without desire, there would be no need. Lei Lou felt that there was nothing wrong with being an ordinary student. In the morning, Lei Lou finished signing in and received a bottle of medicine. The weather today was not bad. The sunlight was bright and warm. Lei Lou picked up the broom and started sweeping outside the library. When he swept the fallen leaves, it seemed very casual, but it also contained the circulation of magic power and elements. Very quickly, he cleaned up the area, and it was very clean. Senior Lei Lou. Suddenly, a graceful white figure walked over lightly. It was Princess Wei. Although she was only 14 years old, her figure had already begun to develop. She would definitely be a great beauty in the future. Your Highness, why are you the only one here today? Lei Lou laughed. Usually, the brother and sister came together. This was the first time Princess Wei came alone. I wanted to call my brother over, but father suddenly called him over. He said he wanted him to study government affairs. Six said. Senior, I had a problem when I was practicing magic. When I cast the fireball spell, I felt a little dizzy. Six began to ask about magic. Reilou's magic was very powerful. Both Six and Ling knew about it. But Reilou had told them not to tell anyone. And they had done it. Whenever they had any questions about magic, they would come and ask. Practice it for me. Reilou said. Six quickly took out her staff and began to chant. Reilou used his mind to read it and instantly understood the problem, so he started to point it out. It turns out that there is a slight deviation in the flow of magic power. Senior is really amazing. He solved my problem in an instant. After the problem was solved, Willow's face turned red with excitement. Her eyes were full of admiration. You, don't be too anxious when practicing magic. Your magic power is still relatively low. If it is too high and there is a problem with the flow of magic power, it will be terrible. Lei Lou warned. Wei nodded her head obediently. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Ever since that time when Wei came, she had never come again. This inevitably made him feel a little strange. Moreover, recently, he vaguely sensed that the atmosphere in the academy was a little strange. The students, teachers, and elders were all in a hurry, as if something big was going to happen. For the first time, Lei Lou had become curious about the situation outside. Through listening to the students' conversation, Lei Lou finally knew what had happened. Half a month ago, the king had used the old queen's birthday to allow 5 lords with armies to return to the capital. These 5 lords had refused to return for various reasons. They had only sent their subordinates to celebrate the birthday. The king was furious and used the 5 lords' disloyalty as an excuse to directly order them to lose their territories and titles. Just like that, the kingdom and the 5 lords completely tore off their original facade of kindness. They used the king's treacherous ministers as an excuse to launch an army attack on the capital. For a time, Pharaoh Kingdom fell into a civil war. Not only that, but the kingdom's army that had been sent out to encircle the 5 lords was defeated in the first battle. They were defeated by the alliance of the 5 lords in the Sky River Fortress. It was said that there were many foreign forces helping them in the dark. They used extremely powerful mages to attack the kingdom's army, causing huge losses. They suffered a crushing defeat. As the rebel forces gradually grew stronger, rumors began to spread in the capital. They said that the king was cruel, forcing the 5 lords to rebel. Not only that, but it was also revealed that the great wizard snake god had died. The kingdom no longer had the protection of an ultimate mage. Under all these rumors, the capital was in a state of panic, not to mention the palace and the Xiluo Magic Academy. Once the kingdom was defeated, the entire capital would be cleared. I didn't expect such a major event to have happened outside. Lei Lou sighed endlessly. However, he frowned. If the rebel army won, wouldn't his peaceful days be over? Although he wasn't afraid, he didn't want to make trouble. He was used to staying in this library. Forget it. If it really comes to the moment when the kingdom is about to collapse, I'll lend a hand. Lei Lou shook his head. At least the king wasn't bad. Moreover, he didn't want to see the 2 children suffer such a disaster. At night, on Mount Moss, 800 kilometers away from the capital, the representatives of the 5 foreign forces met. 5 people. 4 men and 1 woman. Each of them had an extremely terrifying aura, and they were all high-level elemental mages. A man wearing a black robe asked indifferently, "Are you sure that using poison is effective, and that you can kill King Pharaoh?" "The poison of my mysticism cult has never failed. As early as a few decades ago, we had already made arrangements. It is likely that the capital will make a move soon." The one who spoke was a masked figure with an evil and strange aura. The others frowned. The poison of the mysticism cult was indeed powerful. All the mages in the Middle-earth were terrified just by hearing its name. Back then, the mysticism saintess had trained the heavenly poison spell to a terrifying level. Once it was used, it would turn into a poisonous domain within 100 meters, exterminating everything. What if that old thing Mosley isn't dead yet? He might not be able to poison King Pharaoh to death, right? That would be the best. To save King Pharaoh, an ultimate mage would need to expend a large amount of magic power, and an ultimate mage without magic power would still be an ultimate mage. This is indeed a good plan. Since that's the case, once the king dies, it'll be up to the 5 families to see who can be the first to enter the capital, and who will be the leader of the future Pharaoh kingdom. All right. Then it's decided. Agreed. Soon, the five of them finished their discussion and flew in different directions, quickly disappearing. The palace in the capital. The king was discussing important matters with a few ministers. The current war situation was already very disadvantageous to the kingdom. The allied army of the lords had already crossed the Xiluo River and was about to reach the Vero region. It was less than 500 kilometers away from the imperial city. It was not until late at night that the ministers left. The king rubbed the space between his brows. His eyes were blood red. He had not slept well for several nights in a row. He could not help it, the pressure was too great. Although he had already anticipated the current situation, he still had an unbearable feeling as if he was suffocating. He was not only facing the five ambitious lords, there were also other malicious forces spying on him in the dark. This was not only an internal conflict of the pharaoh royal family, it also involved external enemies. Unfortunately, his few lords and brothers had already been blinded by power. They had colluded with the foreign enemies with the intention of seizing Pharaoh Kingdom. The order he issued to weaken the lords was just a primer. Your Majesty, drink some meat soup. An old mage servant placed a bowl of steaming meat soup beside him. The king was a little hungry. He put down the information in his hands, picked up the bowl of soup, and drank it slowly. However, his brows were tightly furrowed. It was obvious that he was thinking about the problem as he drank. The old mage watched quietly from the side. After drinking a bowl of meat soup, the king continued to read the intelligence report. Suddenly, his entire body shook, and his expression changed drastically. He covered his chest, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. The old mage was just about to carry the bowl out when he suddenly saw the king's appearance, and he immediately asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you?" The king's eyes widened, but it was as if he could not say a word. He only held his chest with his hand, and his face instantly turned green and gray. "Not good, His Majesty has been poisoned. Quickly send a healer over." The old mage saw that it was not good and cried out for help. Immediately, the sound of footsteps came from outside, and human figures emerged from the darkness. Among them, there was a stooped old wizard in purple who instantly moved to the king's side. He grabbed the king's wrist, and his brows quickly became extremely unsightly. This is the Fog Divine Cult's poison magic," he said with a face full of shock. Everyone present was shocked. These were all high-level elemental mages who were guarding the king's side. How could they not dispel this terrifying poison that had no shape or smell? Unless there was an antidote, those who were poisoned would definitely die. Even if there was an antidote, they had to eat it within half an hour. Otherwise, even a god would not be able to save them. But there was no antidote in the imperial city. Other than the Divine Fog sect in the far south, no one else had an antidote. An old man who was obviously a high-level elemental mage said in a deep voice, quickly go to the Forbidden Land. Ask the ancestor to appear." These top-level mages had almost all been nurtured by the great mage Divine Snake. That was why they called him the ancestor. Although the ancestor had not appeared for more than 50 years, they had strong confidence in the great wizard snake god. The ancestor would not die. He would definitely break the legend and become the first ultimate wizard. Facing such a critical moment, they immediately thought of the ancestor. Only the ancestor could save the king. They also thought of an even more terrifying consequence. Once the king fell and the kingdom lost its leader, it would be in chaos. The prince was still young and had no way of controlling such a chaotic situation. Only the old ancestor could take charge of the overall situation. They needed to invite the old ancestor out. The palace was in chaos, but the library was very quiet. Lei Lou was lying in the vampire coffin, practicing the Spirit Patching Codex. The Spirit Patching Codex was still at the first level, and there was still a long way to go before it reached perfection. The recent sign-ins have all produced ordinary things. I have to try a new place. Lei Lou thought. He had signed in the library for more than 10 years, and he was about to throw up. It was time to change places. Perhaps there would be a great harvest. There were so many places in the capital, and the palace was pretty good. As a place where the king and ministers discussed matters, it must have gathered a lot of luck. Perhaps there would be a huge reward for signing in there. Anyway, he was already an ultimate wizard. If he sneaked into the palace at night, no one would be able to see him. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Someone's heading towards the bamboo forest forbidden ground again. Wait, it seems to be a purple-robed wizard. Lei Lou thought that it was the same person as before, but after sensing for a moment, he realized that they were not the same. The clothes he was wearing at the moment were obviously that of a mage with an extremely high status in the palace. When the old mage had entered the bamboo forest through the passageway on the side of the library, he did not hide anything at all. He just flew over with swagger. Moreover, the old mage's expression was extremely anxious. It was obvious that he had something urgent to deal with. Lei Lou quietly left the vampire coffin and followed behind the old mage like a ghost. The old mage's cultivation was very high. He was an 8th level elemental mage, but he did not notice Lei Lou at all. One could imagine how powerful Lei Lou's shadow magic was. His body was perfectly covered by the shadow and did not make any movements. Suddenly, the old mage knelt down on the bamboo path and wailed to the darkness in the distance, "Ancestor, His Majesty has been poisoned. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. Ancestor, please come out and save His Majesty." Needless to say, the ancestor that the old mage was talking to was the great wizard snake god, Mosley. Lei Lou was not surprised, but his expression changed slightly. The king had been poisoned. This was not a good thing. If the king died, with the current situation in the Pharaoh kingdom, the only outcome would be destruction. The great wizard snake god had died long ago. It was impossible for him to answer the old mage's wailing. Lei Lou shook his head, turned around, and flew towards the direction of the palace. He disappeared in an instant. The old mage did not notice at all. He continued to kneel on the ground, kowtowing and begged the old ancestor to come out and save His Majesty. The palace was in complete chaos. Although the few great mages had made arrangements at the first moment to stop the news from spreading, they knew that this could not be hidden for long. If His Majesty could not be saved, everything would be useless. However, the hunt for the culprit had already begun. Queen Lina had just woken up. No matter how calm she was, her face was pale with fear at this moment. She knew what this meant. Once the king died, the Pharaoh kingdom would completely collapse. Leaving behind a young prince, there was no way to control the situation. She rushed to the king's sleeping palace and looked at the king, who was completely unconscious. His face was dark and his breathing was shallow. Her eyes were wet. However, she tried her best not to cry because this was a sign of weakness. This was absolutely not allowed in the palace. Not to mention at this critical moment. Queen Lina took a deep breath and calmed down from her obsessive-compulsive disorder. She quickly issued a few orders to invite the king's most trusted minister into the palace and then made some other arrangements. "Healer, how is His Majesty's condition?" she asked a magician who was trying to save him. This magician stayed in the palace and even secretly stayed by the king's side. He was also a 6th level elemental mage. "Queen, His Majesty's condition is terrible. If it weren't for the few great mages who used their magic power to stop the spread of the poison, His Majesty would have died." The healing mage shook his head. "But we can only stall for some more time. The Fog Temple's poison is too strong. Unless an ultimate mage consumes a large amount of magic power, only then can the poison stop spreading." Fog Temple. Queen Lina's expression was gloomy. She gritted her teeth, growing more and more hateful towards the Fog Temple. At that moment, an angry shout rang out, "Who? How dare you? This is the palace, who dares to barge in? Quick, stop him. Many mage fighters surrounding the palace discovered an intruder one after another. The intruder's figure was blurry as if it had been twisted. Only a blurry figure could be seen. However, the palace was now so heavily guarded that even a mosquito could not fly in. Someone had forcefully barged into the palace and was still hiding. It was obvious that it was an enemy. Immediately, powerful spells were released and shot towards the blurry figure. Countless warriors grew wings on their backs with the help of spellcasters' spells. Relying on the invincible silver armor on their bodies, they wielded huge swords and charged towards the blurry figure in the air. However, Lei Lou felt strange as he floated in. Before the magic attacks even got close, they had already turned into ashes and dissipated. There was not even the slightest ripple. Meanwhile, the heavy strikes of those warriors were all phantoms. Lei Lou had long since left his original spot. Very soon, he entered the palace. There were more than 10 high-level elemental mages here. They had gathered the strongest power in the palace. There were even 9th-level elemental mages. When they saw Lei Lou barging in, their expressions changed drastically. The defense outside was so tight, yet he actually barged in. It could be assumed that the intruder was a powerful mage. Immediately, a 9th-level elemental old mage's figure moved and floated up. The terrifying magic power was like an ocean that wanted to drown Lei Lou. But Lei Lou only waved his hand, and that old mage seemed to be imprisoned. He was actually unable to move. All of the magic power dissipated as if it did not exist at all. Not only that, the other advanced elemental mages felt that their surroundings had become extremely sticky, and it was very difficult for them to move. Immediately, fear and jealousy appeared on their faces. They were all advanced elemental mages, but they were actually unable to move with a single wave of the hand from this mysterious intruder. Wasn't this too terrifying? Lei Lou passed through the layers of defenses and came to the king's side. An old mage was expending mana to extend the king's life. Even when he saw Lei Lou come over, he only watched and did not let go. Lei Lou waved the old mage away. Under everyone's angry and despairing gazes, he reached out and gently placed his hand on the king's head. A ball of light purple magic power enveloped the king like a cloud of smoke. In an instant, the situation in the king's body was completely revealed to Lei Lou. What a powerful poison! He was extremely shocked. This kind of poison mainly destroyed all the divine level experts. A poisoned person would firstly become a vegetable, and then they would fall into a coma. Over time, even if they could be saved, their bodies would suffer irreversible damage. The only way was to expend a large amount of magic power to trap the poison and slowly bring it out of the body. This action was enough to deplete the magic power of an ultimate mage. However, this was nothing to Lei Lou. It would not be difficult for him to get rid of the poison in the king's body. The main problem was that the king's nerves were damaged. Even if he could be saved, there would be corresponding problems in his body. Moreover, this poison had not only targeted his nerves, it had also caused great damage to his internal organs. Soon, the huge amount of magic power in Lei Lou's body circulated in the king's body. It was like a silk thread that slowly wrapped up all the poison and expelled it onto his fingers. Then, with a thought, Lei Lou used magic power to pierce through the king's 10 fingers. Immediately, drops of black blood flowed out from his fingers. When everyone present saw this scene, they were all stunned. This mysterious mage was actually here to save the king. Wait, someone suddenly thought of something. Is it the old ancestor? The old mage with a hunched body muttered to himself with tears in his eyes. In their minds, only the old ancestor had such powerful strength. They did not know why the old ancestor had to conceal his image, perhaps it was because he had no other choice. At this moment, all the old mages were excited. With the old ancestor's help, His Majesty would be saved. The scene fell silent. Including Queen Lina. Although she had doubts about this mysterious existence, she could see that it was to save His Majesty. Time passed by slowly. The black blood that dripped from the king's 10 fingers became less and less. In the end, it turned from black to red, completely turning into fresh blood. At the same time, the greenish-black color on the king's face also faded away, returning to its original color, but it was a little pale. The king's breathing became strong. All these signs showed that the king was recovering at an astonishing speed. The many senior mages were filled with endless admiration for that blurry and mysterious figure. As expected of the old ancestor, he was indeed powerful. He could even easily neutralize the poison in the misty shrine. Could it be that the old ancestor had already broken through to become an ultimate wizard? At the thought of this, they became even more excited. The Pharaoh kingdom was about to collapse under the storm. If the old ancestor was in charge, who in the Middle Kingdom would dare to defy him? Even the forces outside the borders could only submit. Lei Lou did not know what the old mages were thinking. After all, he could not read minds. Even if he knew, he would not care. It was not a big deal to see the king return to normal, but the poisoning had caused a certain amount of damage to his nerves. The deterioration of his internal organs was inevitable. How long the king could live depended on his own care. Although Lei Lou had many potions that the system had rewarded him with, those extremely precious potions would definitely not be taken out. His friendly relationship with the king had not reached that level yet. This time, he had acted to save the king for the sake of their previous friendship. At that moment, the king raised his eyebrows slightly and suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of vigilance burst out. Who is it that dares to poison me? The king reacted because he saw a blurry figure standing in front of him. You are. He was still alive. The earlier feeling of being poisoned had completely disappeared. An old purple-robed mage hurriedly took a step forward and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, you were poisoned by the Fog Temple's poison magic." It was the old ancestor who came out from the Forbidden Land to save you. The king's eyes widened. Old ancestor. There was only one person who could be called the old ancestor by these mages, and that was the great wizard snake god, Mosley, who had been in seclusion for 50 years. He had once shaken the Middle-earth, causing the reputation of the Pharaoh kingdom to spread throughout the Middle-earth. No one dared to disobey him. Such a legendary figure was now standing in front of him. And he had even saved him. So, the great wizard snake god is here. You've finally come out of seclusion. The king's face was filled with joy, because he knew what the great wizard snake god's coming out of seclusion meant to the Pharaoh kingdom. He had strong support. The foreign forces that had brought him endless pressure previously were no longer a threat. 50 years ago, the great wizard snake god had been invincible in Middle-earth. Now that 50 years had passed, how powerful had he become? Had he already broken through to become an ultimate wizard? Lei Lou was a little speechless. He had actually been mistaken for the great wizard snake god. "I'm not Mosley," Lei Lou said calmly. Although it felt good to be called the great wizard snake god, he did not like it. Mosley was already dead. It was time to let him rest in peace. Why drag this legendary figure into it? Anyway, if he did not say who he was, who would know? He had used magic power to envelop himself. No one could see through to his face. It's not the great wizard snake god. The king was stunned, but he knew that such a powerful person could not lie. If it was not the great wizard snake god, then who was it? Could it be someone from outside the palace? But all the major forces in the Middle-earth were against the Pharaoh kingdom. Why would they help him? Such a powerful existence could not be unknown. The other old mages present also revealed disappointed expressions. How many of them had hoped that it was their ancestor? Although I have already expelled the poison from you, it has injured your nerves and internal organs. You must recuperate carefully. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to live past 5 years, Lei Lou said again. To be able to receive your treatment, even if I only live for 5 years, has been extremely fortunate. I do not have the ability to repay such a life-saving favor, the king said with a sigh. Ordinary favors would not be able to win him over. Moreover, the other party had saved his life, which meant that he had saved the entire pharaoh kingdom. He could not imagine what would have happened if he had died and the kingdom had lost its leader. How badly would the pharaoh kingdom have fared? Lei Lou did not say anything else, he turned around and walked out of the palace. No one dared to come out and stop him. Lei Lou did not forget to sign in the palace. After all, this palace was the most important place in the entire kingdom. The system's notification sound rang in Lei Lou's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for signing in. Reward, Elemental Eye. Lei Lou was a little surprised. However, he could not check it now. He would think about it when he returned. Just like that, Lei Lou walked out of the palace. Then, with a flash of his body, he soared into the air and disappeared without a trace. Even a 9th-level elemental mage would not be able to sense any traces of him. The king and the others could only sigh. He was truly a peerless expert. It was a pity that he could not be used by the pharaoh kingdom. Otherwise, the rebellion of a mere lord would not be worth mentioning. The king returned to the palace and began to think. Since the fog temple had poisoned him, it meant that the 5 transcending powers had been completely wiped out. Following that, Pharaoh Kingdom entered the most dangerous moment. Their plan to destroy Pharaoh Kingdom was definitely not just to poison him, the king of Pharaoh. The subsequent attacks would definitely become more and more intense. Thunder Road returned to the library. The old mage was still kneeling in the bamboo forest and pleading bitterly. Lei Lou shook his head and couldn't be bothered. He turned around and jumped into the vampire's coffin. After a long time, a mage came to the forbidden area of the bamboo forest and called the old mage back. Lei Lou lay in the coffin and began to read the introduction to the elemental eye. It was very special. It could be fused into one eye. The elemental eye contained 6 layers of laws. Once the first layer of laws was unraveled, one would be able to obtain certain abilities and effects. The elemental eye of the first law could see the weakness of the enemy's body. It could see through the flow of magic power when the enemy chanted spells. It had the ability to distinguish between magic arrays, magnetic fields, and the aura of life. The elemental eye of the second law was a step closer. It could see the talent and potential of others and perform special targeted attacks. The elemental eye of the third law could see through people's hearts. It could identify whether the other party was a good person or an evil person. It had a certain ability to predict danger. The elemental eye of the fourth law was even more terrifying. It could see the souls of the dead. Lei Lou was a little shocked. This elemental eye was truly heaven-defying. Just the fourth law alone could allow one to see some information about the other party's previous life. How terrifying are the 5th and 6th levels of elemental eye. Unfortunately, there was no introduction to these 2 layers. They had to wait until the 4th layer was unlocked before they could obtain relevant information. From this, it could be seen that the last 2 layers of laws of the elemental eye had definitely reached an unfathomable level. The law to unlock the elemental eye was very simple. It was to use magic power to assimilate. However, if the magic power was not strong enough, it was absolutely impossible to assimilate the law. Lei Lou took the elemental eye out. It was a vortex-like eyeball that contained 6 strange colors. It seemed to be able to attract everything. Lei Lou did not hesitate to press the elemental eye towards his left eye. Boom! Lei Lou felt his mind shake. It was as if his consciousness was about to be scattered. A vast amount of information that was like an ocean surged into his mind, forming countless data streams. It was as if the elemental eye was taking root in the sea of consciousness. It was a strange feeling. It wasn't painful. He felt a little dizzy, but it was also a little scary. It was as if he could disappear in the human world at any time. This elemental eye was too powerful. Fortunately, this elemental eye had a 6-layered law restriction. Otherwise, how could a mere mortal like Lei Lou withstand such a powerful elemental eye? After a long time, Lei Lou let out a long breath. His soul returned to his body and he returned to normal. He found that his left eye was slightly different. It seemed to be able to accept some additional information that the naked eye couldn't see, but it was also very vague. He knew that this was because the first layer of the elemental eye had not been refined. It was as though he did not having the authority to control the elemental eye. Thus, Lei Lou began to use magic power and decided to inject it into the elemental eye. In an instant, he easily assimilated the first layer of the elemental eye. The vague information gradually became clear. He could actually use the first layer of the elemental eye to see the process of producing the magic power in the vampire coffin. This function is too strong. Lei Lou was totally amazed. The first layer of the elemental eye had been completed, which made him extremely pleasantly surprised. Next, Lei Lou tried to assimilate the second layer of the elemental eye. Very soon, he gave up. Because the second layer of the elemental eye didn't even have the slightest movement. He couldn't even touch it, let alone assimilate it. His current magic power could only assimilate the first layer of the restriction. The elemental eye is very useful. Even if it's just the first layer is enough to increase my combat power. Lei Lou was very satisfied. Looks like I'll have to sign in at some special places in the future. In the palace, Dean Yuan-sen and a few loyal ministers had arrived. When they received the news, they were almost scared out of their wits. They only had one thought, and that was that the Pharaoh kingdom was going to be finished. However, when they arrived at the palace, they were pleasantly surprised to find that the king was fine, only his face was a little pale. When the king told them the reason, Yuan-sen and the others were all terrified. If it wasn't for that mysterious powerhouse who had the king, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The king sat on the throne and asked in a deep voice, "What do you think we should do next?" Yuan-sen stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, since the Fog Temple dared to poison us, it means that the 5 transcending powers are going to be completely wiped out. They will reveal their sharpest fangs and devour the Pharaoh kingdom. Therefore, I suggest that your Majesty pretend to be poisoned and fall into a coma. This will prevent the 5 transcending powers from attacking us. At the same time, we will be able to clean up the traitors in the kingdom. Only by turning the kingdom into a solid iron plate will we be able to deal with the upcoming battle." Dean Yuan-sen, that isn't appropriate. At a time like this, with such negative news, the impact on the kingdom's morale would be too great. If we're not careful, it might cause significant negative effects. Another minister objected. The other 2 ministers also expressed their opinions, feeling that Dean Yuan-sen's plan was too risky. The king opened his mouth. "Do as Dean Yuan-sen says." His words were an unquestionable order. The 4 ministers did not say anything else. "However, we'll have to work hard for the next few days," the king said. "To be able to serve His Majesty, I won't refuse, no matter how difficult it is." Dean Yuan-sen and the others bowed. The next day, important news spread out from the palace. It was like a tsunami, scaring countless people in the Pharaoh kingdom and even the Middle-earth. King Pharaoh had been poisoned and had fallen into a coma. The royal family said that this was just a rumor and that the king had always been in good health. A group of ministers gathered at the palace to discuss government affairs and talk to the king who was going against the 5 lords. However, the king did not appear in the palace. This seemed to confirm the fact that something had really happened to King Pharaoh. For a time, the capital fell into an even greater panic. Many people wanted to leave the capital, but they were stopped by the guards at the city gates. The entire capital was in the most severe state of alert. West Mountain Alliance Army Camp. This place was less than 300 kilometers away from the capital. The Five Lords' army had gathered there to prepare to attack the capital. Third brother also has this day. A fat pig-like middle-aged man wearing a luxurious royal robe laughed loudly. We lords are doing fine. If he doesn't provoke us, so what if we let him continue to be the king? But he insists on taking back our territory. If he doesn't die, there's simply no justice. Another man with a sinister look shook his head and said, his tone full of malice, all right, third brother is dead for sure. There's not much suspense in the upcoming war. But, who should inherit the throne next? A man dressed in battle armor with a rough appearance said, sixth brother, what's the rush? The throne is right there. The man in white who spoke was handsome and looked very similar to the king. This was because he and the king were twins. Unfortunately, they had fallen out because of the throne. Also, I have a strange feeling that he won't be poisoned to death so easily. He frowned slightly. Perhaps the twins had a telepathic connection, and although the news of the king being poisoned was absolutely true, he still felt that there was something wrong. No one in Middle-earth can deal with the Fog Temple's poison magic. Even if he's not dead now, he's still relying on those old mages to keep him alive. Fourth, do you think that the great wizard snake god is still alive? He's been in seclusion for more than 50 years, and his terrifying corpse has already turned into white bones. That's right. If that damned Mosley was still alive, the 5 transcending powers wouldn't have supported us so strongly. The other lords all laughed. They were extremely disdainful of fourth brother's worry. Moreover, because fourth brother and the king were twins, the 4 lords were against him. It was just that fourth brother's influence was the strongest. Especially the divine Hull. The holy concubine had already gotten engaged to him. Fourth brother glanced at the 4 of them and said indifferently, I hope I'm overthinking. If the news of the king being poisoned and unconscious was false, the meaning behind it would be terrifying. The situation outside was constantly changing and becoming more and more intense. However, the library was very quiet. Lei Lou was holding a book and lying on a chair. He was basking in the sun as he narrowed his eyes and started reading. Suddenly, he put down the book and sighed. Once I get emotional, I really can't calm down. He didn't care about the troublesome matters outside, but he would still think about them, causing him to be unable to continue reading the book in his hand. It seems that my 17 years of cultivating is still far from enough. He shook his head. After reaching the realm of an ultimate mage, what one pursued was not only the strength of magic power, but also the tempering of one's state of mind. He clearly felt that his cultivation had stagnated recently. He must have been disturbed by the troubles in the outside world. Forget it, it's better to settle these matters as soon as possible, so as to avoid affecting my cultivation. Lei Lou finally made a decision. If the current situation continued to develop, it was likely that it would lead to a particularly long and protracted battle. If the kingdom didn't remain calm, his days in the library would definitely be affected. This wouldn't work. The best way was to resolve this would be to eliminate the cause of the trouble. At that moment, a student who ran errands jogged over. Senior, the combat department has issued a summoning order. All students from the miscellaneous departments must head to the square. If they don't go, they will be punished. Lei Lou had been in the academy for 18 years. Moreover, he had received the king's attention. Even the king's favorite prince and princess had a good relationship with him. Although he was just a student in the library, no mage dared to offend him and he had long been used to being addressed as senior. Tony, do you know what it is? Lei Lou asked. He usually interacted with these little fellows. From their joy, anger, and sorrow, he realized something that ordinary people could not understand. In his eyes, everyone was the same. There was no nobility or inferiority. Even if it were a king, a general, a minister, or a peerless powerhouse, he would still treat everyone in the same way. Usually, in the library, he would not think to pay attention to the matters of the Magic Academy. That would be too tiring because he would receive a large amount of information at every moment. He was too lazy to do it unless it was absolutely necessary. Quietly staying in the library to read books and practicing magic was what he loved to do the most. Senior, you have been in the library the whole time. You definitely don't know what is happening outside. There are rumors in the palace right now that His Majesty has been poisoned and is in a coma. The Lord's rebel army is about to approach the capital. Therefore, the tutors have started to organize combat training for the students to prepare for a big battle that could happen at any time. Tony looked around and said in a low voice, "Senior, you can't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, I will be executed." "Don't worry, I will keep my mouth shut." Lei Lou laughed. After Tony left, Lei Lou shook his head. This king was really torturous. He had clearly cured him, yet he still spread the rumor that he had been poisoned and was in a coma. It seems that our king is planning to scheme against someone. Lei Lou was extremely high level, so how could he not see the plan? Since that's the case, let's see what tricks this king comes up with. In any case, there was no rush. If the situation was beyond the king's control, it would not be too late for him to make a move. On the square was a magic training base. At this moment, there were over 1,000 mage apprentices gathered, both male and female. In the Magic Academy, there were thousands of apprentices, so this was only a small proportion. They were all beginner-level mages. "Is there still anyone who hasn't arrived?" a mage wearing a green mage robe asked. Although he was a mage, he had a tall figure and strong bones, giving people the feeling that he was a minor. A mage holding a roster beside him said, "Senior, there's still that senior from the library who hasn't arrived. Should we call him over?" "Forget it, don't bother about him," the green-robed mage shook his head and said. Although that student was a low-level student and didn't have much status, it was still better not to provoke him. Now that His Majesty had been poisoned and was in a coma, the prince would definitely come up and take charge of the situation soon. Although the crown prince was only 12 years old, he was extremely intelligent and had the demeanor of His Majesty. The students from this library were very likely to become ministers by the prince's side. The blue-robed mage wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Because Lei Lou was valued by the king and loved by the prince and princess, he naturally attracted the envy and jealousy of many students. And he was one of them. Naturally, Lei Lou did not know what was happening in the square. Of course, even if he did, he would not care. With his current talents, he was too familiar with dealing with such jealousy and hatred. During the past years, it was not as if there hadn't been any jealous students who had tried to plot against him. However, their final outcome was to disappear without a trace. Lei Lou felt even more amazed at the cold cruelty of this world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even if he hid in the library, there would still be people who would want to harm him. If he didn't have great strength, he would have died long ago. 3 days later, the alliance army of the 5 lords arrived and surrounded the capital. As the center of the Pharaoh kingdom, the capital had a long history and it wasn't the first time that it had been surrounded. Hundreds of thousands of troops gathered, their red flags were like a forest and the flashing lights of their weapons were like the reflection of the sea. The killing intent was so strong that it was hard to breathe. After the alliance army arrived, they did not directly attack the city. This was because attacking the city was not the best method. There were millions of residents in the capital, and the city walls were dozens of meters tall. Although it was unable to stop mages from using flying magic to cross over, it was enough to create a huge obstacle for the attacking army. The ancient city walls were covered with traces of various battles. It was unknown how many. Every inch of the city wall had been tested by the flames of war. Under every brick, there was the blood of a heroic soul that had died in battle. The Alliance army launched all sorts of psychological warfare, wanting to destroy the morale of the defending troops and affect the stability of the civilians in the city, creating a panic atmosphere. However, in less than half a day, the Pharaoh Imperial Guards had moved out in all directions, wiping out the homes of hundreds of officials and capturing many spies of the rebel army. Naturally, there was a lot of killing. This was the king's plan to lure out the enemies within and capture them all in one fell swoop. The plan was very successful. Just as the Alliance army was prepared to work with their people in the capital to create chaos and take the opportunity to attack the capital, they were completely confused by the Imperial Guard's big move. The kingdom's move had almost completely cut off the possibility of the Alliance army taking down the capital. They would have to attack more forcefully. However, something even more shocking happened. The king actually appeared on the city wall. He was incomparably majestic and stood there proudly, showing no signs of being poisoned. The appearance of the king immediately boosted the low morale of the defending soldiers. The entire city wall was filled with loud shouts, and countless soldiers shouted, "Long live the king!" However, the allied army was stunned. They looked at the king on the city wall in disbelief. Wasn't he poisoned? Wasn't he dying? How is he still alive? He's alive and well. The fat lord grabbed the middle-aged man beside him and roared, "What has happened? Didn't you use poison magic? Is he a poison shadow? How dare you lie to me?" It was not just him, but the other four lords' expressions changed drastically, and their reactions were not much different. Impossible, they said that the poison had been successful. The middle-aged man became even more suspicious of him. The Misty Shrine's poison had almost never failed, but the king was still alive and well. And this was definitely not a fake. After all, as a high-level martial arts expert, it was very easy to distinguish auras. As expected, my premonition was right. Fourth brother sighed, "My brother, he's so cunning. He actually used such a method to scheme against us. Since he didn't die, it won't be so easy to break through the capital this time," another lord sighed. There was a huge difference between King Pharaoh's death and his survival. Now that the king had completely washed away the unstable factors within the city, he had raised the morale once again. With the defense of the capital, it would be more than 100 times more difficult for the Alliance army to break through to the palace. Furthermore, the city did not just have a tall city wall. It was said that after the kingdom of Pharaoh was founded 3,000 years ago, they spent a huge amount of money to build it with many magic arrays. This led to a strange effect. In the case of a war, as long as the morale of the defending troops remained high, their combat strength and physical strength would be restored. Their willpower, resilience, and even their combat strength would also be enhanced. It was said that the more intense the battle, the higher the morale, and the more obvious the effects would be. It was precisely because of this that the Fog Temple had wanted to poison the king in advance. Even when the Alliance army surrounded the king's city, they still had to engage in psychological warfare. They had wanted to suppress the morale of the defending army, thus eliminating the effect on them. Unfortunately, things always seemed to go against their wishes. Not only had the plan failed, but it had also caused the morale of the defending army to soar to extreme heights. Suddenly, a man in white with an indifferent expression said indifferently, "Looks like we will have to use the second plan." Once this person had spoken, even the 5 great lords did not dare to underestimate him. This was because this person was the holy son of the Sun God sect, a top-notch 9th-level elemental mage. It was rumored that he had the aptitude of a saint. The representatives of the other 4 transcending powers nodded in agreement when they saw the Sun Holy Sun speak. "Everyone, gather the mage army and prepare to attack the city." The Sun Holy Sun seemed to have become the leader of the 5 transcending powers. The other 4 representatives and the 5 lords didn't have any objections either. For the 5 lords, it was best for the mage army formed by the 5 transcending powers to be the vanguard. Lei Lou was standing at the top of a tall building in the palace. He could see the situation outside the city from afar. It was so far away that ordinary people could not see it. Even high-ranked great grandmasters could not see it clearly. However, Lei Lou could see it clearly. This imperial city is indeed extraordinary. Lei Lou's elemental eye could see the faint and strange fluctuations in the air. These were the undulations of a spell formation. Although it was very weak, even a high-level elemental mage would not be able to sense it. But it could not hide from Lei Lou's elemental eye. Before this, he had never noticed that there was such a huge magic array hidden under the imperial city. As the war was about to begin, with the morale of millions of residents and the defending soldiers high, the spell formation of the imperial city was activated. To build an array formation of such a size, one must be extremely proficient in array formations. Even in terms of magic power, they can't be too bad. An ultimate mage can barely do it. Lei Lou sighed in his heart. Without an ultimate mage, even the elemental fluctuations of the array formation could not be sensed. If it's as the king has guessed, how can an ultimate mage not exist? It's just that they're hidden too deeply, so I still have to keep a low profile. Suddenly, a light flashed through Lei Lou's eyes. He looked towards a direction in the city. A large amount of magic aura had gathered together. A mage army? Lei Lou nodded. In this war, because of the existence of mages, of course the mage army would exist. Whether it was the Pharaoh Kingdom, the various lords, or even the 5 transcending powers, they all needed a mage army. However, there were strong and weak mage armies. Those that could be called a mage army should have some high-level mages. Together with some elemental mages, once they were formed, they would definitely be a nightmare for an ordinary combat aura army. If it was an extremely powerful mage army, then the elemental mages would be the main force. They would even be equipped with many high-level elemental mages. That kind of mage army would be the true killing machine, crushing everything in the way. In the whole of Middle-earth, only the Pharaoh Kingdom had the ability to build such a super-elemental mage army. However, in recent years, due to the great wizard snake god, the 5 transcending powers had regained their strength. In addition to their terrifying foundation, they had also built an even more powerful elemental mage army. One of them would not be able to contend with the Pharaoh Kingdom, however, when the 5 transcending powers joined forces, they would definitely surpass the elemental mage army of the Pharaoh Kingdom. As expected of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Although it has declined, its influence cannot be underestimated. Lei Lou revealed a smile. From what he could sense, this elemental mage army had more than 1,000 people. It was made up of elemental mages, and there was a very high proportion of high-level elemental mages among them. Lei Lou discovered an interesting phenomenon. There were many people from the Xiluo Magic Academy in this army of elemental mages. As expected of the great wizard snake god. Even though he has died, he has still left behind a powerful force of mages for the Pharaoh Kingdom. Over the past few decades, Lei Lou's understanding of the great wizard snake god had also increased. Mosley had shaken the world and suppressed many forces in the Middle-earth. Not only had he relied on the powerful forces in the Middle-earth, but he also had a terrifying army of mages under his command. This army of mages was almost entirely made up of people from the major magic academies in the imperial city. Of course, the Xiluo Magic Academy had the most people. Even now in the imperial palace, there were many great mages who had been trained by the great wizard snake god. The great wizard snake god is indeed a legendary figure. He went from a small battle chi warrior to an existence that can control the overall situation of the world. Lei Lou sighed in his heart again. Although he could do it, he relied on the signing-in system. Although the mage army of the Pharaoh Kingdom is strong, the mage army of the 5 rebel armies is even stronger. Lei Lou looked outside the city and vaguely sensed that more powerful elemental mages were gathering. Needless to say, that was the mage army of the rebels. Or rather, it was the mage army of the 5 transcending powers gathered together. On the city walls. The king was clad in a cloak and armor, looking extremely majestic. There were many old mages surrounding him to protect him. Other than that, there were a few important generals. Among them, the one that the king trusted the most was the commander of the imperial army, Slander. He was a 9th-grade elemental mage and was proficient in battle formations. Slander was the commander-in-chief who guarded the north. He had been fighting the grassland wolves in the north. Later, the king transferred him back to the capital and he had become the commander of the imperial army. Slander was the one who had led the cleanup of the hidden dangers in the capital. Your Majesty, the rebels want to use the martial army. It's too dangerous here, Slander said in a deep voice. This battle is no small matter. I will always stay here and advance and retreat with the warriors of the Pharaoh kingdom, the king said in a clear voice. His words caused the surrounding soldiers to be moved. My lords, I will leave the matter of His Majesty to you. Slander knew that he could not convince His Majesty. Moreover, at this critical moment, he really needed the king as a stabilizing needle. General Slander, don't worry. If any enemy wants to get close to His Majesty, they will have to step over our corpses, an old mage said in a deep voice. If there was anyone in the world who was most loyal to King Pharaoh, it would be the students from the Xiluo Magic Academy. They were bound to the power of the king. If they did not have the power of the king, the Xiluo Magic Academy would become duckweed that had lost its roots. If they agreed, when the kingdom was destroyed, such a magic academy would also be the easiest to be purged. Perhaps the other ministers and officials could be accepted by the new kingdom, but the mages of the previous dynasty would have to be replaced. Dong dong dong. In the rebel army formation, the sound of war drums like thunder could be heard. Countless armies slowly approached the city walls of the imperial city. They pressed down on the imperial city like dark clouds. Moreover, there was a large group of mages without armor. They were holding magic staffs and were extremely dazzling in the army. They began to accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate. Their speed became faster and faster. Soon, they broke away from the army formation like a pack of hungry wolves and fierce tigers. They emitted a terrifying magic aura and pounced toward the city walls of the imperial city. This was the rebel army's mage army. Almost all of them were elemental mages. A fierce siege war was finally about to begin. The rebel army's elemental mage army was extremely fast, and they quickly rushed over the city walls. Even the magnificent city walls that were dozens of meters tall were unable to stop the footsteps of these mages. One by one, they used magic to fly straight up the city walls. At this time, the kingdom's mage army also moved with them, fighting with the rebel army's elemental mages. Terrifying magic burst out, cutting the city wall, and killing from the ground to the sky. Elemental mages fell every moment. Those who could become elemental mages were all talented geniuses. But at this moment, these talented elemental mages died one after another in battle. It was too tragic. Ordinary combat aura soldiers would not be able to play much of a role in a battle of this level. However, after the elemental mage army launched their attack, the rebel army also followed up and began to launch the fiercest attacks from other directions. All kinds of siege weapons were used. They were like waves crashing into the capital. On the high platform behind the rebel army, the 5 lords stood behind the representatives of the 5 transcending powers. They watched the fierce battle on the city wall. I didn't expect that the great wizard snake god would leave such a powerful elemental mage army for the Pharaoh kingdom. It's too terrifying, the representative of the Fog Temple said with emotion. What's the use of being powerful? If the great wizard snake god really dies, without him, the Pharaoh kingdom will definitely lose this war, the holy son of the sun god sect said calmly. The 5 transcending powers had an extremely deep foundation. In the end, after 30 years of development, they had already given birth to a new half-step ultimate wizard. If it wasn't for the fact that they were somewhat afraid of the great wizard snake god, the 5 transcending powers wouldn't have dared to act rashly before they received the news. This was because the great wizard snake god was really too powerful. The 5 transcending powers were extremely powerful. Each of them had no less than 3 pseudo-ultimate mages, especially the Holy Slan Empire and the Divine Palace. They even had 4 to 5 pseudo-ultimate mages. However, in the end, they had been attacked by the great wizard snake god. Each of the pseudo-ultimate mages had died at his hands. Even the most powerful Patriarch Balavet had been heavily injured and forced to sign a humiliating agreement to submit to the Pharaoh Kingdom. Moreover, these 5 top-level pseudo-ultimate wizards were all severely injured and died in just a few years. The 5 transcending powers were most worried that the great wizard snake god would break through to become a true ultimate wizard. In that case, the 5 transcending powers would not be able to turn things around in the next 100 years. It was said that after becoming an ultimate wizard, their lifespan would have a breakthrough and they could live for another 100 years. What if Mosley is really still alive? One of the lords asked. What these lords were most worried about was that the great mage snake god was still alive. This was a true legendary figure. As lords, they were filled with fear towards this person. The probability is extremely low. Although I don't know why King Pharaoh didn't die from poison, the biggest possibility is that the Fog Temple's poison failed. The son of the sun god sect laughed. Hearing this, the representative of Fog Temple was a little unhappy, but he had to admit that it was indeed the Fog Temple's mistake this time. After all, the king had not been poisoned to death and was still alive and well. Otherwise, they would have marched through the imperial city long ago. It won't be long before the pseudo-ultimate mages from the 5 transcending powers arrive. The imperial city will be broken through with a wave of a hand, the Sun Sage added. Based on the current situation, it would be very difficult to rely on the mage army to break through the capital. Although the mage army from the 5 transcending powers had the advantage, the Pharaoh Kingdom still had the amplification of the formation. If the 5 of you can dispatch pseudo-ultimate mages, that would be the best, the Lord, who was as fat as a pig, said excitedly. Lord Zhang, however, frowned slightly. The 5 transcending powers wanted to send out pseudo-ultimate mages. This was their strongest trump card. The 5 transcending powers now were different from the past. Previously, each clan had several pseudo-ultimate mages, but now, they only had 1 or 2 at most. They actually dared to take the risk of not killing Wizard Snake God. It was evident that they were very confident in conquering the imperial city. However, this was also good. In order to obtain the throne, sacrificing some benefits was nothing. He was confident that with his own methods, he would be able to slowly suppress the 5 transcending powers in the future. What he lacked now was the opportunity to become king. The bloody battle lasted for more than an hour before the rebel army gave the order to withdraw their troops. Countless rebel soldiers retreated like a tide, leaving behind piles of corpses on the city walls. It was too tragic. On the other side of the main city wall, although there were not that many corpses, it seemed even more tragic. There were deep marks left by magic everywhere. The entire city wall was destroyed beyond repair, and some of the nearby houses had become ruins. This was the result of the collision with the elemental mage army. Your Majesty, after an inventory, our mage army has lost 30%. Everyone is injured, and almost half of them have lost their fighting strength. A noble 9th-level elemental mage was reporting to the king. Is the loss so great? The king's expression was very grave. Although he knew that the loss would be great, he did not expect it to be so great. In other words, only 1/3 of the entire elemental mage army could continue to fight. Just thinking about it made his heart bleed. But there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, the mage army was extremely loyal to the king, and he did not have to worry about running away from battle. But his heart still ached. Because this was the foundation of the Pharaoh Kingdom, it was his family's wealth. Next, he gathered the ministers and generals to deal with the more intense battle that would follow. In the next few weeks, the king's city would face an even more frenzied attack from the rebel army. If they wanted reinforcements, it would take at least a few weeks to prepare. Although there were still a large number of troops loyal to the Pharaoh kingdom, because the 5 transcending powers had sent many mage armies to intercept them, the troops did not return effectively and quickly enough to support the capital. Moreover, the troops at the borders could not be mobilized because they had to protect the borders of the Pharaoh kingdom. Once they withdrew, it would be no different from exposing the people at the borders to tigers and leopards. At that time, there was no need to imagine what would happen to them. In the king's heart, even if he were to be destroyed, he could not allow any outsiders to invade the Pharaoh kingdom. That night, Lei Lou was in the vampire coffin practicing the spirit-mending codex. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He sensed 5 extremely powerful presences appearing in the rebel army's camp far away from the capital. These 5 presences were much stronger than 9th-level elemental mages. Although these 5 presences were particularly concealed, they could not hide from Lei Lou's senses. With his ability as a 4th-level ultimate mage, he condensed his thoughts into one. He could even sense the situation in the rebel army's camp 10 kilometers away. This is, a pseudo-ultimate mage? Lei Lou was surprised. He was only one step away from becoming an ultimate mage. Pseudo-ultimate mages were the most terrifying existences below ultimate mages. He did not expect the 5 transcending powers to send pseudo-ultimate mages. Well, since your pseudo-ultimate mages are here, I can only persuade them. Lei Lou was not now interested in continuing to absorb mana and climbed out of the vampire's coffin. Of course, it was to persuade the pseudo-ultimate mages of the 5 transcending powers to stop. They're already affecting my signing and training. Perhaps there was no way to convince them, but Lei Lou felt that he was strong enough, and it should be enough to convince them. Late at night, the palace was brightly lit. The king was making careful plans. IBE just received news from a spy that the pseudo-ultimate mages of the 5 transcending forces have entered the rebel camp, the king said in a low voice. Everyone present was flabbergasted. They knew the threat of the pseudo-ultimate mages. 5 pseudo-ultimate mages were much more powerful than 59th-level elemental mages. Although the pseudo-ultimate mages could not be considered as true ultimate mages, they had already touched the barrier of ultimate mages. They were much more powerful than ordinary elemental mages. The pseudo-ultimate mages all had their own unique liquid magic. This was the true difference between the pseudo-ultimate mages and the elemental mages. If one could not turn magic power into liquid, one would never be able to touch the barrier of the ultimate mages. With the enhancement of liquid magic power, the combat strength of the pseudo-ultimate mages would be multiplied. The most terrifying thing was that when ordinary elemental mages faced the pseudo-ultimate mages, they would naturally be suppressed by magic power and would not be able to unleash their magic power at all. Back then, the reason the great wizard snake god was so awe-inspiring and had suppressed the 5 transcending powers until they could not breathe was because the great wizard snake god could compress even more magic power into liquid, reaching a height that ordinary pseudo-ultimate mages could not reach. This is troublesome. Why would the 5 transcending powers dare to send out pseudo-ultimate mages? Aren't they worried about the great wizard snake god? A general's face was gloomy. The Pharaoh kingdom had no pseudo-ultimate mages, and they were at a disadvantage. The generals present and only a few other people knew about what had happened the night the king was poisoned. However, many people knew that great wizard snake god was most likely dead. Otherwise, with great wizard snake god's temper, he would not have gone into seclusion for 50 years. Now that the 5 superpowers had sent out pseudo-ultimate wizards, it meant that they had confirmed that the great wizard snake god was dead. Or rather, the 5 families were going to carry out the final verification. Once the 5 pseudo-ultimate wizards appeared, and the great wizard snake god did not appear, everything could be verified. The king looked at the discussions of the generals and ministers, and sighed in his heart. This was the weakness of the Pharaoh kingdom, without the pseudo-ultimate wizards overseeing it. It was impossible for the great wizard snake god to appear now. If he was still alive he would have come out after he had been poisoned. His only hope now was the mysterious powerhouse who had saved his life that night. But, would that mysterious powerhouse extend a helping hand? He did not have any confidence. Moreover, it was not in his character to hand his fate to the unknown. Regarding this, he still had some secret plans. That was the Pharaoh kingdom's only last resort against the pseudo-ultimate mage. If he failed, what awaited him would be a disaster. However, his will was as strong as steel. Even in the face of such a disadvantage, he would not waver in the slightest. For the Pharaoh kingdom, for the royal family, for his children. He had no way out. He had no choice but to fight with all his might. The rebel camp. In the center of a grand tent, many high-ranking officials were gathered. The 5 lords were welcoming the pseudo-ultimate mages from the 5 transcending powers. Even the proud 5 lords were extremely polite to these pseudo-ultimate mages who possessed supreme magic power. Their tone was filled with flattery. The pseudo-ultimate mages could instantly kill tens of thousands of people within a short distance. Hence, against a pseudo-ultimate mage, no matter how many guards there were, they were useless unless they had the protection of a pseudo-ultimate mage of the same level. Even the Pharaoh kingdom did not have a pseudo-ultimate mage in charge, much less the 5 great lords. Perhaps there were still some wild pseudo-ultimate mages in the Middle-earth, but those existences pursued the highest level of mages and would not participate in the struggle for power in the secular world. Outside of the Middle-earth, there were the wolf tribe in the northern plains, the barbarian tribe in the southern wilderness, many empires in the west, and the sea folk tribe that ran amok in the eastern sea. The possibility of the existence of pseudo-ultimate mages was very high. The 5 pseudo-ultimate mages were high and mighty, and they did not care about the compliments of the 5 lords. At their level, they pursued the highest level of ultimate mages, and they rarely participated in secular battles. However, this time, it involved the important arrangements of the 5 transcending powers. They had no choice but to come out and participate in this rebellion. Their arrival was more to intimidate the Pharaoh kingdom. The atmosphere in the tent was intense. Suddenly, alarming sound came from outside, followed by the clamor of killing. Could it be that the Pharaoh kingdom is daring to sneak out of the city and attack our camp at night? We were already prepared, yet they still dared to sneak attack us. What a joke! Huh, are they courting death? Our alliance army has 5 pseudo-ultimate mages holding down the fort, as sturdy as iron plates. Humph, King Pharaoh wants to launch a night attack to reverse the situation. I'm afraid he has miscalculated. The 5 lords said with a relaxed smile, not taking the situation outside to heart. Even the representatives of the 5 transcending powers did not take it seriously. However, the 5 pseudo-ultimate mages frowned. Their senses were far more powerful than that of ordinary high-level elemental mages. They came so quickly. When did the Pharaoh kingdom gain such a powerhouse? A pseudo-ultimate wizard? It must be a pseudo-ultimate wizard. Could it be the great wizard snake god? It can't be the great wizard snake god. Looks like there's a pseudo-ultimate wizard hiding in this palace. Since it's a pseudo-ultimate wizard, let's go out and meet him. The 5 pseudo-ultimate wizards spoke amongst themselves. The 5 lords and the others revealed shocked expressions when they heard this. There are pseudo-ultimate mages in the Pharaoh kingdom? That's impossible. If there are other pseudo-ultimate mages in the Pharaoh palace, why don't we know about them? The 5 lords could not help but doubt themselves. They were once princes of the Pharaoh kingdom, so they naturally knew a lot of things. But they had never heard of the existence of any pseudo-ultimate mages in the Pharaoh kingdom. It was precisely because of this that they had dared to launch a rebellion without any scruples. With the support of the 5 transcending powers, they presumed there would be nothing to worry about. Now, they were a little flustered. But when they thought of the existence of 5 pseudo-ultimate mages, they felt calmed down. Even if the Pharaoh Kingdom really did have a pseudo-ultimate mage, so what? Against the 5 great pseudo-ultimate mages, a mere one was nothing. Not every pseudo-ultimate mage was the great wizard snake god. They could suppress all the pseudo-ultimate mages in the entire Middle-earth by themselves. Lei Lou walked up to the rebel camp in full sight. He was here to persuade the 5 pseudo-ultimate mages to stop. He was not there to kill people and break into the camp. Other than hiding his appearance, he walked straight to the rebel camp. His idea was good, but the rebel army was not that friendly. "Stop, if you go any further, we will execute you." Outside the simple barrier, the rebel army warned him loudly. Many combat aura warriors aimed their bows and arrows at Lei Lou. There were also many mages who had already taken out their magic staffs and were ready to attack at any time. Lei Lou smiled but did not stop. He continued walking towards the main gate of the military camp. When the rebel army leader saw that Lei Lou had ignored his warning, he was furious and immediately gave the order to attack. Attack! Shoo! 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 Boom! 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 Numerous sharp arrows and magic attacks shot out from Lei Lou. Unless they were experts from the future, one would definitely look like a porcupine in the face of such a rain of arrows. There was absolutely no chance of survival. However, a strange scene appeared. Before all the sharp arrows could get within 3 meters of Lei Lou, they seemed to encounter a terrifying resistance. They lost their momentum and fell to the ground. Those magic attacks seemed to be like a ball of fire that rushed into the water, and with a sizzling sound and a wisp of white smoke they disappeared completely. When the rebel soldiers saw this scene, it was as if they had seen a ghost. "Not good, it's a high-level elemental mage." Very quickly, an experienced officer shouted. Only a high-level elemental mage could release the possession magic power to form such a tight protective barrier. "There's a high-level mage breaking into the camp. It must be the Pharaoh Kingdom's night attack." Along with the sound of an intense alarm, a large number of soldiers charged out fully armed. It was obvious that this rebel army had been on guard all along. Even if it was late at night, they still wore armor and carried weapons, in order to prevent the imperial court's night attack. Lei Lou did not care and walked into the military camp. His footsteps seemed to be neither fast nor slow, but every step he took could cover several meters. A large number of sharp arrows shot over. Either they were blocked by an invisible magic barrier, or they missed. "Kill! We must not let him break in." An elemental mage rushed over and gave the order. Very quickly, a large number of soldiers brandished their sharp swords and rushed towards Lei Lou. Even if Lei Lou was a high-level elemental mage, these soldiers would forget about life and death and charge forward to attack under the orders of their superiors. However, the scene that followed was even more terrifying. None of the soldiers were able to get within 3 meters of Lei Lou. It was as if another invisible wall of air had blocked their advance. Moreover, with every step that Lei Lou took, the rebel soldiers, that were blocking in front, were pushed away by an invisible force. Just like that, in the midst of the 10,000 soldiers, Lei Lou felt like he was taking a stroll in the back garden. When the experienced advanced elementalist saw this scene, he was completely shocked. Lei Lou went deep into the camp. His target was the middle army camp. At this moment, the unusual situation in the rebel camp immediately attracted the attention of the defenders on the city wall. The king did not sleep at all. Instead, he guarded a building under the city wall. He guaranteed that he would be able to climb up the city wall as soon as the rebel army attacked. "What's going on?" The king stood on the city wall and looked at the bustling rebel camp in the distance. His face was full of confusion. Unfortunately, the distance was too far. Moreover, the rebel army had made all kinds of plans to hide in the camp. On the city wall, it was impossible to see exactly what was happening. Very soon, waves of mages were sent out to investigate the situation in the rebel camp. At the same time, they also got in touch with the spies in the rebel camp. Finally, they found out exactly what was going on. What? A terrifying mysterious expert broke into the rebel camp. Even 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses could not stop this expert's footsteps. Is he approaching the rebel camp's commander-in-chief's tent now? When the king heard this news, he was a little dumbfounded. Where did this mysterious expert come from? Where did this mysterious expert come from? He actually dared to barge into the rebel camp. At this moment, the rebel camp had already become the most dangerous place. Not only were there hundreds of thousands of fierce warriors, but there were also a large number of high-level mages, as well as an army of elemental mages. There were even many high-level elemental mages. Not to mention that the 5 transcending powers had already sent 5 pseudo-ultimate mages into the camp. At this time, a pseudo-ultimate mage of the same level would probably not be able to return, not to mention a 9th-level elemental mage. Your Majesty, could it be? The commander of the elemental mage army, Slander, suddenly said in a low voice. If it's that person, there might be a turn for the better this time. The king immediately thought of this possibility. However, he was a little worried. Could that mysterious existence really withstand the 5 pseudo-ultimate mages? The king suddenly said, "Order all the soldiers to wait for my orders." Slander's heart trembled. He knew what His Majesty meant. This was indeed the best opportunity. Once the rebel camp was in a war and chaos appeared, it would be the best time for them to launch a sneak attack on the rebel camp. Thus, Slander immediately turned around and went to make the arrangements. Lucian, prepare to use the god-slaying weapon. The king suddenly sighed and spoke to an old mage beside him. Yes, Your Majesty, the old mage beside him said without hesitation. He knew that this was indeed the best opportunity to use the god-slaying weapon. With that mysterious powerhouse restraining the 5 great pseudo-ultimate mages, the success rate of using the god-slaying weapon would be much higher. That weapon was still powerful enough to kill the pseudo-ultimate mages, but the biggest problem was that it might not be able to focus. Once it was used, it would not be able to be used again for decades. This was the Pharaoh Kingdom's last trump card. The price of using this weapon was also very high. It often required the sacrifice of several high-level elemental mages. However, it was worth exchanging the lives of a few high-level elemental mages for the lives of the pseudo-ultimate mages. Outside the rebel army commander's tent, Lei Lou had arrived. Tens of thousands of rebel soldiers surrounded him, surging like the sea. However, no one dared to come within 3 meters of him. Or rather, they simply did not have the ability. Who are you? King Pharaoh doesn't have a pseudo-ultimate mage like you, right? If the Pharaoh Kingdom has sent you to stop us, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. As the crowd split apart, 5 figures that were emitting a powerful magic aura walked over. Their auras suppressed the entire area. Even the combined aura of tens of thousands of elite soldiers could not contend against the 5 figures because they were the pseudo-ultimate mages. Their bodies emitted a terrifying elemental suppression, suppressing everything. Even high-level elemental mages would not be able to contend against them. The one who spoke was a black-bearded old man wearing a mage robe. This person was the new palace master of the Divine Palace. As he spoke, the terrifying elemental suppression followed his figure and pressed down on Lei Lou. All of you are pseudo-ultimate mages, pursuing the highest level of ultimate mages. Why do you still want to interfere in this dispute between the secular world? In my opinion, it'd be better to stop as soon as possible and retreat. Lei Lou smiled slightly, knowing that these pseudo-ultimate mages thought of themselves as wild pseudo-ultimate mages. Suddenly, Lei Lou pointed in the direction of the imperial city, and his tone became sorrowful and compassionate. Look at how many corpses are piled up under the city walls. The once fresh life has withered just like that. Isn't that sad? His voice seemed to contain some kind of infectious power. Countless rebel soldiers, who were originally filled with killing intent, strangely calmed down as he said these words. Everyone seemed to have sunk into a state of contemplation. However, at the level of an elemental mage, especially a high-level elemental mage, they would not be so easily influenced. As for a pseudo-ultimate mage, they had even comprehended the ultimate form of magic power. Now that they had seen how Lei Luo's words had actually affected the thoughts and consciousness of countless soldiers, their expressions could not help but change drastically. The king is cruel. We are helping the heavens to eliminate evil. It is worth it for them to die. What's wrong with that? If you want to defy the heavens and do something, then you are not far from death. A middle-aged man wearing linen clothes and carrying a magic staff on his back let out a long howl. A shocking amount of magic power exploded from his body and suddenly swept towards Lei Luo. If it was a high-level elemental mage, under such a terrifying magic pressure, their mind would probably be taken away and their battle prowess would be reduced by more than half. However, Lei Luo did not even have the slightest reaction. It was like a breeze blowing through the forest. The other pseudo-ultimate mages all released a terrifying realm suppression, forcing them to attack Lei Luo. I tried to persuade you so patiently, but why didn't you listen? Lei Luo sighed. In fact, he had already expected this. He could not convince others with logic, so he had to crush them with absolute strength in the end. However, he did not want to bully others. After all, he was a fourth-level ultimate mage. Bullying a few pseudo-ultimate mages would be like a duel between an adult and a child. Arrogant, I want to see you. You don't even dare to show your face, what ability do you have to dare to say such arrogant words? The mage from the Holy Slan Empire was a hot-tempered person. He directly roared, and a magic ball appeared out of thin air in front of him. He immediately closed his eyes, and his palms quickly formed seals. His mouth continuously chanted runes, and under the stimulation of liquid magic power, the originally clear night sky was instantly filled with dark clouds and lightning. With a loud rumble, a bolt of red lightning shot towards Lei Luo, who was on the ground like a giant dragon. This lightning magic is just so. Alright, I'll give you some pointers and show you what real lightning magic is. Lei Luo smiled. He didn't show the level of an ultimate mage because that would be too boring. He simply suppressed his magic power to the level of a pseudo-ultimate mage. That would be enough. Looking at the terrifying lightning that was flying toward him in the sky, and directly used the forbidden secret manual, Ghost Thunderbreak. This was one of the most terrifying and profound spells. Until now, Lei Luo had only been able to use 30% of its power. The remaining 70% could only be fully unleashed by a mage of a higher level. However, 30% was enough to deal with the four old men. As he swiped with his finger, like a god, a lightning bolt flashed past. It was unbelievably fast. In the next moment, the moonlight could still shine through the dark clouds in front of him, but in the next second, it was so dark that his fingers could not be seen. Suddenly, there was a loud thunderclap, and a huge figure appeared above the thunder clouds in the sky. Every bolt of lightning seemed to be the roar of the huge monster. It raised its arm and instantly crushed the thunder dragon. The mage from the Slan Empire was shocked and angry when he saw this. He activated his magic pearl, and his magic power gushed out like a tidal wave. It was as if a mountain was collapsing and a tsunami was crashing down on him, charging toward Lei Luo. However, Lei Luo's movement technique was like a phantom, and his magic skills were godly. He did not even need to chant or wave his hands to be able to break the spells of the Slan Empire's pseudo-ultimate mage. Suddenly, Lei Luo's finger slashed out. It was as if a hot knife had cut through butter, and the terrifying dark element magic directly slashed across his body. The pseudo-ultimate mage from the Slan Empire was so scared that his soul almost flew out and he suddenly retreated. Looking at his chest, his clothes had actually been cut open, and there was even a bloody scar on his skin. Although it was not deep and only a layer of skin had been cut open, the wound was constantly being burned by the dark magic attached to the lightning. When the other 4 pseudo-ultimate mages saw this scene, their expressions became extremely grave. This was because this mysterious pseudo-ultimate mage's strength was much more terrifying than they had imagined. The pseudo-ultimate mage of the Slan Empire was definitely not the weakest among the 5 of them. The gap between them was not particularly large. But now, he had actually fallen into a disadvantage. This meant that the gap between the two was very large. "Let me spar with you." The palace master of the Divine Palace suddenly stepped forward. Each step carried an intense magic oscillation, like waves rolling. Those within 100 meters almost could not stand still. Step by step, the tremors on the ground became more and more serious. At the core of these tremors was naturally Lei Lou. This was the Divine Palace's Holy Grade Codex, 9 heaven-shaking steps. It was created by a mage in the Divine Palace 1,000 years ago. When practiced to the limit, under 9 steps, the heaven and earth would shake. Any living creature within the range of the tremors could be killed by even a grade 9 elemental mage. But Lei Lou stood at the center of the tremors, motionless as if he was rooted to the ground. As the palace master of the Divine Palace got closer, aura became more and more serious. Suddenly, Lei Lou smiled and stomped his foot. Boom! The rolling and shaking ground suddenly quieted down. It was as if it had been suppressed by a supreme force and could not move. On the other hand, the palace master of the Divine Palace trembled and could not take another step. His face even turned red. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. "You." The palace master of the Divine Palace looked at Lei Lou in disbelief. His heaven-shaking 9 steps had been broken just like that. This person's magic power is too powerful. None of us are a match for him. We must work together to defeat him. The sacred king of the sacred court shouted, and a terrifying light magic burst out along with the activation of liquid magic power, lighting up the night completely. The 2 pseudo-ultimate mages of the Temple of Sun and the Temple of Mist also attacked at the same time. This was because they could feel how terrifying this mysterious pseudo-ultimate mage was. In an instant, 5 terrifying pseudo-ultimate mage auras locked onto Lei Lou. This series of changes only lasted for a few moments of time. A large number of soldiers and generals, including the 5 great lords who were protected by many experts, had long since been suppressed by the terrifying magic aura and had no choice but to leave. A battle between pseudo-ultimate mages was definitely a terrifying nightmare for ordinary mages. Who is this person? Why is he so powerful? The Holy Son of the Divine Palace sensed the terrifying aura at the scene and understood that this was a battle between pseudo-ultimate mages. Even a high-level elemental mage like him would be injured by the terrifying magic if he entered. In his heart, his father was a godlike existence. He was extremely powerful, but his 9 heaven-shaking steps had actually been broken by his opponent with a stomp of his foot. As for the others, they found it even more unbelievable. This mysterious pseudo-ultimate mage had actually casually raised his hand and defeated 2 pseudo-ultimate mages in a row. That's more like it. Let's attack together. Lei Lou smiled calmly. In the library, other than practicing magic and reading books every day, there had been almost no chance to exercise his muscles and bones. The 5 pseudo-ultimate mages did not waste any more words. They looked at each other and then launched their attacks. The alliance of the 5 pseudo-ultimate mages was not as simple as 1 + 1. It could produce a qualitative change. If they cast the magic aura together, coupled with their tacit cooperation, the power would increase exponentially. In an instant, 5 waves of martial intent interweaved and enveloped Lei Lou. Terrifying true energy attacks came one after another. The 5 pseudo-ultimate mages attacked with all their might. This was because they knew that they had to kill this person as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would be a thorn in their side that they would never be able to pull out. They did not wish for there to be anyone in this world who could threaten them. Having one great wizard snake god had been enough. There could not be a second one. You guys actually have killing intent toward me? Lei Lou narrowed his eyes. His mind was extremely sensitive, and he could sense it straight away. He was only trying to persuade these pseudo-ultimate mages to allow the 5 transcending powers to leave the scene with dignity. That way, there would be no big deal. Who would have thought that these 5 pseudo-ultimate mages would actually want to join forces to kill him? Although he wasn't afraid at all, this definitely wouldn't work. I came here with good intentions to advise you guys, yet you guys actually want to kill me. I finally understand why Mosley wanted to kill the 5 great transcending powers and heavily injure the 5 top-tier pseudo-ultimate mages. These 5 superpowers are really too narrow-minded. Lei Lou sighed in his heart. He decided to teach these pseudo-ultimate mages a lesson that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Since you don't have the morals that an ultimate mage should have, then you're not worthy of being an ultimate mage. Just as the 5 pseudo-ultimate mages' attacks were about to arrive, Lei Lou's gaze became incomparably calm. Then, he lightly waved his finger. It seemed like a very casual finger wave, but it contained terrifying magic, directly forcing the pseudo-ultimate mages of the Slan Empire to retreat. The pseudo-ultimate mage of the Slan Empire was instantly sent flying, and his abdomen caved in. A terrifying spell surged into his body and wreaked havoc. Lei Lou did not care about the pseudo-ultimate mage of the Slan Empire at all. With a backhand attack, he sent the palace master of the Divine Palace, who was charging at him, flying back. Following that, the Holy Court, the Divine Sun Sect, and the others were sent flying one after another. In the end, only the pseudo-ultimate mage of the Divine Fog Temple was left. You dare to play with your little poisonous magic in front of me? Lei Lou looked at the last pseudo-ultimate mage, and his gaze turned cold. He was disgusted by these evil warriors who were crowded together. It was fine if they fought openly, but they had to use such vicious magic. The poisonous magic of the Divine Fog Temple was useful to the mages who had been through it once. It was also useful to high-level elemental mages, and even to pseudo-ultimate mages. However, it was completely useless to Lei Lou, who was already an ultimate mage. He had cultivated the spirit replenishing codex, so his body had long been completely flawless. It was impossible for the poison to enter his body. When the pseudo-ultimate mage of the Fog Temple saw that his poison spells had no effect, and that the other 4 pseudo-ultimate mages had been defeated in an instant, a strong sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. What did this mean? An invincible pseudo-ultimate mage. It was another great wizard snake god. The 5 transcending powers from decades ago had been so powerless in front of the great wizard snake god, Mosley. The other 4 pseudo-ultimate mages fell to the ground and felt the raging darkness magic in their bodies destroying them at every moment. They felt extremely miserable. How unfair was God? A few decades ago, a great wizard snake god had appeared, suppressing the 5 transcending powers until they could not breathe. Now, there was an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage. And he was here at this critical juncture. Could it be that the 5 transcending powers really did not have a chance to turn the tables? Since you like to poison, then enjoy the pain of the backfire of your poison. Lei Lou glanced at this pseudo-ultimate mage from the Fog Temple, then extended his finger and pointed. This pseudo-ultimate mage wanted to dodge, but there was no way he could. His face immediately revealed fear because he felt a terrifying spell fusing into his body. In an instant, the poison spell in his body instantly lost control. The power of poison magic was formidable. It was agreed that the backlash would be extremely terrifying. Ah! The pseudo-ultimate mage of the Fog Temple let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood bubbles actually appeared on his body and rapidly grew. Then, it instantly shattered, and a sticky black water flowed out. Very quickly, this pseudo-ultimate mage became too miserable to look at. Then, he fainted. Go back to your nest. If you dare to destroy the stability of the Pharaoh kingdom, then I can only follow the example of the great wizard snake god and go to your 5 transcending powers. Lei Lou swept his gaze across the entire scene and gave a warning. Then, his body moved and he soared into the sky, flying away and disappearing into the darkness. Even though there were tens of thousands of people present, the crowd was very quiet. Everyone held their breath and didn't dare to breathe. They were all staring at this terrifying scene in disbelief. A person rushed out from the crowd. It was the Holy Son of the Divine Palace. He ran to the front of the Divine Palace Master and saw his father's pale face and weak breath. He cried out involuntarily, "Father, what happened to you? Quick, take me back quickly. Also, everyone, retreat. We must be quick." The Divine Palace Master held his breath and said weakly and hurriedly. If the Divine Palace did not want to experience the disaster from decades ago, the best way was to obey the words of the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage and retreat quickly. The Divine Palace would no longer appear in Middle-earth. This was the only way to preserve the strength of the Divine Palace. Yes, Father. The Divine Palace's Holy Son knew that the situation was critical. That invincible pseudo-ultimate mage was too terrifying. He wasn't weaker than the legendary Great Mage Snake God. Fortunately, this pseudo-ultimate mage didn't kill him completely. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, the Divine Palace's Holy Son picked up his father and fired a magic signal flare into the sky. It flew out of the rebel army camp. Many of the Divine Palace's mages hiding in the crowd followed suit. At the same time, the people from the other 4 transcending powers also took their pseudo-ultimate mages and left the rebel army camp quickly. In the blink of an eye, the entire rebel army camp lost thousands of people. Although it was nothing compared to the entire rebel army camp losing a few thousand people. However, the weakest of these few thousand people were all level 9 mages, and there were even more elemental mages and high-level elemental mages. With the departure of the 5 transcending powers, the number of mages in the rebel army had decreased by almost 80%. The 5 lords almost did not doubt their lives when they saw this scene. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. They were done for. They were completely done for. Without the support of the 5 transcending powers, they would definitely not be a match for the king. Not to mention that the king also had an extremely terrifying pseudo-ultimate mage. The 5 transcending powers could retreat, but what about them? They already had no way out. As lords, if they sent troops to attack the king's city, that would be a rebellion. In the Pharaoh kingdom, rebellion was the greatest crime in the law, and it was punishable by death along with one's family. Right at this moment, an overwhelming battle cry was transmitted from the direction of the king's city. It was a full-scale attack by the imperial city's defending army. The king had been paying attention to the battle that took place in the rebel camp. He had planned to use the god-slaying weapon to defeat the pseudo-ultimate mages of the 5 transcending powers in one fell swoop. When a mysterious powerhouse was trying to pin down a few pseudo-ultimate mages, he had completely reversed the situation. However, no one had expected that the battle would end before they had even set off. Moreover, the ending was shocking. The 5 pseudo-ultimate mages had ganged up to attack the mysterious powerhouse, yet they were all defeated. Another invincible pseudo-ultimate mage. God bless our Pharaoh kingdom. The king raised his head and laughed. He knew that the best opportunity had come. The 5 transcending powers had already retreated. If the 5 pseudo-ultimate mages did not die, they would probably only have half their lives left. There was no need to be afraid, and there was no need to use the god-slaying weapon. After all, the price was too high. Now that the rebel army was in chaos, the 5 lords were extremely flustered. This was the best time to exterminate the rebel army. Therefore, the king immediately made a decision and led the entire army to attack. When the Pharaoh Kingdom army arrived, the rebel army had almost no will to resist. They were quickly defeated. In the end, they were either kneeling on the ground, killed, or desperately running away. The entire battle continued until the next morning. Not a single one of the 5 great suzerains escaped. They were all captured alive. At this point, a great rebellion that almost led to the collapse of the kingdom ended with such an outcome. Such an outcome spread to every corner of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Countless forces were shocked. No one expected that the Pharaoh Kingdom, which was about to be destroyed, would actually have a mysterious pseudo-ultimate mage appear at the critical moment. With an invincible stance, he crushed the 5 pseudo-ultimate mages and forced the 5 transcending forces to stop. In fact, the 5 transcending powers were already hiding from the world. In the beginning, many people suspected that this invincible pseudo-ultimate mage was the divine snake mage, Mosley, who had gone into seclusion 50 years ago. However, from all the signs, it was definitely not the divine snake mage. As such, rumors about the mysterious and invincible pseudo-ultimate mage spread throughout the Pharaoh Kingdom. Countless people were guessing the identity of this pseudo-ultimate mage. Everyone knew that with the intimidation of an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage, the Pharaoh Kingdom would be able to live in peace for a few decades. The Pharaoh Kingdom did not express any opinion on this. They tacitly acknowledged the relationship between this invincible pseudo-ultimate mage and the Pharaoh Kingdom. In private, the king sighed to a few of his trusted ministers. It was a pity that he could not meet that invincible pseudo-ultimate mage. Otherwise, he would be willing to give him a high position to express his gratitude. After all, he had saved his life at the critical moment and forced the 5 transcending powers to stop. That kind of merit and favor was even greater than the heavens. From a certain perspective, this invincible pseudo-ultimate mage's contribution to the Pharaoh Kingdom was not much less than that of the great wizard snake god. Just as the outside world was guessing the identity of the mysterious invincible ultimate mage, Lei Lou had already returned to the library of the Xiluo Magic Academy. He continued to cultivate and read quietly. Once he was done, he would pat his clothes and leave immediately. His merits and fame would not be revealed. To the Pharaoh Kingdom, his actions had saved the kingdom from collapse, as well as countless lives that were about to disappear in the war. To Lei Lou, this was just a small matter that was not worth mentioning. Only on such a quiet day can one be at ease. Lei Lou picked up the book and started reading, feeling very happy. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked into the distance, revealing a smile. Not long after, 2 figures walked over. It was Prince Ling and Princess Wei. "Senior, we're here." Before they arrived, Wei's crisp, bird-like voice was heard. It had been a while since they last met. It was as if Ling had been baptized and had become much more mature. Perhaps too many things had happened. "Senior." Ling walked over and called out politely. On the other hand, Wei was still the same. The first time she saw Lei Lou, she was a little shy. After a while, she began to chatter about the things that had happened. "Senior, who do you think that invincible pseudo-ultimate mage is?" Wei suddenly asked. "How would I know? Middle-earth is so big, and there are all kinds of strange things. There is still the sky outside the sky, and there are people behind people. It's normal to have such an expert." Lei Lou laughed. Wei also wants to become such an ultimate expert. Princess Wei supported her chin with her white wrist, her face full of yearning. "Isn't it good enough to be a princess? I don't know how many people would be envious," Lei Lou said. "Not good. There are too many rules to be a princess. I want to be an unworldly master. In the future, I can also protect the Pharaoh Kingdom and share my father's worries. I won't be bullied by those bad people," Wei said firmly. "Being a master requires a lot of hardship. You have to be alone. You have to endure loneliness. You can't eat good food, sleep late, play chess, and wear good clothes," Lei Lou laughed. "I can do all that. I'm not afraid of hardship. Wei blinked her eyes and suddenly said, "Wait, senior, does it feel like such a master is talking about you?" "Really?" Lei Luo shook his head and smiled. Wei pulled on Lei Luo's arm and said coquettishly, "Hee, it looks like it. Senior, why don't you teach me how to become an expert?" Prince Ling saw this scene and couldn't do anything about his sister. He just thought that it was a temporary interest of his sister. "Let's talk about it after you can endure the hardships that I mentioned." Lei Luo smiled. "Senior, you said it yourself, but I took it seriously." Wei seemed to have succeeded in her scheme and revealed a brilliant smile. Lei Luo did not expect that Princess Wei would take it seriously after such a casual chat. The next day, she came again. "Your Highness, why are you here again?" Lei Luo asked. "Senior, I'm moving in with you from now on," Wei said. "What did you say?" Lei Luo was stunned. "I've already made up my mind. If I want to become a peerless mage and practice magic diligently in the future, this library is the best place. It's quiet and no one will disturb me. Therefore, I'll satisfy the conditions of suffering," Wei said very seriously. "Your Highness, this won't do. You have a noble body. How can you live here?" Lei Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't think that she would take it seriously. "What's wrong with the princess?" "I also have dreams," Wei said righteously. Lei Luo smiled. It seemed that he had given her too many ideas. If he had known earlier, he would have said less. "Her Majesty will camp. Has the Queen agreed?" Lei Luo asked. "Senior, don't worry. Father and Mother have agreed," Wei said proudly. "Okay then." Lei Luo was helpless. This girl would probably only last for 3 minutes. When she could not adapt to the harsh life in the library, she would definitely give up. "Your Highness, you can stay here from now on. The conditions are simple. You can get someone to clean it up." Lei Luo arranged a bedroom for Wei. "Senior, it's okay. This is fine. After all, I'm here to suffer," Wei said. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Lei Luo thought that Wei would not be able to endure the hardship here and would give up soon. But she unexpectedly persisted. She even chased away the maid who had come to serve her. Because she did not get enough sleep, her eyes had dark circles. She suffered from insomnia every night. "Your Highness, you'd better go back." Lei Luo saw Wei's appearance and advised her. "No, I feel that this is quite good. As long as I have Senior to accompany me, I'm not afraid no matter how hard and tiring it is," Wei said firmly, her eyes were very serious. At night, in the king's bedroom. "Is Wei not back yet?" The king and the queen were playing chess. Compared to before the Lord's rebellion, the king looked much older. The after-effects of the poisoning were gradually starting to reveal themselves. "If she is determined to stay in the library, no matter how hard I try to persuade her, it will be useless. I haven't seen her for a long time. I don't know what has gotten into her." Queen Lina sighed and said. Compared to her daughter's rebellious behavior, the prince had become much more sensible. He already had the demeanor of a king. "This girl, forget it. Just let her be." The king shook his head and smiled. "Your Majesty, she is a girl. She will eventually get married. If we allow her to act like this, what will happen in the future?" The queen said, "Moreover, it is not a good thing to always stay with that student from Hero Academy. If I have time, I'll go over and take a look," the king said after a moment of contemplation. It had been a long time since he had gone to the library to read. "Your Majesty, you must persuade this girl to come back." "I'll try." The king nodded. He doted on this daughter of his and had almost never been fierce. In front of the library, the sun was shining brightly. 2 people were sitting on chairs, each holding a book and reading. "Your Highness, how can you learn from me?" Lei Lou glanced at Wei beside him and couldn't help but ask. Senior, I think your reading posture is relaxing. Learning today is really a kind of enjoyment. Wei said seriously, usually when I see a book, I just glance at it, but today I'm actually reading it. Don't you think it's strange? Is that so? Lei Lou did not know what to say. It's true. Wei nodded. At this time, a few white horses stopped at the entrance of the library. There were only a few old mages accompanying them, but the person who had come was the king. He had come to see his daughter. On the white horses, the king suddenly saw a very special scene. He saw 2 chairs and 2 people at the entrance of the library, reading books. The brilliant sunlight penetrated through the leaves and scattered on the 2 people's bodies as if forming a wonderful artistic conception. Father. It was not until the clear voice was heard that the king was awakened from his reverie. Wei, are you reading with Senior Lei Lou? The king got off the horse and walked over with a smile. Your Majesty. Lei Lou got up and bowed. Father, why are you here? Wei hugged the king with both hands, looking very happy. I'm here to see you, to see how you are doing. The king rubbed Wei's head lovingly and smiled. I'm doing very well, father. You don't have to worry. Wei laughed. You really make me worry, the king said. The king did not stay in the library for too long, nor did he read books. After talking for a while, he left. During this period of time, he was extremely busy with government affairs. After the Lord's rebellion, there were too many things waiting for him to deal with, but the effects of the poison had caused his energy to be greatly reduced. The king still remembered what the mysterious pseudo-ultimate mage who had saved him had said. Although I have already expelled the poison from you, it has damaged your nerves and internal organs. You must recuperate carefully. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to live past 5 years. In other words, even if he recuperated carefully, he would at most live for 5 years. He did not have much time left. The prince was still young, so he had to clear all obstacles for the prince to become the king in the limited time he had. Fortunately, because of the deterrence of the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage, the 5 transcending powers no longer dared to challenge the kingdom's prestige. The 5 great lords' influence had also been swept clean. The current situation in the Pharaoh kingdom was basically stable. In addition, the king had issued many excellent policies, allowing the people to gradually become rich. It was believed that it would not be long before the Pharaoh kingdom would rise again. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. It was already 15 years since the king had ascended the throne. Lei Lou had been in Xiluo Academy for a full 24 years and stayed in the library for 18 years. He was now 34 years old, but his face was still young and very handsome. In these past 4 years, his cultivation had risen to a 6th-level ultimate mage. Even if he had sufficient cultivation resources, the cultivation of an ultimate mage was becoming more and more difficult. But he did not care. He had plenty of time. To practice magic was to enjoy life. But with the addition of Princess Wei, the library was much livelier. It was not as quiet as usual. This girl was really persistent. She had stayed in the library for a full 4 years. In the blink of an eye, she was already a 16-year-old girl. She usually practiced very hard. In just 4 short years, she had broken through 4 ranks in a row and reached level 9 mage. In other words, she was only 1 step away from becoming an elemental mage. The reason Wei had improved so quickly was not only because of her hard work, but also because of Lei Lou. As long as she was by Lei Lou's side, Wei would be particularly motivated. It felt like she was by the side of someone she liked, trying to prove herself. However, Lei Lou did not notice Wei's strange feelings. He only felt that this girl was very persistent and worth nurturing. In the future, if he left the Pharaoh kingdom and groomed Wei into the next invincible ultimate mage, he would have left a powerful guardian for the Pharaoh kingdom. After living in the capital for more than 20 years, it was impossible to say that he did not have feelings. Senior, my father is sick again. He has aged so fast that his hair has turned white. After seeing the king return to the library, Wei's strong eyes were filled with tears. Lei Lou sighed and said, growth, aging, and death are the most common things in the human world. They are also things that must be experienced. Even the king, the general, and the marquis cannot avoid it. He had seen the king's aging. If there were no accidents, another year and the king's lifespan would end. Wei's sparkling eyes looked at Lei Lou and said in a pleading tone, Senior, you must be able to do something, right? In the 4 years in the library, her cultivation had improved as fast as paper blowing in the wind. She was now a level 9 mage. This kind of cultivation speed was simply unbelievable. Although it had a lot to do with the fact that she was a princess of the royal family and did not lack cultivation resources, the magic codex was top-notch, and her talent was not bad, it was still very fast. Prince Ling, who had been cultivating at the same time as her, was now only a level 6 mage, 3 levels lower than her. She knew that the reason for all this was due to her senior. She even had a very hard-to-believe conjecture, could her senior be that mysterious pseudo-ultimate mage? Looking at Wei's weak and helpless cry, Lei Lou's heart softened. He could harden his heart to anyone. But facing this little girl who had grown up and lived with him for 4 years, he really couldn't bear it. Your Highness, I'm just a student sweeping the floor in the library of Xiluo Magic Academy. How can I have such great ability? You'd better wipe your tears, Lei Lou said as he handed over a handkerchief. Wei took the handkerchief and wiped her face. She didn't say anything else. Perhaps she was thinking too much. How could Senior Lei Lou be an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage? Even if he was, he might not be able to save her father. In the next few days, there wasn't much of a smile on Wei's face. It was as if she was in a state of depression. However, she didn't slack off in her magic practice at all. Instead, she worked even harder than before. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed. The king's health was getting worse. He was often sick in bed. The 17-year-old Prince Ling began to step up to the stage and take charge of everything in the Pharaoh Kingdom for his father. After a few years of growth, Ling had already acquired the necessary qualities to become a king. Wei would go to the king's bedroom every day to sit with him. However, she did not relax her magic practice. In a short period of frugality, Wei had changed a lot, hiding a lot of things in her heart. Senior Lei Lou, I used to think that I could repeat my life every day, without any worries, without thinking about anything, without caring about anything. But now, I finally understand. It turns out that all of this is because my father is protecting me from the wind and rain. My father is sick, very sick. I'm really worried that my father will leave me, what will I do then? Sometimes, I think that it would be great if I never grew up. On this day, it was as if Wei had confided in Lei Lou for a long time. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly entered Lei Lou's arms, her face pressed against his chest. Sensing Wei's sadness, Lei Lou did not speak. He just let her hug him and listened quietly. However, I have thought it through now. Since I cannot save my father, I will continue to work hard and continue to practice magic to become a truly powerful mage. In the future, I can protect my mother, protect my brother, and protect the Pharaoh Kingdom. This is my lifelong goal. Her tone was very calm, and her gaze became firm. At this moment, Lei Lou could keenly feel that the spirit of Wei in his arms had been refined. The magic power in her body had also become more active. Sensing this, Lei Lou sighed in surprise. He had not expected that the changes in her spirit during this period of time had actually allowed her to touch the barrier of an elemental mage. In other words, when Wei broke through to become an elemental mage, she basically would not encounter any obstacles. As long as she accumulated enough magic power, she would be able to completely step into the realm of an elemental mage. Lei Lou estimated that in less than half a year, it would be enough. Late that night in the king's bedroom. The king was lying on the bed. His face was old and his hair was white. He was not even 40 years old, but he looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. Beside the bed, Queen Lina was already sleeping on her stomach. She was wearing a cloak. Ever since the king had been taken seriously ill, she had been by his side. She had also lost a lot of weight. Their relationship was very deep. When the king ascended the throne, he had never married another woman. This was extremely rare in the pharaoh king, and even in the entire history. Just then, the door slowly opened, and a figure walked in. It was not a maid or a mage guarding outside. It was a distorted and blurry figure. This person was naturally Lei Lou. He had come to the king's bedside. The 9th level elemental mages who had been secretly guarding the king had noticed it at the first moment, but they could not move at all. It was as if their bodies had been deprived of control. They were extremely shocked, but they knew that the existence of this mysterious mage was the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage who had saved his majesty 4 years ago. Therefore, they were not worried that this mysterious mage would harm his majesty. The king seemed to have woken up and opened his eyes. He turned his head with great difficulty and looked at the distorted figure standing not far away. 4 years ago, when Senior saved the Pharaoh kingdom and was in danger, I never had the chance to thank you. The king moved his lips and let out a very weak voice. This was already his limit. Lei Lou heard it clearly and said calmly, I saved you because you are still a wise king, and for the sake of the people of the Pharaoh kingdom. I know. The king said weakly, I am already very satisfied to have been able to live for another 5 years and see the Pharaoh kingdom flourish again. However, after I leave, my son will still be too young. If he does anything that will anger the heavens and the people, Senior, please teach him a good lesson. Alright, I'm not here to listen to your nonsense, Lei Lou said. Then, with a wave of his hand, a drop of jade-green medicinal liquid fell into the king's mouth. In an instant, the king's entire body trembled and a rich life force was emitted. It was as if a dry field had encountered heavy rain. The king's originally aged face quickly became rosy. Although his hair was still snow-white, his life force had become much more vigorous. Lei Lou had used a bottle of spirit liquid gifted by the wood god. It was the reward he had signed in with the system, and there was only this small bottle. The main function was to contain a rich life force. If someone had been sick for a long time and had exhausted their blood and chi, 1 drop would be enough for them to completely recover. However, the king's situation was different. Under the poison magic of the Fog Temple, his body had suffered irreversible damage. To be more precise, his lifespan had shortened. He could have lived to 90 years old, but now he could only live to 50 years old. Although he was a noble king and had used all kinds of precious medicines and herbs to recuperate his body, he was still unable to stop the loss of vitality. If it was a commoner, under that kind of situation, they would be lucky if they could live for a year or so. Now, Lei Lou was using the wood god's spiritual liquid to replenish the king's life force. These few drops of wood god's spiritual liquid should be able to last the king for 10 years. Lei Lou thought that he had done enough. If it were not for Wei, he would not have attacked again. After he had given the king the medicine, he turned around and left without saying a word. The king felt a huge change in his body. It was as if the weakness had completely disappeared and was replaced by an extremely vigorous energy. What? What happened to me? The king's eyes widened. Wasn't he about to die from an illness? Just now, the mysterious mage had fed him a little green potion, and his body had undergone such a huge change. Thank you, Senior. The king sat up and looked at the place where Lei Lou had disappeared, his face showing endless gratitude. This was the second life that the mysterious mage had given him. Your Majesty, why are you up? At this moment, Queen Lina's figure appeared in the room. The guards could move again after Lei Lou had left, and at the same time, they also noticed the great changes in His Majesty's body. "Your Majesty, you're better." The queen looked at the king, whose face was ruddy. She knew that not long ago, he was lying on the bed, about to die. She wondered if she was dreaming, having a beautiful dream. "Queen, I'm fine, I'm really fine. Which mysterious mage saved my life again?" "Mysterious mage?" The king gently grabbed the queen's back and nodded. The queen finally understood why His Majesty had suddenly recovered. She immediately said happily, "Your Majesty, I want to pray for that mysterious mage's blessing." "Yes, that is what we should do." The king nodded. Not long after, Prince Ling also arrived. When he saw that his father had completely recovered, he was so excited that tears flowed down his face. During this period of time, he had been under too much pressure. Whenever he thought about how he was carrying such a heavy burden, he could not sleep, eat, or feel at ease. It was really not easy to be a king. The next day, the news that the sick king had suddenly recovered spread. Countless ministers were shocked and they saw the healthy king. The king had not been in good health recently. It had been a long time since he had participated in any discussions. The prince had been presiding over them. Now that they saw that the king's face was ruddy and looking extremely healthy, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. This meant that the pharaoh kingdom could once again be stable for a period of time. After all, the crown prince had yet to reach adulthood. If he succeeded the throne, no one knew where the pharaoh kingdom would go in the future. And now, the pharaoh kingdom was at a crucial time of prosperity. The king recovering and regaining control of the pharaoh kingdom was extremely beneficial to the entire pharaoh kingdom. However, there were a few people who were disappointed. Once the king died and the prince succeeded, the status of these people would rise rapidly. After all, with every new king, a large number of ministers would be replaced. The matter of why the king had suddenly recovered caused countless people to speculate. However, the palace was very strict about this matter. No one could get any information. Therefore, this also became a huge mystery in the pharaoh kingdom. At night, since the king had recovered, a smile could be seen on Wei's face again. One day, Wei suddenly knocked on Lei Luo's room in her thin pajamas and walked in. Lei Luo was not asleep and happened to be reading under the light. He put down the scroll in his hand and asked, "Your Highness, what's the matter?" Princess Wei walked in front of Lei Luo with a red face. Without saying a word, she kissed Lei Luo's lips. The night was endless. The next day, when Lei Luo woke up, there was no sign of Wei by his side. When he walked out of the library, he saw her practicing magic under the tree. Recalling what happened last night, Wei blushed slightly and lowered her head as she whispered, "Senior Lei Luo, I think I'm going to break through." "Well, then break through. I can protect you." Lei Luo nodded and said. Last night, Lei Luo had already felt the magic power in Wei's body was very active and restless. This was indeed a sign of a breakthrough. During the process, some of the magic power in Lei Luo's body had been absorbed by Wei, which increased her magic power and made the feeling of a breakthrough more intense. However, breaking through from the mage realm to the elemental mage realm was very risky. It was best to have a powerful mage to help. Under normal circumstances, Wei should go to the palace and ask the old mages for help. However, she trusted Lei Luo very much and had not told anyone else about this. Lei Luo took her hand and walked her to the quiet room in the library. He took out a bottle of potion. This was an elemental potion. Not only could it increase the chance of breaking through, but it would also be a great help when becoming an elemental mage in the future. It could help one's affinity with the elements increase by a lot. Such a potion was naturally extremely precious. However, since the two of them had completely bonded last night, Lei Luo would also wholeheartedly nurture Wei. She obediently drank the potion. With the help of Lei Luo, she began to break through to the elemental mage realm. Lei Luo's mind sensed the situation in Wei's body. He was clear about it. If anything went wrong, he would be able to correct it immediately. Her breakthrough was very smooth. Along with a loud boom, traces of true energy were released from her body. She had finally become an elemental mage. After a long time, Wei let out a long breath and slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were extremely bright. Is this an elemental mage? The feeling of being a more ordinary mage is completely different, Wei said softly. Not bad. A 17-year-old elemental mage. I think it's very rare in the Middle-earth. Lei Lou laughed. Back then, the snake god, Mosley, only became an elemental mage at the age of 20. Although the snake god had only practiced magic for a short period of time and did not have many resources to practice magic in the beginning, it could be seen that Wei's talent was really not bad. Senior, when did you become an elemental mage? Wei asked curiously. Lei Lou glanced at her and smiled. Why are you asking this? Senior, I just want to know. Wei actually threw herself into his arms and acted coquettishly. Just a little bit earlier than you. Lei Lou shook his head and smiled. Senior, ever since I met you, it seems like you haven't changed. How did you do it? Can I do the same in the future? Wei asked again. Really? Lei Lou touched his chin. It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. It was still alright now. He was only in his 30s, but if he was still in his 40s or 50s, it would be a little unjustifiable. Yes. Wei nodded and said. Some people age slowly. Maybe I am one of them. Of course, it may also be related to magic. Lei Lou smiled and said, anyway, I'm going to clean the library. Don't go. Princess Wei pushed Lei Lou and sat on him. She closed her eyes nervously and kissed him. After the passion, Lei Lou held Wei for a while, then he put on his clothes and walked out. Wei lay on the ground and looked at the ceiling. Is Senior really that mysterious mage? If so, why did he hide his identity? If not, how powerful is he? She was full of questions. Unfortunately, she could not get the answer from Senior. Humph, I will definitely find the answer. Wei felt that she had another target. Does this girl suspect me? Holding the broom, Lei Lou thought of Wei's words and could not help but smile. Let her guess. It was fine as long as she did not tell anyone else. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. When he opened the door of the library, it was snowy white outside and the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. The roof and the trees were all covered with snow. Senior, let's go out and have a snowball fight. Princess Wei followed Lei Lou and ran out of the house. I'm not going. Lei Lou was too lazy to move. Thus, he took a book from the library and went to the roof. He lay down on the thick snow and began to read. Wei followed him. She found that there were no footprints on the roof. Only the place where Lei Lou had caved in. On the other hand, when she landed on the roof, she immediately left a footprint. Although she was already a second-level elemental mage and could use flying magic, she had not reached the level where she could step on the snow without leaving a footprint. Wei sat directly in Lei Lou's arms and asked curiously, Senior, how did you do it? What? Lei Lou skillfully hugged her with both arms and lazily read his book. Footprints. Why are there no footprints when you came up? Wei said. Practice more flying magic, you will be able to do it in the future. Lei Lou smiled. As long as he wanted, even if he lay on the snow, there wouldn't be any footprints. The Ace Mountains. This was the headquarters of the Sacred Court. 6 years ago, the pseudo-ultimate mage, the Holy Lord, had been severely injured by the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage in the Pharaoh Kingdom. He became a cripple and lasted for more than half a year, but in the end, he still passed away. Since then, the Sacred Court had gathered its forces. The vicinity of the headquarters was almost completely sealed off. Most of the believers who were scattered all over the place had retreated. Only a few were still in the southern region, but they rarely moved outside. Today, the peace in the headquarters of the sacred court was broken. A mysterious and powerful mage had barged in and defeated many of the elders of the sacred court and the new sacred lord. The new sacred lord Usby looked at the black-robed mage in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Do you recognize this?" The black-robed mage took out a strange token with a golden cloud symbol on it. Golden cloud token. When the sacred lord of the sacred court and the other elders of the sacred court saw this token, their expressions changed drastically. The golden cloud token contained unimaginable top-tier magic. The sacred court was built on the foundation of the golden cloud token. There was a secret in the sacred court that only the elders and above were qualified to know. The first generation of the sacred court was not from the Middle-earth but had migrated from other places outside. You are from the Golden Cloud Sacred Court. The sacred lord of the sacred court, Usby, asked in a trembling voice. That's right, I'm from the Golden Cloud Sacred Court, the black-robed mage said faintly. The sacred court hasn't contacted the Golden Cloud Sacred Court for hundreds of years. May I know why you're here? Usby asked in a deep voice. He didn't think that this person was friendly. The reason why the Sacred Court had cut off contact with the Golden Cloud Sacred Court was to get rid of the control of the chief church. I am a Golden Cloud emissary. On the orders of the Sacred Lord, I am here to take over the Sacred Court and make it return to the Golden Cloud Sacred Court. The expressions of Usby and the others changed drastically. After hundreds of years, the Golden Cloud Sacred Court still did not intend to let the Sacred Court go. I thought that no matter how weak your sacred court is, there should still be one or two pseudo-ultimate mages. I did not expect that there would not be one. These few high-level elemental mages are really too weak. The black-robed mage shook his head, his tone full of contempt. Usby and the others had ugly expressions. Now, you have two choices. One is to submit to me, and the other is to die. You choose, the black-robed mage said indifferently. After a long while, Usby and the others were unable to resist and had to let the black-robed mage take over the sacred court. Before I came to Middle-earth, I checked the information of your sacred court. It's one of the 5 great transcending powers in Middle-earth. Why is it so weak now? The black-robed mage sat on the main seat, while Usby and the elders could only stand below. Usby smiled bitterly and told them everything that had happened in the past few decades. Invincible pseudo-ultimate mage. The black-robed mage revealed a cold smile. There's no such thing as invincible pseudo-ultimate mages in this world. If you don't become a real ultimate mage, you're just an ant that can be squashed at any time. Sir is an ultimate mage? Usby asked. I'm not an ultimate mage, but I'm not far from it. If you follow me, you might have a chance to become a powerful ultimate mage in the future, the black-robed mage said calmly. If it was so easy to achieve what an ultimate mage wanted, he would not have gone through so much trouble to cross the endless sea of death and come to this prosperous Middle-earth. When Usby and the others heard that the black-robed mage was not an ultimate mage, they were immediately disappointed. If there was an ultimate mage in charge, the sacred court would definitely dominate the entire Middle-earth. Even if they were to become a little elder, they would still have great benefits. The black-robed mage saw through Usby and the others' thoughts. He smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that I am lying to you?" As he spoke, he took out a strange crystal ball from his chest. In the next moment, the crystal ball emitted a strange black light that enveloped the surroundings. It gathered and did not disperse, finally forming a strange black shadow. An indescribable evil aura was emitted. It caused the many advanced elemental mages present to feel fear in their hearts. What is this thing? The faces of Usby and the others turned pale. Have you heard of the Immortal Clan? The black-robed mage looked at the black figure condensed on the crystal ball. His eyes turned evil as he laughed strangely. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to keep you updated for future uploads. The Immortal Clan. The pupils of Usby and the others shrank. They had read about the Immortal Clan in the secret book of the school. It was said that at the age of 3,000, the Immortal Clan ran amok on the earth and harmed the humans. Later, the first king of the Jones Kingdom, the founding king, started a magnificent war to eliminate demons, which took more than 100 years. After killing countless Immortal Clan members, the remaining ones were driven into the endless abyss. Even if there were some missing Immortal Clan members, they were all eliminated in the next 2,000 years. In the past few hundred years, there had been almost no trace of the Immortal Clan. This is the god of the Immortal Clan. I plan to use the rich gods in Middle-earth to nurture the Immortal Clan. Do you know that our Golden Cloud Temple has a heavenly magic codex that can absorb the Immortal Clan's power to cultivate? The black-robed mage's eyes became extremely fiery. If he could nurture the Immortal Clan and use the Immortal Clan's power to assist in cultivating this heavenly magic codex, how fast would his progress be? Breaking through to become an ultimate mage would no longer be an illusion. It was precisely because of this plan that he had stolen a Golden Cloud token from the descendants of the Immortal Clan. He had betrayed the Golden Cloud Temple and escaped to the Middle-earth. Now that he had subdued the temple, he could use the temple's resources and advantages to carry out his plan. Hearing this, Usby's breath quickened. If he had the chance to become a supreme and honorable ultimate mage, what was the point of cultivating such an evil codex? The inner room was where the most important codex was stored in the library. It even included some taboo codex, although the level was not particularly high. In the end, Lei Lou ignored the old senior and walked in. In the past few years, he had been reading the books here because they were more interesting. What shall I read today? Lei Lou's gaze swept across the bookshelf and finally landed on a dark yellow codex that looked like it had been there for some time. He picked it up and took a quick look. It was a pseudo-historical biography that described the history of Middle-earth in a simple, mythical way. He liked reading this kind of book. Therefore, Lei Lou took the book and found a comfortable place to start reading. In the ancient era, the Immortal Clan rampaged through the Middle-earth. Humans became the food of the Immortal Clan, and the Immortal Clan was the mortal enemy of humans. Some gods passed down magic books, which gradually freed humans from the tragic situation of being the food of the Immortal Clan. After dozens of powerful ultimate mages, humans finally stood side by side with the Immortal Clan. 3,000 years ago, the king of the Jones Kingdom issued a demon-killing order, and after 100 years, he finally expelled all of the Immortal Clan into the endless abyss, creating a pure land for humans. Lei Lou looked at the information in front of him and fell into deep thought. Information about the Immortal Clan was recorded in many ancient books. However, it was not very detailed, or it was mentioned by chance. There were very few detailed introductions about the Immortal Clan. The formation of the Immortal Clan in this book was described in detail. It was unknown whether it was true or false. According to the description, the nature of the Immortal Clan was that they had countless powerful abilities, which polluted certain creatures and turned them into the Immortal Clan. Some of them mutated into the wrath of the gods. Whether it was the Immortal Clan or other clans, when they grew to a certain level, they would possess high intelligence. Strictly speaking, the origins of the elves and the Immortal Clan were the same. However, the elves only liked to protect their forest homes and didn't have much desire to advance, so they weren't a big threat to humans. Moreover, the elves would not use humans as food. In the past, there should have been immortals in this Middle-earth. Otherwise, there would not have been such information recorded. Lei Lou guessed. From the records he had read, the immortals had rarely appeared in the past few hundred years, which meant that they had died down a few hundred years ago. Senior, there was a master wizard from the palace here just now. He said that His Majesty is coming. A voice of a student suddenly sounded from outside. Yes, I understand, Lei Lou said. Winter passed and spring came. The temperature gradually became warmer. The morning light shone down, making the world feel warmer. Lei Lou lay on the chair, holding a book. He looked at Princess Wei, who was running not far away. He could not help but sigh at how good it was to be young and full of vitality. It was not like he was an old man. Princess Wei ran every morning. She trained every day whatever the season. She did not stop. However, after a while, she would go out to explore. This was her own decision. With her strength as a second-level elemental mage, as long as she did not meet too powerful a mage, she would not have any problems. If the king would not be at ease, he would definitely send high-level elemental mages to protect her in secret. Lei Lou did not have to worry about anything. He had just become used to having Wei here, chatting by his side. He had made a small paper figurine a long time ago. He had used magic to turn him into a real person, bestowing him with some simple wisdom. He could help with the work. He still liked to command paper men. He was efficient and very serious. Under the guidance of Lei Lou and Princess Wei, the paper man's character was very good, but he was a little too kind. In the winter, a bird was injured. This little paper man actually used his own magic power to feed it. The key to maintaining the paper man's vitality was magic power. This was no different from feeding the bird with her own blood. During that time, Princess Wei was reading an Eastern codex. When she became interested, she even gave the paper man a name, Alo. In the East, this name meant that she liked Lei Lou. Lei Lou didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this name, but he liked it anyway. Alo could be considered the first life that the princess and Lei Lou had given birth to. Senior. Alo ran over. His voice was that of a child. Alo, do you want to learn magic? Lei Lou said with a smile. He was bored anyway, so it wasn't a big deal to give him some pointers. Although Alo was a paper figurine, it wasn't necessarily impossible to nurture it. Previously, the snake god had nurtured an unknown number of students. Now, both the palace and the Xiluo Magic Academy continued to be the students of the great wizard snake god. Learn magic? The paper man Alo was a little dumbfounded. Then, he said in a somewhat disappointed manner, Senior, I'm just a paper man. How can I learn magic? After staying in the academy for a long time, Alo also understood that the Magic Academy only recruited humans. A paper man like him would not have a chance. Moreover, learning magic also required talent. Whether it was the codex or the potion to aid in cultivation, it was not something that a paper man like him could obtain. If I say that you can cultivate magic, then you can cultivate. All you have to do is tell me, do you want to? Lei Lou laughed. Yes, I want to very much. Alo hurriedly nodded. His voice was filled with indescribable excitement. He knew that his senior's magic was very powerful. All right, then follow me and learn magic. Lei Lou nodded. The paper figurine, Alo, jumped up in excitement. Lei Lou started to fight and circled around Alo. Based on his senses, the magic in Alo's body was very compatible. There seemed to be room for self-growth, which meant that it could cultivate on its own. Suddenly, he pointed at the center of Alo's brows. He sent his thoughts in, and a mysterious message entered Alo's consciousness. What he taught was not the top-tier meditation technique that he cultivated, but a meditation technique that had been passed down in the palace by the great wizard snake god. With Alo's magic power, it was easy for him to learn this technique, so it was extremely easy for Lei Lou to teach it. Through the input of his consciousness, he allowed Alo to directly comprehend the meditation technique, which saved him a lot of time. Another month passed. Princess Wei had already left the royal city to explore the Pharaoh Kingdom. This was her ambition. If she wanted to protect the Pharaoh Kingdom, she had to familiarize herself with the place first. Although she was very reluctant to leave, Lei Lou did not ask her to stay. After lingering with her, he personally sent her off. Following her departure, Lei Luo's mind became completely focused on nurturing Alo. Alo practiced magic very hard, almost to the point of not resting. At first, Lei Luo thought that Princess Wei was very hard-working, but compared to Alo, she was still far behind. Apart from working and sleeping, Alo practiced magic almost every moment. He was either meditating, exercising, or practicing magic. Lei Luo was definitely not a qualified teacher, because he did not care much about Alo's practice. At most, he would give him a little enhancement potion and pass on some magic books. When Alo made a mistake in her practice, he would say something to correct him. The following days passed by peacefully. Until one day, the tranquility of the library was finally broken. "Senior, I'm back." Princess Wei's voice came from afar. Lei Luo was reading a book and was shocked by this voice. This girl, why does she seem more lively? Lei Luo was a little speechless. It seemed that this girl had been wandering outside for a few months and had released her true nature again. Not long after, a fragrant breeze drifted over, and then the well-dressed Wei appeared in front of Lei Luo. After not seeing her for a few months, she had changed quite a lot. It seemed that her figure had become better. You've broken through to become a third-level elemental wizard?" Lei Luo was a little surprised. Hee, that's right, senior. I had a fight with an intermediate elemental mage, and then I broke through. Wei skillfully sat in Lei Luo's arms. She smiled and said, "Senior, you don't know how fun it is outside. I even participated in the magic assembly in the south. There are really many powerful mages, many powerful magic academies, and many elves. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I would definitely become the president of the Union of Magic. Now, I have another name in the southern magic world, Angel Ivy. I'm even on the list of mages." Then, Wei told him a lot of things that had happened outside. Lei Luo was speechless. This girl really knew how to cause trouble. Fortunately, she had the protection of a high-level elemental mage. Otherwise, she might not have even been able to come back alive. At this moment, Alo walked over. When he saw Wei, he was a little excited. Mommy. Hey, Alo, you're learning magic too." Wei looked Alo up and down and said in surprise. "Senior taught me," Alo said shyly. "Alo, then you have to learn magic well. When you have time in the future, Mommy will take you out to explore the magic world." Wei smiled. Alo clapped his hands happily. "Alo, what's the matter?" Lei Luo knew that Alo was fine and would not come looking for him. There must have been some problems with learning magic. "Senior, I encountered a problem when I was chanting a spell just now," Alo quickly said. After experiencing the wonderful world of magic, Wei was bound to be restless. She went back to the palace to visit the king and returned to accompany Alo for a few days before running out again. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the king had been on the throne for 23 years and Lei Luo had reached the age of 47. He had stayed in the library for more than 30 years. Because of his special disguise, he was no longer as young as before. He looked like an uncle in his 30s. His magic power had reached the level of a 7th-level ultimate mage. As for Alo, he had also broken through to level 9. He was preparing to break through to the elemental mage realm. Wei had not returned for almost half a year. He did not know what had happened. Logically, she should have returned a long time ago. Lei Luo was actually a little worried. Although in the past few years, Wei's strength had improved very quickly. She was already a 5th-level elemental mage, but there were many experts in the Middle-earth. There were many elemental mages, and there were also many high-level elemental mages. It was not only the Pharaoh Kingdom and the 5 transcending powers that had so many high-level elemental mages. There were also many forces formed by mages, and there were also many high-level elemental mages. The palace. The king was dealing with government affairs. In fact, over the past 2 years, he had already handed most of the government affairs to Prince Ling. He was only responsible for a few of the most important matters. Because he felt that the energy in his body was not as strong as before, he knew that he did not have much time left. However, to be able to live for so many years, he was already extremely satisfied. The current Pharaoh kingdom was very stable, and the people were rich and happy. This was a prosperous kingdom. If Prince Ling worked a little harder and continued with the current magic staff, the Pharaoh kingdom would usher in a new peak period. Still no news from Wei, the king suddenly asked in a deep voice. No. According to the investigation, the princess appeared in the area of Lavik last, and then she disappeared without a trace. Mage Bose, who was secretly protecting her, hasn't sent any news back. However, we are sending out more people to investigate. A voice sounded from the darkness. Sigh, if I had known, I would not have let this girl out of the palace. She is already in her 20s, she should have gotten married a long time ago. The king had a headache. He was not worried about Prince Ling, everything with him had gone according to his plans. But his daughter, Wei, was becoming more and more active. In the past few years, she had not stayed in the palace for more than 1/5 of the time. How is the investigation of the missing cases in the 4 states of Muda coming along? Are there still no clues? The king asked again. This involved a series of mysterious missing cases that had lasted for several years. The first incident had happened 8 years ago. At that time, there were not many missing people, but in the past 2 years, village after village had disappeared. Overnight, a village with hundreds to thousands of people had all mysteriously disappeared. The local officials had tried their best to hide the news so as not to cause panic, but the imperial court's investigation of the series of missing cases had not stopped. However, there were no clues at all. It was as if these missing people had disappeared into thin air. Your Majesty, there is still no news. The missing cases are too bizarre. There is almost no practice in the dark in various places. They are very far away from each other, and there is no way to prevent them in advance. From the current situation, the number of missing people is increasing. There should be a breakthrough soon, the voice said. Sigh, let's hope so. The king sighed. He had a feeling that the series of missing cases in the past few days definitely hid Jing Tian's secret. It was very likely that it would endanger the stability of the Pharaoh kingdom. If it could not be resolved soon, he would not rest in peace when he died, because he could not hand this difficult problem to the prince. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the palace. Then, it flew in and knelt in front of the king. Your Majesty, there's news about the princess. The king suddenly stood up and asked hurriedly, where is she? According to the investigation, when the palace master was investigating the disappearance of a village in Lavik, he was trapped in a mysterious place. We were unable to lock down the exact location. We just got the rough area, the figure said. Is it related to the disappearance? The king's face changed. He didn't expect his daughter to be involved in it. No matter the cost, even if we have to turn the entire area of Lavik upside down, we have to get the people out. Also, contact the temple and ask them to cooperate with us. The king immediately sent the order. At this moment, he felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. Wei, please don't get hurt. In the library. Lei Lou was also worried about Wei, so he used his mind to pay attention to the situation in the palace. If there was any information about Wei, he would know immediately. He happened to hear this conversation in the palace. Is the girl in danger? Lei Lou's expression changed slightly, and he frowned. Hence, he hurriedly called for Alo. I will be leaving the academy for a period of time. I'll leave the library to you. Yes, senior, Alo hurriedly replied. Lei Lou turned around and walked out of the library. With a flash, he soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. This was the first time he had left the imperial city since he entered the library more than 30 years ago. Lavik was located in the west of the Middle-earth. There were many mountains and basins, and the resources there were very rich. Moreover, this place was close to the countries of the western region. Trade was very frequent, and there were often elven caravans going in and out. The features of these elves and the humans of the Middle-earth were still very obvious. Most of the elves were handsome, with long ears and jade-green eyes. In recent years, as one of the 5 transcending powers, the temple, had been hidden from the world, many new magic powers had risen in Lavak. The disputes in the magic world had never stopped, and even many kingdoms of the western region had joined in. The Mahjong Valley had a new martial arts power. It had an elemental mage overseeing it. In a room, a burly young man said, "Master, the kingdom has sent out a large number of shadow scouts recently." What exactly happened? Sitting opposite him was a middle-aged man. His aura was steady, and he was very dignified. He was Mahjong Valley's leader, Mahjong. He had established his reputation in Lavak with a demon tiger magic and established Mahjong Valley. "I heard that he is looking for a missing noble," Mahjong said in a deep voice. "Missing noble? Could it be related to those missing cases?" the young man said in surprise. As a mage force, they were much more well-informed than the common people. Moreover, many officials needed the cooperation of the mage forces. Therefore, they knew about the missing cases. They had even investigated in secret. After all, this concerned the stability of everyone. Moreover, there were many high-level mages who had suddenly disappeared. "It's very likely. Tell the mages under them to be careful. At this time, try not to cause trouble. Also, do your best to cooperate with Lord Lavaka's search," Mahjong said. To be able to attract the Lord's attention, the identity of the missing noble was not so simple. Suddenly, a grey cannon-like figure appeared out of thin air at the door. "Who are you?" Mahjong was shocked. Only then did the young man react. When he saw the figure behind him, he also revealed a shocked expression. A stranger had actually barged in without any obstruction, yet no one had noticed what those disciples guarding the door were doing. Compared to the young man's shock, Mahjong was even more shocked because he hadn't sensed anyone coming. It wasn't until he showed up at the door that he saw him. As an elemental mage, his mind was already very sensitive, and he could basically detect any movement within a dozen meters of him. But he hadn't noticed this person at all. There was only one possibility. The other party was very, very strong. Far stronger than him. Hence, he did not dare to make any unusual movements. He did not even dare to shout loudly. This grey-robed person was naturally Lei Lou. He had traveled thousands of miles and used magic to sense Lavak from the imperial city. He had also obtained some information from the Lord's castle. Finally, he had found this place. Now that he could see the leader of the Mahjong Valley, surprise flashed in Lei Luo's eyes. On the surface, the leader looked normal. However, Lei Luo used his elemental eye to see that there was an extremely evil power hidden in Mahjong's body. This was very abnormal. From the information he had obtained from the Lord's castle regarding the leader, this person was originally a wandering mage. By chance, he had obtained the remains of a high-level elemental mage. From then on, he had risen rapidly and finally established a foundation in Lavak. The magic of the leader was also a familiar magic. It was similar to summoning or condensing a ferocious animal with magic and then controlling it to fight. However, Lei Luo sensed an evil force. It was definitely not as simple as some evil codex. It was clear that Mahjong had a huge secret. "Mahjong, do you know Ivy?" Lei Luo asked calmly. When Wei went out adventuring, she used the pseudonym, Ivy. That was why she was known as the Angel of Ivy. Mahjong did not answer directly. Instead, he asked tentatively, "Sir, are you a mage sent by the king?" This was because Lei Luo was dressed in the mage uniform of the Xiluo Magic Academy in the imperial city. And the mages of the Xiluo Magic Academy could only be moved by the king. After Lei Lou had left, he hadn't changed his clothes, so he was still wearing his original mage uniform. He didn't want to attract unnecessary attention by looking like a powerful mage. Therefore, Lei Lou felt that his original mage uniform was the most suitable thing to wear outside. This isn't something you need to know. You just need to answer my question, Lei Lou said calmly. An invisible magic aura was emitted. Mahjong's face was deathly pale as if he was facing an extremely powerful mage. Even though he was a third-level elemental mage, he felt like an ordinary person facing an elemental mage with fear and powerlessness. He knew in his heart that this grey-robed mage was definitely a high-level elemental mage. As for Mahjong's disciple, that young man was even more afraid. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. Sir, I do know Angel of Ivy, but we've only met once. Previously, the Lord has sent people to look for us many times. Please understand, sir, Mahjong hurriedly said. Lei Lou's lips curled into a cold smile. He was a 7th-level ultimate mage. His mind was extremely sensitive. In addition, he had elemental eyes and had cultivated a spiritual secret book. Although he couldn't reach the level of mind reading, he could still tell if a person was lying. Even if Mahjong was extremely calm, it was almost impossible to tell from his expression, gaze, tone, heartbeat, and breathing lamp. But it couldn't escape Lei Lou's telepathy. Mahjong, you're so nervous, are you hiding something? Lei Lou revealed a mocking smile. Sir, everything I said was extremely true, I definitely haven't hidden anything. Mahjong's heart thumped, he didn't feel that he had left anything behind. Is that so? Lei Lou sneered and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab him. Since you are not willing to take the initiative to say it, then I will have to make you say it. He had cultivated a forbidden spiritual spell, the soul-absorbing codex. He could forcefully interrogate the target from a spiritual level. The result was that the target's brain would eventually be damaged and become a side-eater. What are you doing? Mahjong felt an extreme threat and immediately roared in anger. He actually grabbed the young man in front of him and threw him at Lei Lou. At the same time, he retreated in an attempt to escape. The young man was stunned. Mahjong had actually used him as a shield. Unfortunately, Mahjong could not imagine what kind of powerful existence he was facing. A mere third-level elemental mage wanted to escape safely from Lei Lou. It was simply a dream possibility. Even a pseudo-ultimate mage had no chance. Lei Lou's magic claw descended on Mahjong's body through the air. Mahjong instantly felt that his body could not move, as if he had been grabbed by an invisible giant. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Although he did not know how the other party had judged that he was lying, he knew that he absolutely could not fall into the other party's hands. In the next moment, his expression became incomparably malevolent, and an evil power erupted from within his body. Immediately after, his body actually began to shed its skin, revealing a face that was dissatisfied with its grey horns. 2 goat horns grew out from his forehead, and his eyes were blood red. There was also a strange vertical eye hidden within. At the same time, his body expanded and grew much taller, and his palms turned into a pair of claws. Boom! The ground shook and cracked. Before the Mahjong's body could fully transform, it was pressed to the ground by a terrifying magic power and couldn't move. Lei Lou walked over and looked at him with a solemn expression. Is this the Immortal Clan? Although Lei Lou had read about the Immortal Clan from various books, he had never seen a real immortal. Now that he saw the appearance of Mahjong, he immediately determined that it was an immortal. Lei Lou frowned. Because he knew that this matter had become very complicated. He felt that the Shadow Scout sent by the king had something to do with the series of missing cases and that Mahjong had been in contact with Wei and had been disguised. Could it be that the series of missing cases are all down to the Immortal Clan? If that was the case, what the Immortal Clan had done was completely out of the norm in history. In the past, they had hidden in the crowd and devoured humans, but there was no organization to speak of. Lei Lou took a deep breath, and without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the immortal's head. He activated the soul-absorbing codex, and a terrifying spiritual consciousness seeped in to hypnotize Mahjong. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Lou withdrew his hand, and a tired expression appeared on his face. Even if he was a level 7 ultimate mage, it still took a lot of energy to use this forbidden secret spell. This immortal had already used the soul-absorbing codex. His soul was damaged and his eyes became dull. Disgusting saliva dripped from his mouth. "Tell Lord Lavik to come to collect the corpse." Lei Lou glanced at Mahjong's disciple and said indifferently. Everyone else was normal. It was obvious that they had been deceived by Mahjong. If the immortal clan was involved, they would have to inform the king. This time, it was no longer as simple as the immortal clan. It was a huge organization of the immortal clan. God knew how many immortal clan members the temple had nurtured over the years. This young man was a little down and out. He hadn't expected his teacher to turn into an ugly demon. Yes, yes, yes. I'll go tell the Lord now. Now that the young man had heard Lei Lou's words, he reacted and ran out in a panic. Seeing the young man run away, Lei Lou flipped his hand and killed the immortal. Then, he moved and disappeared. Inside the temple was no different from the previous one. However, the inner core area seemed to have become a devil's den. After 7 years of development, the power of the temple had expanded to an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, in the main hall of the core, a black-robed figure sat on the throne, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It was like a dark shadow that was about to cover the earth. There were also several elders of the temple and the original sacred Lord Usby. They had all modified the Sky Magic Codex and completed the transformation from human to immortal. It was an extremely cruel process. The temple originally had dozens of high-level elemental mages, but more than half of them could not maintain their self-awareness and had collapsed during this transformation. In the end, they became true immortals. Now, the power of each elder of the temple had far surpassed that of the past. They had basically reached the level of pseudo-ultimate mages. The original sacred Lord Usby bowed and said, "Master, now that the Pharaoh Kingdom has come looking for us, they want our temple to cooperate with that little girl called Ivy. How should we deal with them?" The power of the black-robed mage had now reached an extremely terrifying level. Even if their power increased immensely, the power of the black-robed mage was still far above theirs. The most important thing was that the black-robed mage had grasped the power of the immortal clan's blood descendants. Through the immortal clan's blood descendants, he could control everyone who practiced the Sky Magic Codex. They would never be able to escape the black-robed mage's control. However, they did not care because they saw the opportunity to become an ultimate mage. "Who is this Ivy?" A hoarse and suppressed voice was heard. "Master, she is the daughter of King Pharaoh, Princess Wei." Usby quickly said, "This woman is extremely talented. She is only 25 years old and already has the power of a 5th-level elemental mage. Wouldn't it be better to nurture such a royal fairy into an immortal? If she can successfully transform, then I will take her in as my disciple." The black-robed mage let out a strange, owl-like laugh. If this woman knew that Master thinks so highly of her, she would definitely be extremely grateful. Usby quickly complimented him. "Before long, I will be able to break through to become an ultimate mage and rule the world." Endless demonic sounds were emitted. Usby and the other elders all knelt down, looking forward to that moment. Once their master became an ultimate mage, he would be able to truly conquer the entire Middle-earth, and they would no longer have to hide in the darkness. The entire Middle-earth would be at his mercy. The transcendent forces, the Pharaoh Kingdom, and the invincible pseudo-ultimate mages were all trash. They would eventually submit to the great master of the immortal clan. The Blood Cave. This was an important place in the core area of the temple because this was the base for the cultivation of the immortal clan. The Blood Cave was huge. It was once a forbidden area of the temple, but it was later expanded by the temple and eventually formed a blood cave. The ground of this blood cave was filled with all kinds of white bones. It gave off a strong stench as if it was hell on earth. At this moment, a large number of humans were imprisoned here. Thousands of people. All of them were mages. They had been captured by the temple through various means. If ordinary people were used as nutrients to nurture the immortal clan, then these mages were used to nurture the true immortal clan. Mages had a chance of withstanding the contamination of the immortal clan's blood descendants' energy and transforming into the immortal clan. All the mages sat on the bones, looking weak and hopeless. These people were high-level mages, and there were quite a few elemental mages among them. There were even a few high-level elemental mages. In a corner, an old man and a girl were sitting together. The girl's hair was messy, and her face was covered in dirt. She had a gloomy expression on her face, and she hugged her knees with both hands. "Your Highness, His Majesty will definitely send someone to save us." The old man comforted her. It turned out that these two people were Princess Wei and Mage Bose, who had secretly been protecting her. "Maybe. If Senior comes here, maybe there's a way," Wei said in a low voice. She knew that the possibility was very low. Although there was some information left behind at that time, it was too difficult for her father to find her. She did not even know where she was. "Senior?" Mage Bose was stunned. He naturally knew who the senior mentioned by the princess was. He was the student who swept the floor in the library of Xiluo Magic Academy. Even a high-level elemental mage like him could not escape. What could a student who swept the floor do? Mahjong Valley had been completely locked down by Lord Lavika's army. All the mages were under control, and information about the Immortal Clan's touch was also strictly sealed. The Immortal Clan. I didn't expect the master of Mahjong Valley to have been disguised by the Immortal Clan. They really hid themselves well. Lord Orn looked at the corpse, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Lord Orn was a loyal person. He had not participated in the rebellion of the 5 great lords. He had even prepared to lead an army to support the king's city. However, the great battle had ended before he arrived because of the arrival of the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage. Halfway through, he received the king's order and returned to his kingdom. This time, because of the princess' disappearance, he had personally left the castle and come here. The princess had disappeared in his kingdom. He definitely had to accept part of the responsibility. The Immortal Clan has not appeared for nearly 300 years. Previously, I had personally inquired about this Mahjong, but I did not find any flaws, Shadow Guard Commander, Mo Dong said in a deep voice. Shadow Guards were a secret organization of the Pharaoh Kingdom. They reported everything directly to the Pharaoh Kingdom. Over the years, Shadow Guards had been investigating the disappearance case. After Princess Wei went missing, Mo Dong, as the commander, rushed out immediately. There was Judge Sisal, the king's personal guard, Great Mage Branch, and Kia, one of the 8 commanders of the Justice Corps. All of them were high-level elemental mages. "Sika, hurry up and tell me everything that happened." Mo Dong suddenly looked at a young man who was so scared that his face was pale. He was only a student of Mahjong. Facing so many important figures, it would be strange if he wasn't scared. Now that the entire Mahjong Valley was sealed off, it wasn't up to him whether he lived or died. Thinking about his relationship with the Immortal, his heart was filled with fear. Sika stammered and told him everything that had happened. He did not dare to hide anything. A mage from the imperial city wearing a grey robe? Everyone present frowned. Many people looked at the king's personal guard, Great Mage Branch. Branch was the king's trusted aide. At the same time, he was also one of the higher-ranking great mages. He managed a large number of great mages in the imperial palace. "I didn't bring them here." Branch shook his head and said, even if His Majesty sent other great mages to protect them, they must be high-level elemental mages to be able to easily set up an immortal clan. However, how can a grey-robed mage be so powerful? In the palace, the levels of mages were clearly distinguished. One could tell from their clothes. Grey-robed mages were usually the lowest rank. If they were really a high-level elemental mage, they would be grey-robed. At the very least, they would be purple-robed. It was even possible for them to wear the green snake robe that His Majesty had given them. "Does that grey-robed mage really look like he's only in his 30s? He asked again. "Sir, he really is only in his 30s. I'm not lying at all. At that time, it was this mage who told me to look for his lordship," Sika quickly said. "Okay, take him away." Branch nodded and waved his hand. Then he said to the others, "Now that the Immortal Clan is involved in the missing case, it's not that simple. The disappearance of the princess might have something to do with the Immortal Clan. We have to report it to His Majesty." "Okay, that's the only way." The others nodded. This matter was too big. A figure descended from the sky at the gate of the temple. It was Lei Lou. He knew the soul-absorbing codex and had obtained a large amount of information from the Immortal Clan's consciousness. The entire Immortal Clan organization had been transformed from the temple. "I hope washing her hair is fine. Otherwise, the entire temple will be buried with her." Lei Luo's heart chilled. Of course, no matter what happened to Wei, the temple would be destroyed. How could an organization of the Immortal Clan continue to exist? Lei Luo glanced at the gate of the temple. His powerful will condensed into a beam and shot out. Like a radar, he scanned the entire temple. Nothing could escape his detection. After more than a minute, Lei Luo suddenly revealed a hint of joy because he had sensed Wei. She was still alive, but she looked miserable. "At least she's okay." Lei Luo let out a sigh of relief. He did not have to worry about Wei's safety for now. Next, he was going to completely wipe out the immortals in the temple. He could feel a powerful evil aura in the core area of the temple. This aura might not have reached the level of a real ultimate mage, but it was very, very close. Moreover, this aura far surpassed that of a pseudo-ultimate mage. Even an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage like Great Wizard Snake God would not be a match for it. In order to become an ultimate mage, so many innocent ordinary people have been sacrificed to create the Immortal Clan and cultivate the magic book. Death will not atone for your sins even if you die 10,000 times. The murder in Lei Luo's eyes was filled with endless killing intent. This was the first time he had felt such extreme emotions. How many people had been killed in the sacred hall? It was impossible to calculate. There were more than 10,000 skeletons in the blood cave alone. Not to mention in the valley behind the sacred hall, the skeletons were piled up like mountains. Thinking of this, Lei Luo walked towards the gate of the sacred hall. No one is allowed to enter the temple. 2 temple guards stood at the gate and shouted at Lei Luo when they saw him. Lei Luo glanced around and found that all of them had turned into the temple guards of the Immortal Clan. Evil power was hidden in their bodies. Therefore, he didn't waste time talking nonsense. He waved his hand and instantly, the 2 were struck by a terrifying lightning bolt and turned into a pile of meat paste. They didn't even have the chance to turn into the Immortal Clan. Lei Luo entered the temple. Inside, the Immortal Clan's aura was extremely dense. Everyone was part of the Immortal Clan. Lei Luo's arrival immediately alerted them. They came up to scold him, but Lei Luo didn't give them any chance to kill him. Immediately, more temple guards roared and began to transform, turning into terrifying immortals. None of the Immortal Clan's forces could resist the elementalists. There were more than 10,000 of them in the temple. And this was the inside of the temple. Who knew how many more of them there were outside? Lei Luo looked at the Immortal Clan coldly. He snorted and stomped on the ground. With him as the center, a surge of terrifying magic power spread out. The Immortal Clan exploded into a bloody mist before they could get close. "Who dares to intrude my temple?" An angry shout came from afar. Then, a terrifying aura soared into the sky, emitting billowing black gas. An elder of the temple had taken action. This elder of the temple was a high-level elemental mage. After becoming an immortal clan member, he had cultivated the sky demon power generation and had become a pseudo-ultimate mage. Moreover, the magic book itself was very powerful. Even pseudo-ultimate mages of the same level were no match for it. There were no less than 20 pseudo-ultimate mage elders in the temple now. Even in the middle of the peak of magic prosperity decades ago, the total number of pseudo-ultimate mages could not compare to this. Not to mention, there was a master of the immortal clan who was even more powerful than the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage. In Middle-earth, even the holy temple was invincible. Now, someone actually barged into the holy temple and wantonly killed the foundation of the immortal clan. This was simply a serious provocation to the holy temple. Lei Lou did not even raise his head and directly pointed his finger across the air. In an instant, a ray of light flashed past. The head of the immortal clan elder that was rolling over was directly pierced through and his body fell down. An immortal clan elder who was a pseudo-ultimate mage was killed by Lei Lou with a finger from 10,000 meters away. His eyes were still filled with disbelief and fear. He was a pseudo-ultimate mage of the immortal clan, yet he couldn't even block a finger. Even if he died, he wasn't willing to close his eyes. In the hall. There's actually such a powerful mage on the way. The master of the immortal clan, who was covered in black robes, suddenly stood up, and a monstrous blood chi spread out. But his voice carried a hint of extreme shock. He could kill a pseudo-ultimate mage of the immortal clan with his finger from 10,000 meters away. What kind of strength was he? He was almost infinitely close to an ultimate mage. An external pseudo-ultimate mage actually had such terrifying strength, which had an effect on him. Very good. With such strength, the potential is bound to be huge. If I capture him, I can use him to nurture a top-notch immortal general. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the black-robed mage's face. Even if he could bring him a little threat, he had absolute confidence that he could suppress him. In his heart, the value of nurturing the elders of the temple like Usby was not particularly great. The value of his village was more to strengthen the temple. After all, they needed to capture more ordinary people and warriors. At the critical moment, these people could be abandoned. Outside, when the guards of the temple saw that even the elder of the powerful pseudo-ultimate mage had been pointed at something, they did not dare to attack. For the time being, Lei Lou did not care about these immortal clan disciples. Instead, he looked at the core area where the aura of the immortal clan was densest. An extremely powerful blood chi gushed out. It was much stronger than the pseudo-ultimate mage elder just now. Not bad. I didn't expect such a powerful pseudo-ultimate mage to exist in Middle-earth. Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and I'll bestow you with great magic power. A hoarse voice that sounded like an evil demon's voice rang out. A black-robed figure seemed to have violated the laws of physics and actually stepped into the air from afar. Under normal circumstances, one would not be able to step into the air and fly unless they were an ultimate mage, or they used flying magic. But this black-robed mage had actually done it. Behind him, there were more than a dozen pseudo-ultimate mages who had already turned into immortals. You want me to submit to you? Lei Lou could not help but laugh. But his laugh was very cold. He would not kill this black-robed mage immediately. As the instigator of the entire chaos of the immortal clan, even 1,000 cuts would not be enough to atone for his sins. Lei Lou would let him know what it meant to be miserable even if he was alive. He would regret coming to Middle-earth. Of course, I have enough power to make you submit. You will never know how powerful the immortal clan is. Once you know, you will completely submit to such power. Now, I will give you this opportunity. The black-robed mage's tone was filled with incomparable confidence. In this Middle-earth, where there was no ultimate mage, his black robe was invincible. In the next moment, black flames that looked like flames surged out of his body. His body began to twist and change shape as if he was shedding his skin again. Finally, he turned into a terrifying and ferocious immortal clan that was more than 3 meters tall. His entire body was covered in pitch-black scales, the blood vessels on his arms were wriggling in an exaggerated manner. There were even 2 lumps on his head that looked like they would break at any moment and turn into demon horns. His back had lumps. Compared to him, the other immortal clan members were too far away. Behind him, a terrifying blood chi spread out and formed a blood cloud. This was because the power in the demon's body was too powerful. It naturally spread out and almost reached its limit, forming a blood rain that would pollute the world. The immortal clan is about to break through. Lei Luo's expression was very calm. So what? Even if it was an immortal clan that could truly rival an ultimate mage, he wouldn't care too much because he was already a 7th level ultimate mage. Now, I'll let you experience the true power of a demon. Black Robe let out a long cry, and his voice shook the surroundings. The cries of evil ghosts and gods could be heard in the world. He suddenly stretched out his demon claw and clawed at Lei Luo. In an instant, the blood cloud behind him seemed to be pulled, and it turned into a giant demon claw with a 30-meter radius that clawed at Lei Luo's space. It was as if the space was about to be torn apart by this claw. When the pseudo-ultimate mages of the immortal clan who were standing behind the black robe saw this giant demon claw exuding a great power that could suppress the world, they almost knelt down and worshipped it. In front of such great power, their little bit of power was almost not worth mentioning. So. If I don't become an ultimate mage, I'll just be an ant that can be crushed at will. Lei Luo looked indifferent. No matter how strong this black robe was, he had not completed the transformation. His blood chi had not completely turned into liquid magic power. Just the quality of his magic power was 1 level lower. The immortal clan was better at using magic power to strengthen their bodies to attack. It was already different from the attack methods of ordinary mages. To Lei Luo, this guy's attacks seemed powerful, but in reality, he knew they were weak and powerless. Because he could create such a scene at any time, or even thousands of times more powerful. But that would only bring about a huge consumption. Against this kind of superficial power, he could directly point and break it. Lei Luo raised his hand and pointed at the incoming demon claw. A ray of light condensed from magic power flashed, and the powerful demon claw instantly collapsed, turning into blood chi that scattered in all directions. Black Robe could not even gather blood chi again. He was shocked to find that Lei Luo's finger had destroyed all the spiritual imprints in his blood chi. No, this is impossible. Black Robe's body trembled, and a look of disbelief appeared on his ferocious face. Even if his attack just now was not the most powerful attack, it was definitely not something a pseudo-ultimate mage could break. Even an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage would not be able to break it. The other party was still so relaxed, and yet he had completely broken it. Suddenly, he thought of an impossible possibility. You're an ultimate mage? Black Robe asked in a tone that was close to suffocation. If he really was an ultimate mage, they would be in trouble this time. How could there still be an ultimate mage in Middle-earth? This was completely impossible. All the elders of the immortal clan present were also stunned. Black Robe's powerful and despairing attack was actually broken by his opponent's light finger. Are we seeing things? However, Black Robe's words stunned them. Ultimate mage. This person was an ultimate mage. Then, their faces turned pale because they realized something. They had all become immortal. In a sense, they were no different from the immortal clan. As a human, you hurt your own kind and cultivate the immortal clan's demonic book. You are too cruel to be human. Today, I will judge you for the innocent people who died under your hands. Lei Luo gradually rose into the air, and a powerful aura spread out. Even if he only released a small part of his powers, it was enough to shock the entire scene. This was a power that only an ultimate mage could have. An ultimate mage, it's really an ultimate mage. Black Robe muttered to himself, but then he laughed wildly, so what if it's an ultimate mage? I've experienced so many hardships before I came to this land. How can I fail like this? Even an ultimate mage can't stop my great goal of dominating Middle-earth. God of the immortal clan, give me strength. Suddenly, he spread his arms and let out a shocking demonic roar. An indescribably terrifying aura spread out. Especially at his chest, there was a violent heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. This heartbeat was extremely terrifying. It was as if the world was resonating with it, making people feel disgusted and uncomfortable. The many pseudo-ultimate mages who had been following Black Robe suddenly trembled. Pain appeared on their faces, and their faces contorted. It was as if some terrifying power was tearing them apart. In the next moment, streams of blood chi rushed out of their bodies and gathered in Black Robe's body. Their bodies began to shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a moment, all the pseudo-ultimate mages had turned into dried corpses. Not only that, the disciples of the temple who had turned into the immortal clan members also let out shrill screams. Their bodies exploded one by one, and surges of blood chi surged out and entered Black Robe's body. Lei Lou watched this scene silently and did not stop it. This saved him the trouble of killing the immortal clan. Moreover, so what if Black Robe became an ultimate mage? He could kill a mere first-level ultimate mage with a flip of his hand. Boo-hoo! The terrifying demonic sound reverberated through the world. When ordinary people heard it, they would be contaminated and turn into immortals. However, Lei Lou was not affected at all. Suddenly, all of the blood chi fused with Black Robe. The skin on his head began to split open, revealing a golden horn that was at least a meter long. The skin on his back also split open, forming a pair of fleshy wings. However, the fleshy wings looked a little small, making the whole thing look especially comical and malnourished. Is this the immortal clan that can rival an ultimate mage? It doesn't look like much. Lei Lou sensed Black Robe's aura. Although it was much stronger than before, it still felt incomplete. Is this the power of an ultimate mage? What a powerful feeling. I've finally become an ultimate mage. At this moment, Black Robe had become arrogant. He stared at Lei Lou with his strange eyes and roared, "You're an ultimate mage, and I'm also an ultimate mage. What can you do to me?" "One ultimate mage is different from another ultimate mage," Lei Lou said calmly. Then, he raised his palm and struck out. Boom! Accompanied by a rumbling sound, Black Robe, who had just become an ultimate mage, was sent flying. He crashed into the ground, forming a long ravine. In the end, he even crashed into a building. After a long while, he stood up shakily. The scales on his body had been shattered, and it was a terrible sight to see. His face was filled with shock and anger. "Impossible, how could you be so powerful?" He had originally thought that after becoming an ultimate mage, he would be able to compete. But now, he realized that he had thought too much. "I've told you before that one ultimate mage is different from another ultimate mage." Lei Lou strode through the air and arrived in front of Black Robe. Then, he grabbed him by the neck. Black Robe had no strength to resist at all. He could only struggle helplessly. He had already become an ultimate mage, but he was casually lifted up by Lei Lou like a dead dog. In the next second, Lei Lou grabbed the flesh wing on his back with his other hand and pulled it hard. Accompanied by the Black Robe's miserable howl, Lei Lou tore the flesh wing from his back. Next, he tore off the other flesh wing. Even the two horns on his head were forcefully pulled out by Lei Lou. After the two horn wings were torn off, the blood chi in Black Robe's body began to disperse at an alarming speed. Not long after, his body also began to recover from the undying state to become an ordinary person. "What did you do to me? You're the devil, you're the devil." Black Robe was terrified. He had finally become an ultimate mage, but now, his wings and horns had been torn off by Lei Lou. He had completely fallen from the level of an ultimate mage and was declining at an alarming rate. In other words, he had only experienced the feeling of an ultimate mage for a short while. This was worse than letting him die. In order to become an ultimate mage, he had spent a lot of effort. On that cruel land, he had struggled with all his might and obtained the seed of the immortal clan's blood descendant in the endless abyss. Then, he had stolen the Golden Cloud token and completely betrayed the Golden Cloud Temple. He had crossed countless silent mountains, frozen land, and death sand sea to come to this prosperous Middle-earth. He had used the seeds of the blood descendants of the immortal clan to become an ultimate mage. He had created a powerful army of the immortal clan, and one day, he would be able to fight back. He would take back all the humiliation and make those who had looked down on him beg for mercy in despair. His great goal had been set. How could it end just like that? He was unwilling to let it happen. Since there's no hope, what's the harm in becoming an immortal? Suddenly, Black Robe's eyes seemed to have lost their luster completely, sinking into an extremely negative emotion. In the next moment, Black Robe's heart beat violently again. It was 1,000 times stronger than before. It had some effect on Lei Lou. Lei Lou frowned slightly as he grabbed Black Robe's chest and pulled out a blood-colored crystal bead. However, this crystal bead seemed to have grown together with Black Robe's flesh and blood. There were many disgusting blood vessels wrapped around it, and it was making a violent beating sound at every moment. It's useless. Ha ha ha, the blood descendants of the immortal clan have grown together with me. When I turn into an immortal, not only will you die, this Middle-earth will also become the hunting ground of the immortal clan. Black Robe seemed to feel no pain, and his ferocious and terrifying face was twisted with madness. You're really too ignorant of real magic, Lei Lou said calmly. He grabbed the blood-red crystal bead and released the terrifying magic power that only high-level ultimate mages could have. Crack crack crack. His strength seemed to have exceeded a certain limit. Even the immortal clan's blood descendants could not withstand it. Cracks actually appeared on the bead, and then the entangled blood vessels broke one after another. Soon, the blood-colored crystal bead had completely separated from Black Robe. The color of the blood on the bead quickly faded away and the heartbeat also stopped. The blood-colored crystal turned into a pure crystal bead. Only a thick blood chi gathered and did not disperse. Arg! Black Robe let out a miserable cry as he stood up. He seemed to have lost everything after losing the immortal clan's blood descendant. He was so shocked that he could not believe what was happening before his eyes. He had used the immortal bloodline to transform completely, but it had been forcefully interrupted by his opponent. Under normal circumstances, a transformation was impossible to reverse. Once it started, there was no way to stop it. However, his transformation process had been interrupted. After losing the seed of the immortal bloodline, Black Robe became even weaker. Even the magic power in his body was rapidly dissipating, turning him into a cripple with no magic power at all. Lei Lou threw him to the ground like a piece of trash. Black Robe seemed to have completely lost hope after being hit again and again. His eyes were empty. Lei Lou narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Black Robe's forehead. He immediately activated the soul-absorbing codex. He wanted to obtain some information from his mind. Where did Black Robe come from? What was going on with this immortal bloodline? If Black Robe was still in the realm of an ultimate mage, it would be very difficult for Lei Lou to use the soul-absorbing codex to obtain information. This was because the soul-absorbing codex had a restriction. Using it on someone of the same level was very risky and could easily backfire. However, Black Robe had fallen from his realm and had become an ordinary person. He had also suffered a devastating blow and his spirit had completely collapsed. Therefore, Black Robe was practically defenseless to him at this moment. After a while, Lei Lou withdrew his hand. Black Robe had turned into a corpse. He was lucky to die just like that. A part of the information is missing. Lei Lou frowned and was speechless. Although he had stopped Black Robe from turning into a real immortal, at his fastest speed a part of his soul had been damaged and his memory was lost. Once he became an immortal, his self-consciousness would disappear completely and he would become a true immortal. He would have no intelligence and no reason. He would only have pure thoughts and an instinctive appetite for flesh and blood. As time went on, the immortal clan would be born with intelligence. Sure enough, this world is not as simple as I thought. Lei Lou sighed. He wasn't proud of his achievements at all. After all, there was still the sky outside the sky, and there were people behind people. No one knew when an even more terrifying existence would appear. If it wasn't for Wei's disappearance, he would have given more time to Black Robe, and that might have posed a danger to him. That was why it was important to keep a low profile. Never reveal your strongest power, always keep a calm mind, and never think that you're invincible. Lei Lou looked at the seed of the immortal clan bloodline in his hand. It was a disaster. However, destroying it directly wasn't a solution because the immortal clan's power would escape into the air. No one knew what the consequences would be. The best thing would be to put it into the system space and preserve it forever. Lei Lou put the seed of the immortal clan directly into the system space. This way, it was absolutely safe. He glanced at the location of the blood cave. With the 40,000 black robes, the blood seal there would gradually disappear. The people trapped inside would be able to get out soon. He did not need to do anything. Wei was still inside. It would be best if they did not meet. He was not worried about Wei's safety now. With a high-level elemental mage, such as Bo's, protecting her, there would not be any problems. The only problem now is the immortals scattered outside. Lei Lou's face darkened as he calculated in his heart. The number of immortal clan members outside was definitely not small. Although the number would not increase without the seed of the immortal clan's bloodline, those immortals could still harm other ordinary people. The best way was to eliminate them as soon as possible, and then losses would be smaller. Forget it. Leave this matter to the king. Lei Lou shook his head. He couldn't go all over the world to search for the immortals, right? He didn't know how much time he would waste. Oh right, I haven't used my signature today. Why don't I sign in at this temple? Lei Lou's heart moved. Speaking of which, he hadn't signed in any unexpected places in the imperial city. Thinking of this, Lei Lou muttered in his heart. System, I want to sign in. Soon, the sign-in was completed, and the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to host for successfully signing in. The reward is a copy of the Catalogue of the Gods. Lei Lou revealed a look of surprise. It was actually the Catalogue of the Gods. This was a very powerful thing. He hurriedly checked the corresponding introduction, but he realized that it was not as he had imagined. This Catalogue of the Gods was not magic, but a domain that used magic. There were a total of 49 diagrams. Each diagram represented the structure of a layer of a domain. Once these 49 diagrams were understood and fused into one, it would be able to transform into a complete domain of the gods. During a battle, the domain of the gods would be activated, just like a god. All life within the domain would be affected. It could be amplified or weakened, making it extremely powerful. Now that there were 49 diagrams, Lei Lou could only see 3. In other words, the remaining 46 diagrams were still sealed. This was terrifying. Lei Lou was a high-level ultimate mage, yet he could only see 3 diagrams. It was obvious that the gods' records were of a high level. Whoosh! Lei Lou didn't leave immediately. Instead, he headed toward the core hall. He could sense that there was something good inside. Moreover, the things here were related to the immortal clan. He couldn't leave them here. Otherwise, it would be a disaster if someone with ulterior motives got their hands on them. Soon, Lei Lou entered the hall and saw 2 tokens on an altar. Are these golden cloud tokens? Lei Lou got the corresponding information from Black Robe's consciousness. He waved his hand, and the 2 tokens fell into his hand. The 2 tokens were similar. On one side was a golden cloud, while on the other side was an ancient number. One of them had a 1 on it, which represented the number 1 golden cloud token. The other one was an 8, which represented the number 8 golden cloud token. The higher the number of the golden cloud token, the more powerful the magic inside. The number 1 golden cloud token had the most powerful heavenly magic codex and the corresponding evil magic in the temple. As for the number 8 golden cloud token, it was much worse. But in the Middle-earth, it was top-tier magic. Otherwise, it would not have become a treasure of the temple. Lei Lou put the 2 golden cloud tokens into the system space and searched for some things before the god left the temple. In the blood cave. With the death of Black Robe, the blood chi that had sealed the blood cave gradually dissipated. All the mages trapped inside felt that their magic powers had gradually recovered. They were all delighted. The reason they were trapped here was that their magic powers had been sealed and could not be used. They were no different from ordinary people. Being trapped in this blood cave, even praying to the gods would not be of any use. But now that the magic power had recovered, it was completely different. Especially for a high-level elemental mage like Mage Bose. Your Highness, we might be saved, Mage Bose said with surprise on his face. I also feel that my magic power is recovering. Wei nodded. After everyone had completely recovered, Mage Bose suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, everyone, listen to me. Now that we're trapped here, we have to work together. He was a 9th-level elemental mage, and among all the trapped mages, he was the most powerful. Therefore, the aura of his 9th-level elemental mage spread out, and all the mages present were shocked. Even high-level elemental mages had been trapped here. One could imagine how terrifying the mysterious obstruction that trapped them was. Under the obstruction of Mage Bose, thousands of mages were united. In a place like this, if they did not unite, their chances of escaping were extremely slim. Half an hour later, the group of people finally rushed out of the blood cave. When they saw the situation outside, they were all stunned. Why wasn't there a single person? At first, they thought that they would encounter a powerful attack when they came out. But now, they couldn't even see anything. Next, they increased the scope of their search and finally knew where they were. Is this the temple? Oh my God, how could the temple do such a terrible thing? Strange, why is there no one in the temple? There are a lot of dried corpses here. They look like people from the temple. What happened here? There seems to have been a battle here. Look, this ravine that is hundreds of meters long seems to have been created by someone. What kind of terrifying battle has happened to cause such a huge scene? When the people present saw the long ravine, they were deeply shocked. This was not something that human strength could do. Even if it was a full-force attack from a pseudo-ultimate mage, it was still far from being able to achieve this level. Mage Bose and Princess Wei stood in front of the long ravine. Great Mage Bose, can you tell who left this mark? Princess Wei asked curiously. Although she could sense an extremely terrifying aura from the ravine, she was only an intermediate elemental mage, so it was difficult for her to make an accurate judgment. It's very powerful, extremely powerful. I'm afraid that even ordinary pseudo-ultimate mages can't compare to it. Perhaps it was left behind by an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage, Mage Bose said with a grave expression. He would never have imagined that this place had been left behind by an even more powerful ultimate mage. After all, his horizons had not reached such a height. Pseudo-ultimate mage. Could it be that senior saved us? Princess Wei said in surprise. From what she knew, in the whole of the Pharaoh Kingdom, there was probably only that pseudo-ultimate mage who thought he was invincible. This time, they were captured by the mysterious force, and all the magic power in their bodies had been imprisoned. They were unable to use any power at all. However, the previously imprisoned power had disappeared, and now they were free. It was obvious that the mysterious force had not let them out voluntarily. Instead, it was a powerful existence that had destroyed or repelled the mysterious force. That is probably the case. After all, that senior once saved His Majesty and the Pharaoh Kingdom. It's not impossible for him to come and save Her Highness the Princess this time. Mage Bose nodded and said. Unfortunately, I didn't see that senior. Princess Wei was a little disappointed. She could not help but think of her senior. If he knew that she was in danger, he would definitely come and save her. Perhaps that pseudo-ultimate mage was her senior. Various thoughts appeared in her mind. An intermediate elemental mage flew over and said respectfully, "Senior, we found some words in the hall over there. We don't know who left them." Mage Bose and Princess Wei quickly went into the hall. There were many words left on a wall. Each word contained an indescribable charm and magic will. After all, they had been left behind by a peerless master mage. From the marks, they looked very new. They had not been there for long. They may have been left behind by that senior. Princess Wei said in surprise. I didn't expect that these missing cases would all be found in the temple. In order to cultivate that evil codex, they killed so many creatures and nurtured the immortal clan. They're really not worthy of being human. After reading the contents, Mage Bo's face turned extremely gloomy. Then he continued reading. This senior told us that most of the immortal clan had been eliminated, but a portion of them was still out there. We have to get the imperial court to eliminate the mages to hunt them down. Otherwise, there will definitely be a big mess, Mage Bose said worriedly. Fortunately, this senior destroyed the temple. Otherwise, we would all have died at the hands of the immortal clan. Yeah, I wonder if this senior is a hermit. All the humans will be able to expel and kill such a ferocious immortal. How many people died in the Blood Cave? The temple is a huge force and a vassal of the Pharaoh Kingdom. How dare they nurture the immortals? They deserve to be destroyed. We must inform Lord Orn, and ask him to send a mage army to hunt down the remaining immortals. After seeing this, the many high-level mages present were all extremely shocked. They had not expected to be involved in the chaos of the immortals. If not for the sale of that mysterious powerful mage, none of them would have been able to walk out alive. At this moment, they were filled with endless gratitude towards that senior. At the same time, they also hated the immortals. Lavik City was the largest city in Lavik. Lord Orn's castle was situated there. Since he had found out that the leader of Mahjong Valley was an immortal in disguise, Lord Orn had immediately reported the situation to the kingdom. At the same time, he had organized a more powerful force and immediately conducted a more rigorous investigation. Since there was an immortal disguised as a mortal, it was possible that there were more of them hiding among the humans. Report. A great mage who claims to be Bose, the kingdom's guardian, is here to see you, Lord. The guard who was guarding the palace suddenly came in to report. Lord Orn was discussing how to deal with the immortal with the high-level officials such as the judge, the great mage branch, and the commander of the justice corps. What? Mage Bose? Do you mean Mage Bose? The king's great mage branch suddenly stood up and revealed an ecstatic expression. Because this great mage Bose was the powerful mage who had been secretly protecting Princess Wei. The truly powerful guardian mage had a higher status than him. Now that Mage Bose had appeared, didn't it mean that Princess Wei was safe now? At this moment, two figures had entered the hall. It was Mage Bose and Princess Wei. Everyone present was ecstatic. They all stood up and bowed to Princess Wei. Greetings, Your Highness. The others who had not seen Princess Wei also reacted and quickly followed. Your Highness. Lord Orn also bowed slightly. Although in terms of seniority, he was Princess Wei's elder uncle, the royal family's etiquette still had to be followed. No need for formalities. Princess Wei waved her hand and was respectfully led to the main seat by Lord Orn. However, Princess Wei was not an arrogant person. In the face of her uncle in name, she smiled and rejected Lord Orn's good intentions. She turned around and sat on a secondary seat at the side. Seeing this scene, Lord Orn was a little touched. Logically speaking, she should not care about his feelings, but Princess Wei gave him enough face. Lord Orn sat down on the main seat and turned to look at Princess Six. He asked, "Your Highness, what exactly happened?" "Let me tell you about this in detail," Mage Bose said. Then, they told him everything from the beginning to the end. Everyone present was shocked. The disappearance of everyone had actually been the work of the temple. The temple was actually cultivating a large number of the immortal clan and cultivating the immortal demon's magic codex. The temple had been completely destroyed by a mysterious powerhouse. There were still many immortal clan members scattered in the outside world. The amount of information was too great, and everyone present took a long time to digest it. "Great Mage Bose, could the mysterious mage you mentioned be the same person as the grey-robed mage we're looking for?" Judge Sisal suddenly asked. "What grey-robed mage?" Princess Wei hurriedly asked. "To answer your highness, it's like this." Judge Sisal quickly told her about the mage from Mahjong Valley. "Judge Sisal, can you describe the appearance of the grey-robed mage?" Princess Wei was a little excited because she felt that this was very close to the truth. Soon, the student of the leader of Mahjong Valley, Sika, was called in again. "This is Her Highness the Princess. If she wants to ask you a question, give me an honest answer." "There must be no lies," Lord Orn sat on the main seat and said solemnly. Yes, Your Highness, please ask." Sika's scalp was about to explode. Even Her Highness the Princess had come out. "Tell me, what does that grey-robed mage look like?" Princess Wei asked. "Your Highness, that mage was too powerful at that time. I only dared to take a glance at him." Sika told her everything that he knew. Princess Wei felt a little regretful after hearing it because it was impossible to tell if it was Lei Lou or not. However, that mage was very powerful, and he was wearing a grey robe. The possibility was very high. She remembered it firmly in her heart. At this moment, Lei Lou had long left Lavik and was flying rapidly toward the imperial city. He wanted to go back and cultivate the Atlas of the Gods as soon as possible. From Lavik to the imperial city was a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. Even the fastest warhorse or 9th-level elemental mage would not rest during the day or night when using wind-riding flight. It would take about 2 to 3 days. With Lei Lou's magic comprehension and mana, a trip would only take 5 hours. When he returned to the library of the Xiluo Magic Academy, it had only been 3 days since he had left. He did not spend much time traveling back and forth, mainly because he spent a lot of time investigating related information. "Senior, you're back." As soon as Lei Lou returned, Alo immediately welcomed him. "No one came to the library, right?" Lei Lou asked. "Senior, no," Alo said obediently. Lei Lou nodded. Alo was a paper figurine and would not lie. "Remember, when I go out this time, don't tell anyone. Even if your mother asks, don't tell anyone, understand?" "Yes, Senior," Alo nodded and said. Because it was Lei Lou who had created him, in his heart, Lei Lou's words would not be disobeyed. After that, for 3 days in a row, Lei Lou practiced the catalogue of gods in the inner room of the library. On the city wall of the royal capital, the king, the queen and the prince were all looking forward to the return of Princess Wei. During this period of time, the king had definitely missed his daughter very much and could not sleep peacefully. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he received the news that Princess Wei was safe. The queen was almost the same. She had lost a lot of weight. Not long after, a large group of knights rushed over from afar. The leader of the group was a valiant and radiant female knight. If it was not Princess Wei, who else could it be? When she saw her father, mother, and brother on the city wall, her beautiful eyes became a little moist. She immediately used the wind-controlling magic to fly up from the horse's back. She drew a long white magic aura and landed on the city wall. "Father, mother," Princess Wei said happily. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." The king looked at his daughter and nodded repeatedly with a slight tremble. "Father, I won't go out in the future. I'll always be with you." Princess Wei looked at her father, who had aged a lot, and her excitement lessened. Sadness welled up in her heart because her father looked much older than when she had left. "You should have been like this a long time ago. You don't know how worried your father has been about you during this period of time." Queen Lina couldn't help but scold her, but she was still very happy. After returning to the palace, Princess Wei didn't stay for long and went straight to the library of the Xiluo Magic Academy. After Princess Wei left, the king shook his head helplessly. "This girl just can't stay idle. She's even closer to that student called Lei Lou than she is to us." The queen complained. "Let her be. As long as she doesn't leave the capital again." The king shook his head and smiled. "In my opinion, we have to find her a husband. Ling already has a few children," the queen said. "Mother, my sister is obsessed with magic, which is why she has such a high cultivation level. If we really force her to marry someone, I'm afraid it will have the opposite effect. It's better not to interfere and let her develop naturally. Anyway, she's a woman of the royal family, so there's no need to worry about not being able to marry," Prince Ling quickly said. "The prince is right. Let her be." The king nodded in agreement. Only in her 20s, Princess Wei was already a 5th-level elemental mage. Such an achievement was rare even in the entire history of the Pharaoh Kingdom. She was definitely a stunning genius. In the future, in the developed kingdom, it would not necessarily be impossible for a female ultimate mage to be born. It was precisely because of this that the king allowed Princess Wei to roam around. The path in the future would ultimately be left for her to walk alone. "Alright, I can't win against you guys anyway." The queen was helpless. She could no longer control that wild girl. Princess Wei went to the library and saw Alo sweeping the floor. "Alo, Alo. Mommy." Alo trembled when he heard the voice. A happy expression appeared on his face. He put down the broom in his hand and threw himself into Princess Wei's arms. "Alo, how have you been recently?" Princess Wei had a beautiful smile on her face as she gently stroked Alo's head. "Mom, I'm doing very well," Alo said as he leaned on the princess. "Where's Senior Lei Lou?" Princess Wei asked. "Senior may be practicing magic in the inner room," Alo said blankly. "Alo, let me ask you, has Senior gone out during this period of time?" Princess Wei suddenly asked. "Mom, Senior hasn't gone out. He has been staying in the library," Alo quickly said. "Really? You didn't lie to me? If I find out that you lied to me, you will be punished." Princess Wei pretended to be angry. Alo was a little guilty, but she still said carefully, "Mom, Alo doesn't dare to lie. He really hasn't gone out. If I lie, ask him to take back the magic power in my body and turn me into a piece of paper again." He had been given wisdom by Lei Lou, so he wouldn't betray him. "Oh, I understand." Princess Wei knew what Alo was thinking, so he would not lie to her. It seemed that Senior Lei Lou really had not gone out. Although it was possible that Alo did not know that Lei Lou had left, the problem was that the distance between the two places was more than 1,000 kilometers. A round trip would take at least 6 to 7 days, and with the delay, perhaps 10 days had passed. It was impossible for Alo not to know that he had not been in the library for such a long time. Could it be that the mysterious mage is really not Senior? A hint of disappointment appeared in Wei's heart. Although she liked Lei Lou very much and even firmly believed that the senior was the mysterious mage if he really was, why didn't he tell her? Perhaps it really wasn't him. However, on second thought, she couldn't see through Senior Lei Lou's strength even though she was now a 5th-level elemental mage. It was enough to prove that Lei Lou was not an ordinary student sweeping the floor. Such a senior was already outstanding enough. Thinking of this, a hint of sweetness rose in Wei's heart. She stepped lightly into the library. It had now been more than a month since the destruction of the temple. The kingdom had already made strict arrangements and carried out a large-scale purge of the immortals. From time to time, the immortals would be exposed and then wiped out. However, there were also some who hid even deeper, or escaped from the Pharaoh kingdom and entered other unknown places to hide. The temple gate had long been completely sealed off by the Pharaoh kingdom. They had even sent an army of 1,000 mages to guard it. After all, this was the place where the immortal clan rose up. Even if the temple had been destroyed, there were still quite a number of them wandering outside. Perhaps some of them would return, and that way, they would be able to capture quite a number of them. A group of 12 people appeared outside the temple ruins. There were men and women among them, and each of them had an aura as deep as the sea. With one look, one could tell that they were not ordinary mages. This is the place. The temple, a branch of our Golden Cloud Temple Midway. This is the reason why Black Robe fled to Middle-earth. Unfortunately, we were too late. Black Robe is already dead, and the temple has been destroyed by the Pharaoh kingdom. We don't know where the number 1 Golden Cloud token and the Immortal Clan's blood descendant are either. If Black Robe hadn't set up the trap, we wouldn't have wasted years of time and finally locked onto his whereabouts. This Black Robe deserves to die. He stole the number 1 Golden Cloud token and even hid the blood descendants of the Immortal Clan. He betrayed the Golden Cloud Holy Temple. If he was still alive, he would have been punished by the Holy Fire Soul Refinement. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been on the road for so many years unable to return to the Golden Cloud Temple, the land of eternal frozen, or the Sea of Death. Half of us died. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe we will leave some clues. These people whispered to each other and then walked into the temple without hiding anything. Not long after, the intense sounds of fighting rang out. In less than 15 minutes, the temple became quiet again. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and the mage army garrisoned by the imperial court had all been killed. Even the high-level elemental mages guarding the place had not escaped this massacre. This was because the 12 people in this group were all pseudo-ultimate mages. The 12 people searched around, but they did not find anything. However, this was to be expected. The Pharaoh kingdom had already searched every corner. Then, they interrogated the surviving mages who had intentionally stayed behind. Using special methods, they finally acquired some valuable information. Grey-robed mages? Invincible pseudo-ultimate mages? It seems that those two things might have landed on this person's injuries. We must find him at all costs. We can't make a big fuss. It's best to investigate in secret, lest this person doesn't dare to show his face. After a group of people discussed it, they made a decision. The shocking news spread to the capital. The mage army stationed in the temple had been massacred overnight. Not a single person had survived. After the king received the news, he must be furious and order the entire country to investigate this matter. The good situation of eliminating the immortals was suddenly overshadowed by this matter. The Pharaoh kingdom subconsciously blamed this on the immortals. In the palace, the old king sat on the throne, while Prince Ling sat at the side. During normal court meetings, even if he was present, the king would not speak. Prince Ling was always the one presiding over the proceedings. "How's the investigation going?" the king asked Judge Xiluo. "Your Majesty, please forgive my incompetence. So far, we haven't found much valuable information. According to our reconstruction of the scene, the person who made the move must be a pseudo-ultimate mage. There were a total of 12 people who left traces. We suspect they are all pseudo-ultimate mages, but they have nothing to do with the immortals, Xiluo quickly replied. What? The king's face was filled with shock. The others present were also shocked. 12 pseudo-ultimate mages? Where did they come from? All the pseudo-ultimate mages in the temple had been eliminated by that mysterious mage. As for the other 4 supreme mages, the kingdom had already sent people to keep an eye on them to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Then where did these 12 suspected pseudo-ultimate mages come from? Could they have come from outside of Middle-earth? It was very possible. After all, Middle-earth was not completely closed off and had connections with the outside world, especially the Western countries and the elves. No matter what, we have to find these 12 people. They dared to kill the mages of our pharaoh kingdom. They must be enemies and not friends, the king said in a deep voice. These terrifying and powerful mages hidden in the dark posed a great threat to the pharaoh kingdom. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed and it was the 25th year of the king's reign. The king's body deteriorated rapidly and he could no longer get out of bed. However, the pharaoh kingdom was now stable. Prince Ling had gradually nurtured his subordinates and displayed extremely high political talent. During this year, Wei didn't go out. Every day, she would either accompany Lei Lou in the library to practice magic or accompany the king. On this day, Lei Lou sat on a chair and read a book. The weather was a little gloomy. Alo sat quietly on the ground and trained. He had successfully broken through to become an elemental mage. His training speed was not as fast as Wei's, but it was fast enough. The reason for Wei's rapid progress was that Lei Lou had given her a lot of training resources. Moreover, Wei had the support of the royal family to nurture her. She did not lack magic potions at all. On the other hand, Lei Lou's magic potions had very little effect on Alo. Even if Lei Lou wanted to nurture him, he could only do so at this speed. However, it was good to be a little slower. This way, he could stabilize his foundation. Compared to the others, Alo was just a paper figurine. His foundation was very important. It was fine to be slower. After all, cultivating in the library did not waste time. Sai, the king of Pharaoh, is finally coming to an end. Lei Lou put down the book in his hand, looked up in the direction of the palace, and sighed. He got up and walked into the library, tidied up his clothes, and then returned to the door. At this time, an old mage in a red robe rushed over. Lei Lou, His Majesty wants to see you. Come with me quickly. Lei Lou did not say anything and followed the old mage toward the direction of the palace. At this moment, the old mage realized that the seemingly ordinary Lei Lou was actually a hidden magic expert. In fact, he was even more powerful than him. Although he did not know why Lei Lou would rather be a student sweeping the floor and cooped up in a place like the library for the rest of his life. After arriving at the palace, there were people everywhere. Other than the mage maids and healing mages, there were people from the royal family and ministers. It was obvious that the king was about to die. He had summoned people in advance to give his final instructions. Lei Lou did not wait and went straight in. Many people present were extremely curious because they had never seen him before. How could a grey-robed mage of the lowest level have the right to enter on such an occasion? To be able to receive King Pharaoh for the last time, it was either the person closest to him or the most important minister. Entering the inner hall, Lei Lou saw Princess Wei, who had been wiping away her tears, the pale Prince Ling, and the queen, whose face was filled with grief. The moment Lei Lou entered, they all looked over. Senior, my father. Princess Wei walked up, her tears rolling down like pearls. Senior Lei Lou. Prince Ling also nodded slightly at Lei Lou. Over the years, because he had had to learn how to handle government affairs, Prince Ling had not been to the library much. Despite this, he still showed respect to Lei Lou, this senior. Greetings to the Queen, His Highness the Prince, Her Highness the Princess. Lei Lou bowed slightly. His Majesty wants to see you. Hurry up and go in, the Queen said softly. Lei Lou nodded and then walked into the inner room. There was no one inside. After all, they were all receiving each other. The king would definitely say some heartfelt words, and he did not want others to hear them. On the bed, the king lay quietly. His eyes were closed, and his hair was snow white. He looked extremely old, like a candle that was about to go out, and could die at any time. Your Majesty. Lei Lou came to the side of the bed and called out softly. Lei Lou, you're here. The king opened his eyes and turned his head slightly. His turbid eyes looked at Lei Lou as if he was reading something. Lei Lou did not speak. He looked at the king. Help me dispel the poison, extend my life, save the Pharaoh kingdom, save my daughter, and destroy the temple. It should be you, Lei Lou. After a long while, the king's weak voice sounded again. Lei Lou did not speak. Lei Lou, you don't have to speak, nor do you have to deny or admit. It's fine as long as I know what I'm doing. The king continued, years ago, my father had the assistance of the great mage Mosley. During his 43 years on the throne, the Pharaoh kingdom was stable and the people were happy. During my 25 years on the throne, although there were many twists and turns, I still managed to make it through. All of this was because of you. I, Pharaoh, have been lucky. He took a deep breath, and his voice became even softer, I can't do it anymore. I can only leave the rest of the road to Ling. His personality looks like mine, but I know that he is too arrogant. With me suppressing him, perhaps he won't take the wrong path, but if I leave, he will be a runaway horse. No one can predict what kind of situation he will bring to the Pharaoh kingdom. Great Mage Lei Lou, I have one last request. If he goes in the wrong direction, please help me pull him. The king opened his mouth as if he wanted to breathe in fresh air. His weak voice became even more urgent. This is the first and only last decree I will give you. His bony hand grabbed a bright yellow scroll and lifted it up. He widened his eyes as if he wanted to see Lei Lou clearly, with a hint of endless anticipation. As expected, the king had really seen through it, but he had never said. Your Majesty, I accept the decree. Lei Lou looked deeply at the king and sighed in his heart. Then, he took out the scroll. The king's old face finally revealed a smile. Then, his hand fell down weakly. With a faint smile on his face, he died. Looking at the king who had passed away, Lei Lou could feel the weight of the scroll in his hands. Even if he had not opened the scroll, he already knew the contents of it. The king's decree. Lei Lou has rendered great service to the Pharaoh kingdom and is hereby conferred the title of Great Mage Lei Lou. With this scroll, you have the right to supervise the new king. If the new king is incompetent, you can scold him, flog him, or abolish him. Lei Lou smiled calmly. The king really dared to trust him. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Under the new king's diligent management, Pharaoh had become even more powerful and prosperous. In addition, there had not been too many disasters in these years, and the resources had also increased. It was true that the Pharaoh kingdom had entered a period of subversion that it had never experienced before. The new king had also vigorously developed his military. His army and his horses were strong. Even the surrounding clans did not dare to cross the border into the human territory easily. In these 5 years, Lei Lou had risen another level, reaching the level of an 8th-level ultimate wizard. Moreover, he had already condensed the second diagram of the Atlas of the Gods. The war god domain obtained from the Atlas of the Gods was also stronger. Senior, I still don't understand, Alo stood in front of Lei Lou and said in a low voice. Your little paper head really can't turn around. Lei Lou waved his hand and said, well, go and think about it. When you have figured it out, come and tell me. Oh. Alo walked to the side and drew circles. Lei Lou continued to read. He had never been patient when he taught magic. In fact, when he taught Princess Wei, it was about the same. But Wei's comprehension was much better than Alo's paper figure. At this moment, Wei walked over. Her expression was not too good, as if she was angry. "Your Highness, why do you look like this? Who has made you angry?" Lei Lou laughed. Wei's current cultivation had already reached the 7th level elemental mage. If she was a young high-ranked great-grandmaster, not to mention the pharaoh royal family, even the entire pharaoh kingdom would be extremely rare. Who else could it be? Of course, it's that B***starred spirit slayer. Wei said with a displeased expression. What's wrong with him now? Lei Lou laughed. Hasn't he always doted on that vixen princess consort? I don't know what's gotten into him recently, but he actually wants to cripple the queen and make that stinky woman called Yali the queen. Wei said angrily, the queen is not only intelligent but also polite. She gave birth to 2 princes and a princess for him. They were originally very close, but after Princess Yali came, he has become completely infatuated. She really couldn't stand it anymore, which was why she was so angry. Although she didn't ask her brother to be like her father, who only had a woman like her mother, she couldn't abolish the queen. After all, the queen was already a prince consort when she was still a princess. It was the king who had carefully selected her for the prince. Perhaps His Majesty has his own ideas, Lei Lou said lightly. He did not pay so much attention to the matters of the royal family. After all, who could get involved in such matters? In his previous life, there were so many divorces and affairs. It was normal. Moreover, couldn't a king have a harem? Senior, do you also think that what I did was wrong? Wei sat in Lei Lou's arms and leaned her face against Lei Lou's chest. She spoke with some grievance. No, from your point of view, you are right. But from His Majesty's point of view, he is right. So only a genius will know who is right and who is wrong. Lei Lou smiled faintly. He was not an expert in relationships. He did not want to bother with such troublesome matters. But I can't ignore it. The queen is really too pitiful, Wei said. What about the queen mother? Lei Lou asked. Even mother can't control it. Ever since that stinky woman entered the palace, Ling seems to have changed into a different person. Wei shook her head and said, Senior, why don't you tell him? Ling might listen to you. The princess thinks too highly of me. I'm just an old student sweeping the floor in the library, Lei Lou said indifferently. He would never get involved in such a thing. Otherwise, how could he train quietly in the library and read books quietly? Wei could see that the senior really did not want to get involved, so she could only sigh helplessly. Looking at Lei Lou's handsome face, Wei temporarily put the troubles out of her mind and kissed him. Lei Lou also responded to her skillfully. After the passionate kiss, he picked her up, causing her to cry out in surprise. Her pretty face blushed and she gently punched Lei Lou's muscular chest twice. Lei Lou laughed evilly and directly carried Wei into the library. Not long after, the sound of the princess's soft humming could be heard from the library. Alo was left sitting outside in a daze. The northern border prairie. This was a vast prairie world. It was a little bigger than the Middle-earth, and there were many races living there. Among them, the most famous was the Wolf clan. Their totem was the Sirius, so they called themselves the Wolf clan. The warriors of the Wolf clan could transform into vicious wolves to fight, and they were famous for their bravery and valor. After transforming into vicious wolves, they were no weaker than the battle-chi warriors of the human clan. All along, the Wolf clan had been a great threat to the Middle-earth. Similarly, in the northern border prairie, the powerful Wolf clan was also a nightmare for other races. Who knew how many races had been destroyed by the sharp claws of the Wolf clan? In recent decades, the Wolf clan had gradually shown signs of decline, because another powerful clan had risen up in the prairie, and the Wolf clan had fought for the dominance of the prairie. The Wolf Clan's Sky Wolf tribe was the most powerful clan of the Wolf Clan, and also the location of the Sky Wolf King's Golden Palace. In a huge tent, one of the Sky Wolf King's spouses was giving birth. The female wolf's painful whimper could be heard. Suddenly, along with a long howl, the tent quickly let out a cheer. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Immediately after, the goosefeather snow fluttered down. It only lasted for a quarter of an hour before the goosefeather snow stopped and sunlight appeared again. This strange phenomenon caused the newly born son of the Sirius King to be shrouded in a layer of mystery. There were werewolf priests in the tribe who believed that the newborn prince was the descent of the Sky Wolf god. There were also some who believed that he was the reincarnation of a demon, and they argued endlessly. The Sky Wolf King was also hesitant about such a situation. Just as the entire tribe was in chaos because of a newborn, a mysterious figure entered. This person's arrival immediately attracted the welcome of countless werewolf tribe members. Many of them even knelt on the ground and began to worship. "Welcome back, the pride of our wolves, the ascetic Great Mage Badu." The Sky Wolf King immediately rushed over to welcome him, paying the highest respect to him. Great Mage Badu's reputation within the Wolf Clan was extremely high. He could be said to be a godlike existence. Even the Sky Wolf King did not dare to look down on him and had to treat him with respect. This was because this Great Mage Badu was very old. He was already more than 120 years old and was extremely proficient in magic. He had become a pseudo-ultimate mage 60 years ago, and the pseudo-werewolves had nurtured many princes of pseudo-ultimate mages. The most dazzling battle record of the Great Mage Badu was the battle with the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage Mosley of the Middle-earth. This battle had taken place in the Pharaoh Kingdom at the border of Mount Hershey more than 30 years ago. As there were no bystanders, no one knew the outcome. But after the incident, Mosley began to disappear from the world. There had been no news of Great Mage Badu since then. Who would have thought that Great Mage Badu would appear and return after more than 30 years? Great Mage Badu was extremely old and skinny, but he was dressed in sackcloth. His hair and beard were very long. He held a cane and walked straight to the child of the Sky Wolf King, who had been born a day ago. "This child has been blessed by the God of Heaven. He can inherit my will, so I give him the name of Jabi." He pointed at the young child in his arms and said something. Everyone present had shocked expressions on their faces. Jabi, in the language of the Wolf Clan, meant wisdom, invincibility, and greatness. The current Great Mage Badu had actually given such a name. It was obvious that he had great expectations for this child. What Great Mage Badu said was like the decree of the Sirius god. A smile appeared on the Sky Wolf King's face. The mother of the young child also let out a long sigh of relief. She now knew that not only would her child be able to survive, but he could also inherit the will of the Great Mage Badu. His future achievements would be limitless. In the 6th year of the new king's ascension to the throne, a shocking event happened. The new king suddenly abolished the queen and threw her into the cold palace. Instead, he made Yali the new queen. The dean of the Xiluo Magic Academy, Yuan Sen, Judge Xiluo, and the Great Mage branch all objected, but the new king did not listen at all. He even joined forces with Yali's father, who was now the uncle of the country. The Marquis of Collar put many ministers in prison, and many people were implicated. The dean, Yuan Sen, Judge Xiluo, and the commander of the Justice Corps, Kia, were extremely disappointed. They were all forced to resign from their positions and become ordinary people. A large number of new great achievers rose and took their positions. The atmosphere in the kingdom changed. At the same time, the new king used the shadow guards to strengthen the surveillance of the ministers and even the other lords. Even many magic academies and ordinary people were closely monitored. Many great mages in the palace were all monitored. For a time, the atmosphere in the Pharaoh Kingdom became extremely tense. In the library, Even though the situation outside was constantly changing, this place was still extremely calm. It had been a while since Wei had come. Lei Lou knew that she had been secretly competing with the new king. Even though Wei was already a high-level great mage, she was still a little weak when faced with the authority of the new king. Ling is a little too much. Lei Lou flipped through the book and sighed in his heart. It was a pity that he did not want to get involved unless Ling really did something big and stupid. At least, he had not sunk to that level yet. Everyone had their own characteristics when in power. The previous king was kind, and the new king was cold. It was all due to his character. When the king was still in power, he had already seen through this. That was why he had given him an imperial edict. It could be said that he had great foresight. Actually, Lei Lou did not quite understand. The change in spirit was too great. In just a few short years, the wise, hard-working, and good king had suddenly become cold and mean. All of this seemed to have started from the pampering of the princess called Yali. Lei Lou had secretly investigated Yali. She was beautiful, really sexy, and charming. No wonder Ling doted on her so much. However, he couldn't tell if this woman knew any martial arts. It might not be true that all of this was caused by Yali. But Lei Lou didn't see it that way. Therefore, Lei Lou became more and more confused about the change in human nature. No wonder in the history of his previous life, emperors were extremely wise at the beginning. Then, because of certain women, they eventually fell and perished. Forget it, I don't care that much. Can't I just quietly cultivate and read? Lei Lou shook his head and lazily started reading. Not long after, Wei suddenly rushed over. Lei Lou noticed that her face was pale. It was obvious that she was injured. Your Highness, what happened to you? Lei Lou put down the book and asked. Senior, I've found a problem. Wei said in a deep voice, the new Shadow Guard is not simple. He is a pseudo-ultimate mage. When I was secretly checking the Shadow Guard, I was accidentally injured by that pseudo-ultimate mage. Fortunately, he probably knew that I was a princess, so he didn't kill me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back. It's normal to have a pseudo-ultimate mage as a guard. Lei Lou laughed. After all, a few years had passed. It was not strange for pseudo-ultimate mages to be born. This is very unusual. According to my investigation, a pseudo-ultimate mage is very unfamiliar. The magic is very special. It doesn't seem to be from the Middle-earth, Wei shook her head and said. Not a mage from the Middle-earth? Lei Lou was a little surprised. A secret organization like the Shadow Guards wanted to ensure their pure background and loyalty to the king. How could they use a pseudo-ultimate mage from the outside world? Also, the Shadow Guards are secretly investigating the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage that once appeared in Pharaoh, Wei added. Her gaze seemed to be fixed on Lei Lou, as if she was about to discover something. However, Lei Lou's expression was very natural and did not change at all. He smiled and said, the Shadow Guards are under His Majesty's orders. It's normal for them to investigate this, right? But I have a feeling that something is wrong. The appearance of the Shadow Guards is too strange. Before this, there was no shadow at all. It was as if they had risen overnight. Wei said, so I want to form a secret organization to fight against them. Senior Lei Lou, why don't you join? Your Highness, do you think I like these things? Lei Lou laughed. Wei was a little speechless. If Lei Lou was really interested in power and other things, he would not have stayed in this deserted library for so time. Back then, her father had invited Senior Lei Lou to work in the palace. After the new king ascended the throne, he had also invited Senior Lei Lou. However, Senior Lei Lou had rejected both of them. Senior, why don't you let Alo join us? You can't possibly let him stay in the library with you forever, right? Wei changed her direction. Why not? You can ask Alo. See if he's willing, Lei Lou said indifferently. Then I'll go and ask. Wei knew that there was nothing she could do with Lei Lou, so she went to look for Alo. But the answer she got was very angry. Alo actually didn't want to join them. He said that he would always stay by the senior side. He would just sweep the floor, read books, and learn magic every day. You two are too unmotivated. Wei stomped her foot and left helplessly. She was going to establish a secret organization. She had never forgotten the mission of protecting her mother, protecting her brother, and protecting the Pharaoh kingdom. Since her brother the king had turned bad, she had the responsibility to correct him. 2 years later. Although the kingdom had changed, there wasn't much of a commotion. The Pharaoh kingdom was still extremely prosperous. The new king strengthened in his control over the various parts of the kingdom as well as the several lords became extremely powerful. But at this moment, the new king suddenly proposed the implementation of the anti-magic order. As soon as he said this, the entire kingdom was in an uproar. This was because the ban on magic was too important. Once it was enforced, the entire kingdom would fall into chaos. After all, using magic in the Middle-earth was also a powerful means of fighting against the surrounding foreign tribes. Once magic was banned, wouldn't it mean that he would break his own hands? The ban on magic mentioned by His Majesty is not an absolute ban on the cultivation of magic, but a ban on the private cultivation of mages by the major forces. It must be regulated within the control of the kingdom. No matter the size of the Magic Academy or the aristocratic family of magic, if they want to cultivate mages and impart magic, they must first meet the permission of the kingdom and register it in the kingdom's book of names. For those who have been imprisoned for 3 generations, there are criminals, descendants of traitors, and people with an unclear background, they will be strictly prohibited from learning magic. All the major mages, families of mages, and magic academies will be assessed on their potential, and they will be allocated quotas to cultivate mages according to their aptitude. After a purple-robed leader shouted, his voice rang out in the hall. All the ministers present were worried. What was the difference between this and a total ban on magic? Once it was implemented, it would be equivalent to restricting the rights of the various magic academies and aristocratic families of magic to recruit. This was simply pinching their lifeline. It could be imagined that the future mages of the Pharaoh kingdom would become extremely gloomy. Perhaps there wouldn't be any problems in the short term, but if this continued for a long time, it would definitely be a devastating blow to the magic of the Pharaoh kingdom. How many terrible phenomena of corruption would arise during the implementation of the anti-magic order? Once there was an invasion by a foreign clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, the new king had great power and decided everything on his own. Once the matter was decided, no one could oppose it. Moreover, the new king had already employed a group of people who only knew how to suck up to him. They all loudly praised His Majesty's wisdom. Praising the anti-magic order was a great act that could protect the kingdom for countless years. It could make the Pharaoh kingdom as strong as steel. This made many upright ministers feel helpless. But they had no choice. If they continued to advise him as they saw fit, the new king would take the opportunity to strip them of their positions. The news that the kingdom was going to implement the anti-magic order quickly spread. For a while, the entire Middle-earth was not calm. Countless mage guilds opposed it one after another and expressed their demands through various channels. Once the anti-magic order was implemented, their lifeline would be completely in the hands of the king. At that time, if the king wanted to make this guild rise, he would be able to do so. If he wanted to make a certain academy fall, it would be weakened. If someone privately nurtured mages, then there would be a rebellion, and he would send out an army to wipe them out. The king could even go one step further and take all the resources for practicing magic back to the state, distributing them according to demand. Unfortunately, their request did not receive any response. The kingdom's attitude was very tough, and they began to evaluate the various mage guilds, register them, and so on. Holy Orchid City, Xiluo Magic Academy Branch. This was the branch of the Xiluo Magic Academy in Holy Orchid City. Since Dean Yuan-sen resigned from his official position, he had returned here and started to teach magic profoundness, teaching many disciples. Teacher, His Majesty wants to enforce the anti-magic order. What should we do? A middle-aged man said worriedly. He was the city lord of Holy Orchid City, Yuan Mo. He was Yuan Sen's distant relative and also his emperor. Yuan Mo's background was not simple. The enforcement of the ban on magic this time would also have a great impact on the magic within his family. I have no choice. His Majesty is no longer the prince of the past. Furthermore, there is an extremely terrifying power hidden around him. Even if that invincible pseudo-ultimate mage were to appear, it would not be able to stop His Majesty's determination. Yuan Sen's expression was gloomy. It had only been a few years since the late king had died, but the new king had completely changed everything. The Pharaoh Kingdom is going to be in chaos. As he spoke, he turned around and walked towards the inner room. His body became more and more hunched and aged. In the library. When Lei Lou received the news that the new king was going to enforce the anti-magic order, he was also somewhat stunned. Just what kind of brain was this spirit? He won't stop until the Pharaoh Kingdom collapses. So be it. I want to see what he wants to do. Lei Lou shook his head. He still did not have the intention to take action. Although the implementation of the anti-magic order looked bad, there were still benefits. It could strengthen the supervision of the king's mages. Since ancient times, mages had always violated the laws of the kingdom because they knew magic. This was no joke in the imperial capital. If it was handled properly, all the mages in the world would be brought under the scope of supervision. They would be restrained and guided in a benign manner. Not only would it not affect the development of magic, but it would also affect the development of the kingdom. It would be easier to unite the mages of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Moreover, it would also be beneficial to the stability of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Unfortunately, the rules were set by people. Where there were people, there would be disputes. Human nature was the most vulnerable to tests. A set of good laws was required to achieve a qualitative change. If good laws were strictly implemented, then a kingdom could thrive. But also, a kingdom could be destroyed because of the violent consequences. The Great Wild Fortress. This was a royal fortress 300 kilometers away from the imperial city. Unlike the previous king, the new king would go out to play every year. It was said that the new king had met Yali when he was playing outside. In the end, he had brought her back to the palace and made her a princess consort. Your Majesty, there are many mages in the world who are not convinced. Many magic academies are showing signs of gathering people to rebel. In my opinion, we must not be lenient. We must first choose a few to destroy and use them to intimidate the other magic guilds. The queen looked at the new king lying beside her and spoke in a soft voice. The new king was full of pride and confidence. My beloved concubine is right. From history, those powerful magic families are the biggest hidden danger. If we want to build a strong and solid kingdom, we must control all the magic forces in our hands. Moreover, he had mastered a power that could destroy the world. It was enough to suppress all the mages in the world. So what if he didn't have the support of that pseudo-ultimate mage? Give the order to the shadow guards to choose the most ferocious magic forces and destroy them completely. The new king's voice became extremely gloomy and full of killing intent. Yes, Your Majesty. The voice in the darkness disappeared after responding. After giving the order, the new king turned to look at the queen. The two smiled at each other and kissed each other lightly. The queen lay down, and the new king excitedly pressed on the queen's body. His hands caressed her body, making her gasp and laugh. The prince laughed evilly and went straight to the point. Half an hour later, the new king trembled on the queen's body and finally stopped. He was so tired that his forehead was covered in sweat. He only rested for a short while before he started moving again, making the queen gasp for breath and moan continuously. That night, the new king was so tired that he directly turned over and fell asleep on his side. The queen, who was supposed to accompany the new king, went to a dark palace. Spirit has great trust in the anti-magic order. Let's follow the plan. When all of Pharaoh Kingdom is in chaos, I don't believe that the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage, the grey-robed mage, won't appear, the queen said to the darkness. Lena, we've really let you down this time. In the darkness, a faint male voice came out. Since we've decided to stay in Pharaoh, as long as we can get the number 1 golden cloud token in the immortal clan's blood descendant, this bit of grievance is nothing. When the time comes, we can build a powerful force. Everyone will soon be able to cultivate magic to the level of an ultimate mage. They won't have to be restricted by the Golden Cloud Temple anymore, the queen chuckled. We will definitely be able to do it. But before that, we still have some things to do, the voice in the darkness said with a lewd smile. The queen could not help but roll her eyes. Men were indeed the same. Other than having sex, they were useless. Although she was complaining in her heart, her actions were very honest. She took off the only robe she wore, revealing her pure white sexy body, and walked into the darkness. A moment later, she walked out of the darkness naked. She was limping as she walked. It was obvious that she had been tortured by those guys in the darkness. She returned to the new king's side. From the beginning to the end, the sleeping new king did not notice anything. Lavak, Sierra Mountains. The Pharaoh Kingdom had been extremely powerful over the years, and many magic academies had risen along with it. The Sierra Magic Academy was one of them. After the old king passed away, the new king ascended the throne and many students of the Sierra Magic Academy began to travel around the kingdom to learn all kinds of magic. The Sierra Magic Academy's strength had also become stronger, and the dean of the academy had even reached the level of a pseudo-ultimate mage. Following the king's enforcement of the anti-magic order, a large number of magic academics in the north had moved closer to the Sierra Magic Academy. Indeed, the academy had become the lead academy of the north, one of the few who opposed the anti-magic order. When Lord Orn of Lavak excluded officials from registering, he was expelled by the Sierra Magic Academy. The Sierra Magic Academy refused to cooperate with the registration. For a time, the other magic academies followed suit. The implementation of the anti-magic order in the north met with great resistance. At this moment, a large number of black knights gathered under the Sierra Mountains. One of the black palanquins was carried by a few black-robed mages. These black-robed mages were all elemental mages. To be able to use elemental mages to carry the palanquin, it could be seen that the person on the palanquin must be very powerful. If anyone who was familiar with these black-robed mages saw it, they would be able to recognize that this was the most ferocious Shadow Guard in the Pharaoh Kingdom. In the past 3 years, the Shadow Guard's influence had spread throughout the Pharaoh Kingdom. It was unknown how many people had died under the Shadow Guard's magic. Why did you Shadow Guard surround my Sierra Magic Academy? The Shadow Guards were so big that the Sierra Magic Academy had long been prepared. More than a dozen advanced elemental mages led many students to confront the Shadow Guards at the entrance. Sierra Magic Academy has openly defied the anti-magic order issued by His Majesty and expelled the registration personnel sent by Lord Orn. This is a serious provocation to the Holy King of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Now, we suspect that you are planning a rebellion. You have specially come to seal the Sierra Magic Academy. Therefore, the higher-ups have all followed us back to receive investigations. If you dare to resist, you will be executed on the spot, a Shadow Guard said in a loud voice. Under the influence of the magic power, the voice spread far and wide, and all the students of the Sierra Magic Academy heard it clearly. This caused many students to be extremely furious. The Shadow Guard actually wanted to capture all the higher-ups of the Sierra Magic Academy. If they resisted, they would be killed. If they did not resist and were taken away by the Shadow Guard, would they still be able to decide their own life and death? The Shadow Guards were obviously going to open the Sierra Magic Academy. Inside the Sierra Magic Academy, in the dean's office, the dean's face was extremely gloomy. He had never thought that the king would dare to go against the wishes of the people and forcefully invoke the anti-magic order. Now, they were going to use the Sierra Magic Academy as an example. As long as the Sierra Magic Academy was convinced, then the anti-magic order would no longer be obstructed. The magnificent Sierra Magic Academy had actually fallen into such a situation. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. Back when the late king was still alive, the Sierra Magic Academy had been so prosperous. He had not expected that after the new king ascended the throne, he would not leave any way out. Dean, the king is too detestable. He has forced us many times. Why don't we rebel? Now that the entire kingdom has been messed up by the king, as long as we rebel, there will definitely be many magic forces supporting us, a teacher from the academy growled. The others stood up in anger to express their agreement. They did not want to be humiliated by the king anymore. The dean still stood up and finally made a decision. Then let's rebel. A day later, a shocking piece of important news spread. Sierra Magic Academy had been besieged by shadow guards. All the teachers and students of the academy had been massacred. Even the dean, who had already become a pseudo-ultimate mage, died in this disaster. At the same time, several other academies were also besieged by the shadow guards. In one night, nearly 10,000 mages were killed. All the magic forces in all parts of the Pharaoh Kingdom were in an uproar. They felt a huge threat. Therefore, they joined forces. With a few of the largest magic academies taking the lead, they assembled a powerful mage army and directly declared a rebellion against the Pharaoh Kingdom. For a time, the Pharaoh Kingdom was in chaos. Inside the great wild fortress, the new king's spirit was furious after receiving the news. Didn't they say that destroying a few of the leading academies would make the other magic academies submit? The anti-magic decree can be implemented smoothly. Why are they all rebelling? Many of the ministers and mages present were trembling in fear and did not dare to speak. The new king was too imposing and decisive. It was not something that the benevolent previous king could compare to. Your Majesty, those magic forces are not convinced. That is because we have not killed enough. As long as we kill them and make them afraid, they will naturally submit, the queen who was sitting at the side said softly. Ling has gone mad, he has gone completely mad. There was incomparable anger on Wei's pretty face. She could not even see Ling in person now. Ling had been hiding in the great wild fortress with the queen, and only knew how to enforce the anti-magic order. Senior, you must have a way to stop him. If he continues to act like this, the Pharaoh Kingdom will be finished. Wei looked at Lei Lou in front of her and begged bitterly. No matter how powerful the Pharaoh Kingdom was, how could it be an enemy of all the mages in the world? Among the officials of the Pharaoh Kingdom, many of the lords had practiced with the mages' forces, and many of them were even the spokesmen of the Mage Guild. Now that the anti-magic decree had been implemented, it was supposed to make the Pharaoh Kingdom more powerful. All the mages in the world would fall out with each other, and they would lose the support of the people in an instant. Your Majesty, what he did was way out of line. Lei Lou sighed. Initially, he had thought that Ling would implement the anti-magic order step by step. Through formulating a perfect law, establishing a strict assessment system, and slowly implementing the anti-magic order. Who would have thought that Ling would be so crazy as to forcefully implement the anti-magic order? He had even destroyed several powerful mage academies, completely forcing all the mages in the world into a dead end. During this period of time, they were getting more and more disappointed with Ling. Lei Lou stood up and said, "Let's go." "Ah. Senior, where are we going?" Wei still hadn't moved. "Of course we're going to find Ling and correct his mistake." Lei Lou smiled calmly. Wei suddenly felt that at this moment, Senior was emitting an indescribable aura, as if the world was under his control. She felt a strong sense of security. It was as if as long as Senior was by her side, everything could be resolved. The Great Wild Fortress. The security here was extremely tight. In addition to the 100,000 combat aura troops stationed nearby, there was also a powerful mage army protecting the safety of the new king. At this moment, a carriage slowly drove over. The carriage had the royal flag on it, which meant that the passenger in the carriage was a member of the royal family. However, the carriage was still stopped by the black-armored knight at the door. "I am Princess Wei. I want to see His Majesty. Open the door for me." Wei opened the curtain and shouted. "His Majesty has ordered that if Princess Wei visits, he will not see her." "Please go back, Princess," the black-armored knight said. "Why won't he see me? Is he feeling guilty?" Wei's eyes were full of tears. In the past, no matter how busy he was, Ling would still see her. However, she had been here several times recently and she couldn't even enter the fort. "Well, don't make things difficult for him." Lei Lou stepped out of the carriage and spoke indifferently. Suddenly, he grabbed Wei and flew through the air with her into the castle. The black-armored knights were all dumbfounded. Soon, a sharp alarm sounded. Suddenly, a figure shot over and stopped in front of Lei Lou and Wei. "Your Highness, please stay." It was an old mage in a purple robe. His hair was snow-white. His cultivation had almost reached the limit of a 9th-level elemental mage. Previously, Wei had tried to break in a few times, but she had been stopped by this old mage. "Old mage, you'd better have a good rest." Lei Lou smiled calmly. Suddenly, the old mage felt his body fall out of control and he fell to the ground. He could only watch as Lei Lou flew away with Wei. This is a pseudo-ultimate mage. The old mage's pupils constricted, revealing an expression of disbelief. Only a pseudo-ultimate mage could easily suppress him. Moreover, only a particularly powerful pseudo-ultimate mage could do it. Just now, he had not had the strength to resist at all. Grey-robed mage, could he be that invincible pseudo-ultimate mage? The old mage muttered to himself. He had only seen Lei Lou once, and he still remembered that scene. It was before the late king's death when he had summoned this little student. So that's how it is. This little student is that mysterious pseudo-ultimate mage. The old mage finally understood. But he never would have thought that there was such a powerful pseudo-ultimate mage hidden in Xiluo Magic Academy. Could it be that this student is the descendant of the ancestor? He suddenly thought of the possibility. After all, this student had always stayed in the library and rarely showed his face. The ancestor had been in seclusion in the library of the Xiluo Magic Academy. All of this made sense. Although the ancestor might have died, he had left behind an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage for the pharaoh royal family. It's a pity that this grey-robed mage is unable to change His Majesty's mind. The old mage sighed in his heart. As a guardian mage, he could sense the great change in His Majesty. He also knew that there was a terrifying force hidden around him. This force was probably something that even an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage would find difficult to break. After Lei Lou and Wei had passed through the old mage's block, a few more figures rushed out. They were all high-level elemental mages. There were guardian mages and shadow guards. However, they did not even get close to Lei Lou before they fell down one after another. They could not stop him at all. Just like that, Lei Lou took Wei to the outside of the core palace. There were already a large number of mages here. The weakest mages were all elemental mages. They all raised their wands and pointed them at Lei Lou and Wei. Lei Lou frowned because he had actually sensed at least 5 pseudo-ultimate mages' auras here. Moreover, they were not ordinary pseudo-ultimate mages. They were even more powerful than the pseudo-ultimate mages who had been demonized by the immortals in the temple. It was not too much to call them invincible pseudo-ultimate mages. His Majesty has spent most of the past few years in the Great Wild Fortress. It turns out that he has such a terrifying power hidden around him. Lei Lou sighed in his heart. Since he had never left the library, how could he have detected the situation here? No wonder Ling dared to push the anti-magic order so boldly, and even dared to offend all the mages in the world. It turned out that he had so many powerful pseudo-ultimate mages to rely on. But where did these super pseudo-ultimate mages come from? At this moment, a voice came from the palace. Let them in. It was the voice of the spirit. As a king, he held supreme power. His magic was not weak either. Although it was much weaker than Wei's, it had reached the level of an elemental mage. Soon, the mages below split up and made a path. Lei Lou and Wei walked in just like that. It was extremely luxurious inside, and the beauties were dancing. Especially the one in the middle, she was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. The other beauties paled in comparison, as if she was just a foil to her beauty. That beauty was the current queen. Lei Lou's gaze fell on Ling, who was lying on the soft couch. His hair was draped over his shoulders, and he was enjoying the dance. Senior, sister, besides me, you're the only ones who have seen Yali's dance. How is it? Isn't it exceptionally beautiful? You won't find another one as good in the world. Ling said with a smile. Ling, how did you become like this? Look at what you have done. Look at what you have done to the Pharaoh Kingdom. How disappointed would father be if he saw this scene? Tears rolled down Wei's eyes as she looked at her brother, who she was extremely unfamiliar with, and sobbed. Sister, didn't I do everything well? I believe that if father knew, he would be very happy because I will soon build a great foundation for the Pharaoh Kingdom that will last for 10,000 years. Ling smiled. The dance ended. The queen floated back to Ling's side, her every move was filled with boundless charm. Your Majesty, is this grey-robed mage the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage? The queen's beautiful eyes fell on Lei Lou and were incomparably charming. Just a slight smile was enough to bewitch mortals. However, it was of no use to Lei Lou. Because his magic power was much higher than hers. Princess, this should be him. I didn't expect Senior to hide it so deeply. Ling smiled gently and said, Senior, why did you and Wei barge into my palace? Although I respect you very much, there is still a difference between a king and a subject. Your Majesty, what you have done has already caused the Pharaoh Kingdom to fall into chaos. In the future, the Pharaoh Kingdom and those innocent people will suffer. I had no choice but to appear, Lei Lou said calmly. Senior, you don't approve of my actions either. Ling was a little surprised. I am not opposed to your Majesty pushing for a ban on magic. As long as there are good legal restrictions, this matter can indeed help the Pharaoh Kingdom to become more stable. However, your Majesty is too radical. Without a comprehensive plan, without considering the current environment, forcefully pushing for it would be a tyranny, Lei Lou said calmly. Senior is right. Under the circumstances, I should do this. However, how long will it take? It's too long. I can't wait for long. Ling shook his head and said, therefore, no one can stop my plan. Not mother, not sister, not senior. If you leave now, I will pretend that nothing has happened. Wei wanted to speak but was stopped by Lei Lou. Your Majesty, do you know what the late king said when he summoned me before he died? Lei Lou said calmly. Senior, I'm really curious. Ling smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, father should have known that you were the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage, right? The late king said this, I can't do it anymore. I can only leave the rest of the road to Ling. His personality looks like mine, but I know that he is too arrogant. With me suppressing him, perhaps he won't take the wrong path, but if I leave, he will be a runaway horse. No one can predict what kind of situation he will bring to the Pharaoh Kingdom. Great Mage Lei Lou, I have one last request. If he goes in the wrong direction, please help me pull him. Lei Lou used an extremely calm tone to recount what the king had said before he had died a few years ago. Even now, Lei Lou still remembered it well. It had to be said that compared to Ling, the late king was really a good king. Unfortunately, the good situation that he had built up after half a lifetime had been completely destroyed by Ling in just a few years. Hearing Lei Lou's words, the hall became extremely quiet. Wei's face was full of tears because she thought of her father. Ling's expression also froze. He stared at Lei Lou as he was mumbling to himself, "Senior, did father really say that?" At this moment, Ling seemed to be reliving the past where his father was still alive. His originally cold and emotionless face revealed a gentle expression. Suddenly, the queen who had been silent all this while spoke. "How ridiculous. You are just a mere student. What right do you have to interfere in His Majesty's matters?" Ling seemed to have suddenly woken up, and his expression became gloomy. "Senior, I'll say it for the last time. Leave now and we'll pretend that nothing has happened," he said in a deep voice. Even if the senior was an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage, he could not stop his plan. Ling shook his head. Lei Lou took out a wooden box that he carried with him. He opened the lid and took out a scroll. "Your Majesty, do you know what this is?" This was the scroll that the king had given him back then. Since he was going to interfere in this matter, Lei Lou had to definitely think of a way to stand at the highest point. Although with his current strength, he could completely conquer everything, that would be meaningless. He couldn't let the king's scroll be buried in dust, right? Now was a good time to bring it out and let Ling see how wise and far-sighted his father had been. This is... Ling frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Father left an order for senior. Could it be used to keep me in check? Your Majesty will know when you see it." Lei Lou smiled calmly. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the scroll in his hand flew out. In the process of flying out, the scroll was opened and the contents were revealed. "I announce, Lei Lou has rendered great meritorious service to the Pharaoh Kingdom and is specially conferred the title of the country's Great Mage Protector. With this scroll in hand, he has the right to supervise the new king. If the new king is corrupt, he can be reprimanded, flogged, or abolished." When Ling received the scroll and saw the contents, he was completely stunned. "No wonder Senior has the confidence to interfere in my affairs. It turns out that he relied on the orders of the late king." Ling suddenly stood up, his eyes turning extremely terrifying. "Great mage to protect the kingdom, although the late king has granted you the right to supervise me, you must know that this world ultimately relies on strength to speak for itself. Even if you are an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage, if you want to berate me, flog me, or abolish me, then we will have to see if you have the ability to do so. I know that His Majesty has many pseudo-ultimate mages by his side. Let them all come out." Lei Lou sighed. From the way the king called him the great mage of the kingdom, he knew that the relationship between the two of them had completely disappeared. However, he did not care. He was just a little sad. The little fellow who had followed him back then and called him senior had finally grown up. "All right, I want to see if the great mage of the kingdom can be invincible." Ling sneered and clapped his hands. Immediately, figures walked out. There were 5 people in total. They were all wearing black robes and masks, and their auras were terrifying. The moment Lei Lou entered the hall, all 5 pseudo-ultimate mages had already locked onto him as if they had laid a huge net to trap him. It was clear that from the very beginning, the 5 of them had no intention of letting Lei Lou go. This was something that Lei Lou could not understand. This was because before the spirit had completely fallen out with him, he had not shown any killing intent towards him. He was certain of this. In other words, these pseudo-ultimate mages and the spirit were definitely not just following orders. However, it did not matter. He would soon be able to find out the identities of these people. Senior Wei, who was beside him, felt the auras of these 5 black-robed men. A hint of worry appeared on her face. "I'm fine." Lei Lou smiled calmly and comforted Wei. Wei suddenly felt that all the pressure had disappeared. A strong sense of security emerged in her heart, which made her worship of her senior become stronger and stronger. Nujia, will take a look at the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom. One of the masked men in a black robe walked towards Lei Lou. With every step he took, his aura became stronger, and the aura of raging magic enveloped the entire area. This magic was not simple. It gave off an extremely violent feeling. It was as if countless souls had been devoured in the magic, and the wails of vengeful souls could be heard in every spell. Lei Lou did not even look at the black-robed man. Instead, he looked at Ling and said calmly, "Your Majesty, please take a good look at how weak the power you rely on is." As he said that, he flicked his finger. A ray of light flashed. The black-robed masked man's body trembled and he immediately knelt on the ground. His abdomen had been penetrated and the magic power in his body was rapidly losing. He lowered his head to look at his abdomen, and the eyes behind the mask were filled with disbelief and fear. The other 4 black-robed masked men were also stunned. Immediately, they let out a long howl, and a surge of magic power erupted, sweeping towards Lei Lou. These pseudo-ultimate mages could cast spells instantly without needing to chant. However, Lei Lou was even more powerful. With a gentle wave of his hand, all the magic dissipated. He opened his palm and grabbed at the air. The 5 black-robed masked men were grabbed up in the air, unable to move. Then, he suddenly pressed down. Boom! The entire hall shook. The ground cracked. The 4 black-robed men were like toads, lying on the ground. Their breath was weak, and the magic power in their bodies had all been drained, turning them into useless people. Everyone present was stunned. Especially the queen. She was so scared that her face turned pale. If it were not for the fact that she had a little bit of rationality left, she would have charged out. Ling was also dumbfounded. What was going on up there? How could such a powerful pseudo-ultimate mage be defeated so easily by Senior? Were they all bragging before? Ling fell on the soft couch, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Meanwhile, Wei's beautiful eyes had completely turned into admiration, as if she was a fangirl. Senior, you're really powerful. You're clearly not an ultimate mage, but you're still a pseudo-ultimate mage. Why are you so powerful? The black-robed masked man who had been kneeling on the ground earlier, raised his head to look at Lei Lou, his eyes filled with confusion. His heart was roaring. How could there be such a powerful pseudo-ultimate mage? It would have been fine if it was an ultimate mage. However, from the power of the attack just now, he did not feel the power of an ultimate mage. It was completely relying on absolute power to crush them. However, they could feel a wave of magic power from this grey-robed mage that was enough to make people despair. Could a pseudo-ultimate mage reach such a level? Pseudo-ultimate mages and ultimate mages are different. It's just that you guys are too weak, Lei Lou said calmly. What he had used just now was indeed the ability of a pseudo-ultimate mage. But the problem was that he had tried to fuse domain power. Domain power was definitely a level of power that only a top-tier ultimate mage could touch. How could it be something that a pseudo-ultimate mage who had not even touched the threshold of an ultimate mage could experience? Therefore, he had used the power of a pseudo-ultimate mage to easily crush these 5 top-tier pseudo-ultimate mages. We're too weak. The few black-robed masked men muttered to themselves, their hearts filled with bitterness. Lei Lou no longer looked at these people. Instead, his gaze fell on Ling, and he said indifferently, Your Majesty, do you feel that I have the strength now? Great Mage of the Kingdom, you have the strength. I have nothing to refute, but I definitely won't regret what I've done. Ling finally spoke calmly after seeing the complicated struggle in his heart. Is that so? Lei Lou smiled calmly, then looked at the queen beside Ling and said, "Queen, you really hit it well." Ling's expression changed, and he immediately said, "Great Mage Protector, what do you mean by this?" "The queen has nothing to do with this." The queen's charming face revealed a fearful expression, causing others to pity her. "Senior, although I was born poor, I have never had any other thoughts towards His Majesty." "I don't know what you mean." "Queen, no matter how perfect you are, you can't hide it from me. As a pseudo-ultimate mage, you actually used an illusion to turn yourself into a weak woman and approach His Majesty. What is your purpose?" Lei Luo's gaze was ice-cold as if it could turn into a sharp sword. The queen's delicate body trembled, almost unable to withstand such a gaze. Ling was stunned. The queen was a pseudo-ultimate mage. How was this possible? But he knew that his senior would not casually say anything. After all, how could such an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage use such a crude reason to frame her? "Queen, you." Ling looked at the queen as if he was trying to get an answer from her. The queen seemed to know that her advantage was gone, so she immediately said in a deep voice, "Since the grey-robed mage has seen through it, there's no need to keep it a secret anymore." Then, she reached out and suddenly grabbed Ling's neck. A powerful aura burst out from her body, and the magic power of the pseudo-ultimate mage was fully displayed. Even though Ling was an elemental mage, he was completely defenseless because of his trust in the queen. "Why? Why are you treating me like this? Am I not treating you well?" Ling allowed the queen to grab his neck. His originally cold eyes were actually flashing with tears. This blow was too great for him. He doted on this woman so much that he had not hesitated to denounce the queen who had followed him for more than 10 years and make her his queen. However, what he got in return was a heartless betrayal. "Brother!" Wei cried out involuntarily when she saw this scene. Although what Ling had done before was too crazy, he was still her brother and her family. Now that she saw her brother in danger, she immediately became extremely worried. "Don't worry. With me around, no one can hurt him," Lei Luo said indifferently. All his actions just now had just been to reveal the true face of this queen. Only in this way could the spirit be completely awakened. He had finally seen through it. He did not know what method this woman had used to make Ling fall deeply in love with her. This would not be some hallucination spell, but an even more bizarre method. It was precisely because of this that Lei Luo had not detected Ling's abnormality in advance. This woman's method of concealing magic power was even more special. She had actually condensed all of her magic power into a ball and concealed it in another place. Without careful inspection, it was very difficult to detect it. All of Lei Luo's magic knowledge only involved the Middle-earth. He had never seen such a method before, which was why this woman had been able to conceal it. It was not until he had easily crushed the 5 pseudo-ultimate mages that this woman finally had revealed a trace of her magic power. "Ling, I've only been using you from the beginning." The queen was no longer charming, her eyes turned cold. Ling's heart was as silent as death. The queen looked at Lei Luo and said in a deep voice, "Great Mage Protector, let us go. Otherwise, Ling will die in front of you. Do you think there's a chance to kill someone in front of me?" Lei Luo smiled calmly. In the next moment, the queen felt her body being restricted by a terrifying force, and she could not move anymore. Even if she wanted to kill Ling, she had no chance. Ling took the opportunity to escape from the predicament. He stared at the queen with a bone-deep hatred. There was nothing in this world that was more profound than betrayal. As deep as love was, so was hatred. Not to mention Ling, who was a proud person. This series of events had dealt a huge blow to him. **TCH. Ling slapped the queen's face with a ferocious expression. Her face instantly became red and swollen. She smiled sadly. "We failed. We can't blame anyone else. We can only blame ourselves for being too weak." Suddenly, she looked at Lei Luo. Those two things that you took. They belong to the temple. We must get them back. So you're the black-robed mage from the temple. Lei Lou suddenly understood. Last time, he had obtained a lot of information from the black-robed mage's consciousness. It was obvious that these people were after the number 1 Golden Cloud token and the blood descendants of the immortal clan. Then, Lei Lou grabbed at the air and caught a black-robed masked man in front of him. He immediately put his hand on his forehead and cast the soul-absorbing codex. Last time, the black-robed mage's consciousness was incomplete, and the memories he had obtained were missing a lot. This time, he would have to gather more complete information. After a long time, Lei Lou opened his eyes, revealing a look of understanding. There are still 6 of you, right? Lei Lou looked at the queen and said calmly. The queen's face was filled with an intense shock. Other than her approaching the spirit and becoming the queen, the 5 people present were hiding among the black-robed mages, while the other one was hiding among the other powers. This time, all the mages in Middle-earth had joined forces to form a mage army and organize a rebellion. Other than the strong response from the spirit who had forcefully pushed for the anti-magic order, there was also the result of these 6 people scheming behind the scenes. Through mutual cooperation, they had completely messed up the entire Middle-earth and finally lured out the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage, Lei Lou. The plan was good and it had succeeded. But they never thought that they would lure out a real lion, a lion that they could not fight against at all. Their laughable magic was not worth mentioning in front of Lei Lou. It was also because Lei Lou had not discovered it in advance. Otherwise, they would not have had the chance to create such a big commotion. According to Article 273 of the Holy Law, those who disturb the kingdom, incite a rebellion, and organize a rebellion shall be punished with a heartbreaking punishment. Lei Lou's words directly determined their fates. After he had finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the 6 pseudo-ultimate mages, including the queen, were all suspended in the air. The mysterious magic power only pierced into their hearts. He directly dug out their hearts, and blood immediately spurted out. The 6 hearts were still beating tenaciously. Lei Lou slowly clenched his fists. In an instant, the 6 hearts were crushed in front of the 6 of them. Their flesh and internal organs scattered all over the ground. A pseudo-ultimate mage would not die so easily. Thus, the 6 of them witnessed their own hearts being crushed into pieces. However, in the next second, an even more painful punishment came. A powerful magic power surged into the gap in their chests, instantly shattering all the bones in their bodies. Their faces contorted in pain, and they wailed incessantly. The magic power that had kept them suspended in the air disappeared, and the 6 of them fell to the ground. The pain lasted for a full 10 minutes before they died one after another. Wei did not feel that there was anything wrong with Lei Lou's cruel methods, because these people absolutely deserved to die. Ling was expressionless as if waiting for Lei Lou to deal with him. After all, the late king had conferred on Lei Lou the title of Great Mage Protector. He had the right to supervise the new king, berate him, and whip him. Even if he was abolished, there was still a reason. After Lei Lou had dealt with a few pseudo-ultimate mages, he looked at Ling and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, do you know what your mistake was?" Wei became nervous because she was worried that the senior would really cripple Ling. "My biggest mistake is that I didn't see the queen's face clearly. As for the rest, I don't think I did anything wrong." Ling was very stubborn. Lei Lou's face darkened, and a whip appeared in his hand. He suddenly lashed out. Immediately, Ling was knocked to the ground and let out a low, miserable cry. His face was pale, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He seemed to be in extreme pain. Lei Lou's whip was not ordinary. It did not only hit his body, but also his soul. Wei could not help but let out a sigh of relief when she saw this. Since the senior only hit Ling, it meant that he did not have the intention to destroy him. However, seeing her brother in so much pain, she felt sorry for him, but she did not dare to stop him. She could only turn her face away. She could not bear to see such a scene. "Your Majesty, have you realized your mistake?" Lei Lou continued to ask. Ling curled his body, but his neck was stiff as he roared, "I did not make a mistake. I pushed for the anti-magic order for the sake of the Pharaoh Kingdom. At most, it can only be considered to be a little too extreme." Lei Lou lashed out once again. "Ah!" Ling's screams became even more painful. He immediately rolled on the ground, his face twisted. After a long while, he finally came back to his senses. His entire body was soaked in sweat, and he was actually trembling. Lei Lou stared at Ling and asked again in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, have you realized your mistake?" His voice was like a demon's voice, and fear appeared on Ling's face because the whip was really too terrifying. It was as if even his soul was about to be torn apart. Just 2 whips were enough to make him want to die from the pain. He had never thought that there would be such pain in the world. However, Ling's personality was too arrogant and stubborn. Even at this moment, he was still holding on and refused to repent. "I didn't do anything wrong." When he spoke, he kept shivering and his voice was completely distorted. Lei Lou shook his head and lashed out again. Ling didn't make any sound, and only his body trembled violently. It was as if he had fainted. No, under such a whip, it was impossible for him to faint. However, Ling was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. At this moment, tears and snot flowed out of his eyes. "Your Majesty, have you realized your mistake?" Lei Lou's question rang out once again. Ling raised his head with great difficulty and stared at the whip in Lei Lou's hands. This would definitely be a nightmare for him for the rest of his life. He had never thought that being whipped would be so painful. "No, my mistake." A weak voice finally came out from Ling's throat. What was wrong with admitting his mistake? Lei Lou put away his whip and said calmly, "It is the best thing to know that mistakes can be corrected. I hope your Majesty can remember this sentence. What the great mage said is right. I will definitely remember it in the future." Ling's entire body went limp as he fell to the ground. He let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he did not need to be whipped. "Your Highness, let's go," Lei Lou said to Wei. "Ling, you have to learn your lesson. Otherwise, Senior will whip you again," Wei said to Ling as she left with Lei Lou. Ling was so scared that his whole body trembled. It wasn't until Lei Lou and Wei walked out that he climbed onto the soft couch and panted heavily. He murmured, "Senior, it's so scary. Fortunately, no one saw me being whipped by Senior except my sister. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any face. Yes, this matter must not be spread." After lying for a while, he suddenly looked at the queen who had lost all her breath and had turned into a pile of rotten meat. His expression became extremely complicated. "I was really wrong." After a long time, his voice turned into a sigh. Outside the palace stood a large number of mages and black-armored knights. However, they were all unable to get even half a step closer to the main hall. It was as if there was a terrifying force preventing them from advancing. The strangest thing was that there was not a single sound coming from the palace. Even if they were very anxious, there was nothing they could do. What exactly happened in the palace? When Lei Lou and Wei walked out, countless gazes fell on the two of them. They were extremely shocked. The two of them actually walked out intact. Forget about Princess Wei. After all, she was His Majesty's biological sister. It was normal that His Majesty did not lay a hand on her. But how could this little grey-robed mage walk out? What exactly happened inside? Since they had not received His Majesty's orders, they did not dare to act on their own. They could only watch as Lei Lou and Wei walked out and left. It was only then that they realized that the invisible barrier preventing them from entering the palace had suddenly disappeared. Many mages and black-armored knights rushed in. When they saw the situation in the palace, they were stunned. His Majesty sat on the soft couch and seemed to be deep in thought. The queen, who was originally incomparably noble, had fallen to the ground. Her breath had already disappeared. The other 5 black-robed masked men had also lost their breath. Oh my God, what happened? How did the queen suddenly die? And the 5 black-robed masked men, they all had a deep understanding. They were real pseudo-ultimate mages, extremely powerful mages, but now they were all dead. A terrifying thought flashed through their minds. Could it be that after the grey-robed mage and Princess Wei entered, not only did they kill the 5 black-robed pseudo-ultimate mages, but they also killed the queen, and then formed a group? Many of them secretly swallowed their saliva, because this was too shocking. Was that little grey-robed mage really that powerful? An old mage walked over and called out in a low voice, "Your Majesty." "Oh, you guys came in." Ling seemed to have come to his senses. He raised his head and glanced at the people present. His expression returned to normal as he calmly said, "The queen suddenly fell ill and unfortunately died. These 5 people suddenly betrayed me and tried to kill me. They were killed by the grey-robed mage." His voice was very calm as if he was telling a very common story. However, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that something unimaginable must have happened that even His Majesty found it difficult to say. Everyone hurriedly spoke. "We understand. Also, no one can tell anyone about what happened today. If there's any news from outside, I will definitely investigate to the end." Ling warned again. Although these people didn't see it, they should have heard it. This kind of scandal couldn't be spread out. He didn't know that Lei Lou had saved his last bit of self-respect for him. He had used the barrier to block all the sounds. Besides Lei Lou and Wei, no one else could see or hear anything that had happened. "We will obey." No one dared to hesitate. "Lancy, issue the order for me," Ling said again. Immediately, an old mage quickly ordered his men to bring out a table and took out a piece of white paper and ink. "I've thought about it for a long time. I feel that the anti-magic order is too hasty. I'll suspend its implementation and discuss it in the future. In addition, the mage guilds that are rebelling all over the place must stop the rebellion. I cannot pursue their fault," Ling said after thinking for a moment. Everyone present was shocked. His Majesty actually wanted to revoke the anti-magic order. This was 100 times more shocking than the death of the queen. However, they also let out a long sigh of relief. It was best that His Majesty was willing to revoke the anti-magic order. This way, they could quickly calm down the chaotic situation. Very soon, the order was issued. Through the powerful mages, it was quickly sent to all parts of the Pharaoh Kingdom, to the hands of the various lords. After Lei Lou left the big wild fortress with Wei, he let her take the carriage back, while he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Because there were still 6 people, if it wasn't resolved, this chaotic situation wouldn't be so easy to calm down. Fortunately, the goal was very clear. Lei Lou didn't need to go to a large area to search. Uzi City. This was a large city within the territory of Lord Manasi. It was very famous and claimed to be the most powerful holy land for mages in the southern part of the Pharaoh Kingdom. There were many powerful mage guilds here. Uzi City had been established by them. In Uzi City, the power of the Mage Guild was even more powerful than that of Lord Manasi. There were many local officials. Most of them were people from the Mage Guild or people with connections to the Mage Guild. In recent years, the actions of these Mage Guilds had become more and more frequent. The officials who were loyal to the Pharaoh Kingdom had been suppressed. Many officials had sided with those Mage Guilds. All in all, the current Uzi City could be said to be the Uzi City of the Mage Guild. At this moment, Uzi City was like a castle that was garrisoned with many armies. There were many powerful mages gathered there. Ever since the king had enforced the anti-magic order and even destroyed the Xiluo Magic Academy, the mage guilds around Uzi City were all terrified. The mage guilds from all over the world had joined forces to form mage legions to resist the tyranny of the kingdom. The mage guilds and academies in Uzi City were naturally no exception. They had even become one of the most powerful mage armies. In Manhwa territory, a large number of mage guilds and academies were developing. The mage army in Uzi City was growing rapidly, reaching over 100,000 mages. Although there were many ordinary mages and low-level mages among them, mages were still mages after all. The combined power was also an unimaginable power. In a secret room in Uzi City. Sirs, now that the mage army has been formed, we can set off at any time to attack the Pharaoh Kingdom. The president of the Purple Gold Mage Guild, Mao, said respectfully to the two black-robed masked men in front of him. Behind him stood more than a dozen executive elders of the Purple Gold Mage Guild. Unlike the Sierra Academy, the Purple Gold Mage Guild was more prestigious, but their influence was not as great as the Sierra Academy. After all, the guild was subject to many restrictions, and the academy was taken care of in the Pharaoh Kingdom. Thus, on the first day of the implementation of the anti-magic order, the Purple Gold Mage Guild was already very worried. The guild's life was already difficult. If the anti-magic order was successfully implemented, the guilds and the kingdom would not be able to return to their former glory. One day, two black-robed masked men came to the Purple Gold Mage Guild and cast powerful spells in front of them. The Purple Gold Mage Guild submitted to them. During this period of time, the Purple Gold Mage Guild was secretly jumping on the nerves of the other mage forces. They had allied with many forces and were basically controlled by the two black-robed men. "Let's wait a little longer," a black-robed man said hoarsely. He was unsure as there was still no news from the black-robed knights. "There's no need to wait. You'll never hear from them again." Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded in the secret room. Everyone in the secret room was shocked. They all turned around and looked at the figure at the door. They actually had not realized that someone had entered. The two black-robed masked men who were sitting cross-legged were even more shocked. They were both top-notch pseudo-ultimate mages, and their mind power was extremely powerful. Not to mention such a large person barging in, even if a character flew over 100 meters away, they would be able to sense it clearly. But now that they knew the voice of the person who had come, they realized. What did this mean? The other party was much stronger than them. "Who are you, sir?" The two black-robed masked men stood up. The people from the Purple Gold Mage Guild scattered to the left and right, watching vigilantly. Suddenly, one of the advanced elemental mages from the Purple Gold Mage Guild trembled, as if he recognized Lei Lou. "Sirs, he should be the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage from the Pharaoh Kingdom." More than 10 years ago, he had seen with his own eyes that Lei Lou had easily crushed the combined forces of 5 pseudo-ultimate wizards in the rebel army. It looked very similar to now. However, even though he had witnessed Lei Lou's invincible strength, he had absolute confidence in the two lords. This was because these two lords were too strong, too powerful. They were definitely not much inferior to the invincible pseudo-ultimate mages. "You. Shouldn't you be going to the capital? Why are you here?" The two black-robed masked men were shocked. According to their plan, the invincible pseudo-ultimate mages of the Pharaoh Kingdom would definitely appear. However, they should first look for the king of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Their 6 companions by the king's side were enough to capture the invincible pseudo-ultimate mages and interrogate them about their whereabouts. When the news from the capital reached them, they would be able to mobilize these mage guilds and completely plunge the Pharaoh Kingdom into the flames of war. Only when the Middle-earth was in chaos would they be able to nurture the immortals without restraint and cultivate the immortals' magic codex. But now that the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom had appeared in front of them, didn't that mean that the plan at the capital had failed? At this moment, their hearts were extremely cold. "The queen and the others are waiting for you in hell." The air around Lei Lou gradually distorted, and his figure blurred as he spoke indifferently. Then, he grabbed out with his palm, and the two black-robed masked men were almost unable to resist and were pulled up into the air. The two black-robed masked men were completely in despair. Even though they had already paid enough attention to the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom, when they faced this invincible pseudo-ultimate mage directly, they realized that the title of invincible was not a rumor at all. They did not even have the chance to resist. If the other party was an ultimate mage, they would have been able to understand. However, they were both pseudo-ultimate wizards, so why was the difference so great? Lei Lou was too lazy to waste his breath on them. With a shake of his palm, the hearts of the two black-robed masked men were crushed. Bam! The two corpses fell to the ground, turning into a pile of meat paste. Everyone in the Purple Gold Mage Guild sucked in a breath of cold air. The two lords were actually killed without the slightest bit of resistance. In that case, if this invincible pseudo-ultimate mage wanted to kill them, wouldn't it be the same as killing chickens? At this moment, they were so afraid that their bodies were trembling. They did not even dare to have the thought of resisting. Following that, the president of the Purple Gold Mage Guild, Mar, immediately knelt down, tears and snot flowed all over the floor. "Respected sir, please spare us. We were forced by these two guys and had no choice but to rebel. Our Purple Gold Mage Guild is willing to completely submit to the king, strictly abide by the anti-magic order, and become an example for all the mages in the Pharaoh Kingdom." He had thought that the invincible pseudo-ultimate mage was here to enforce the anti-magic order. The other deacons and elders also knelt down one after another. The current situation did not need to be said anymore. They had no choice but to submit. Moreover, their Purple Gold Mage Guild spine had been completely broken after the two black-robed masked men. They could no longer stand up straight. Kneeling once again was nothing. "Remember what you said. Disband all the mage legions and restore order," Lei Lou said indifferently. This time, his target was only the two black-robed masked men. As for the rest, he would leave them to the king to handle himself. He believed that after this matter, the Purple Gold Mage Guild would be very obedient. With a wave of his hand, Lei Lou grabbed the bodies of the two black-masked men and left the secret chamber, disappearing without a trace. After the Purple Gold Mage Guild felt the suffocating pressure in the secret chamber disappear, they all collapsed to the ground, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. When Lei Lou left the Purple Gold Mage Guild, he signed in. After all, this Purple Gold Mage Guild was an old guild in Uzi City, a guild that had been around for thousands of years. Its huge fame was not for nothing. It was a good place to sign for it. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Angel Holy Light Shield. The system notification sounded. Lei Lou still flew out of Uzi City as he read the introduction of this Angel Holy Light Shield. This was a very powerful defensive spell. It could be used to condense an angel's shadow behind one's back. A shield that flickered with golden light enveloped one's body. It had extremely powerful benefits. Moreover, this defensive spell had a total of 9 layers. Once it reached the level of a 9-winged angel, its defense would be truly invincible. It just so happened that Lei Lou lacked a defensive spell. In the past, he had signed up for some defensive spells, but they were all very ordinary and could not be compared to an Angel Holy Light Shield. This defensive spell, at least from the registration, was even more advanced than a forbidden spell. Very good. Looks like this trip to Uzi City was not in vain. Lei Lou was very satisfied. He could basically see through the systems signing up. If he continued to check in, it was usually hard for good things to keep appearing. It was only after a long period of time that he would go to a special place to check in. Then, usually, good things would appear. In the following period of time, if he checked in again, there would not be too many good things. However, he did not care. Anyway, he had plenty of time in the future. The next targets were the Golden Cloud Temple and the Shrine. Ever since they had been conquered by the Pharaoh Kingdom, they had become a subsidiary force of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Now, they had also taken advantage of the chaos to establish many mage legions, intending to rebel. Lei Lou was going to conquer these two huge forces, forcing them to disband the mage legions and restore order. As for how the imperial court would deal with these mage forces, that had nothing to do with him. He was not a nanny. He did not have to manage everything. That was not in line with his personality. Cultivating quietly and reading quietly was the life he wanted. After this incident, he should be able to live peacefully for a period of time. Of course, it was not that he did not have a sense of urgency in his heart. Before the queen died, she had said that their temple would definitely take those two things back. The number 1 golden cloud token and the blood descendant of the immortal clan were indeed not ordinary things. This golden cloud temple was definitely not an ordinary force. Fortunately, it's very difficult for the ultimate mages in that place to enter Middle-earth. Lei Lou thought to himself. Even the queen and the others had not understood the specific situation. They only knew that it involved an ancient agreement. Because of this, whether it was the Middle-earth or anywhere else, there were no ultimate mages. Indeed, the ultimate mages had become a kind of legend, only recorded in ancient books. However, there was another problem that Lei Lou could not understand. Even if the ultimate mages outside could not enter, why were there no new ultimate mages in Middle-earth? Although there were very few pseudo-ultimate mages in Middle-earth now, there were still quite a number of them in history. In addition, there were definitely many other places. Why was it that none of them have broken through to the level of an ultimate mage? He felt that there was something wrong with this world. The reason why he was able to break through to the level of an ultimate mage was probably related to the system, or rather, it was related to the ultimate potion that the system rewarded him with. The black-robed mage from before had cultivated the immortal clan's magic book and fused with their blood descendant, breaking through to the level of an ultimate mage. However, Lei Lou felt that his entire ultimate mage was incomplete. He had only broken through with the help of the immortal clan's blood descendant. After the immortal clan's blood descendant was taken away, his magic power quickly fell from the level of an ultimate wizard. All in all, there were a lot of unsolved mysteries waiting for him to explore further. After returning to the library, Lei Lou returned to his normal pace of life. Wei did not go out either. She began to train hard and occasionally accompanied Lei Lou. She felt that her strength was far from strong enough. After the series of major events, she did not want to experience that feeling of powerlessness a second time. In the outside world, the king issued a new order, suspending the implementation of the anti-magic order. It was welcomed by countless mage forces. With the Purple Gold Mage Guild in the south taking the lead, and with the Misty Shrine and the Divine Palace's cooperation, they immediately followed the king's order and disbanded everyone's mage army. They helped the ministers sent by the king to restore the local order. Just like that, the chaos that was about to erupt was quelled. Even if there were still some forces that were ambitious and wanted to take the opportunity to strengthen themselves, after seeing this situation, they could only submit once again. After experiencing the chaos of the anti-magic order, the king vowed to correct his mistakes and successively introduced many policies that benefited the people, attracting the love of many people. The new king's 18th year on the throne was the implementation of the new mage policy. This was introduced after many years of balanced discussion. There were detailed laws and regulations, a sound supervision system, and the support of many top mage guilds. They even chose a state in advance as a pilot and achieved very good results. At this point, the magic of the Pharaoh Kingdom ushered in a healthy and orderly development. The same year, in the northern plains, the greatest pride of the Wolf clan was seen as the spokesperson of the serious god in the human world. Great Mage Batu was taken away by the gods on the Great Snow Mountain, leaving behind a rotten body. He was 126 years old. A 13-year-old werewolf child named Zebi stepped into the Great Snow Mountain accompanied by many senior brothers. Time flew by, and the quiet days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 37 years had passed. A lot of major events had happened during this period. There had been some rebellions in various parts of the Pharaoh Kingdom, and they had taken a few years to subside. 13 years ago in the Eastern Sea, the Murloc clan and the Pharaoh Kingdom had completely cut off all communication, and the sea trade route had been closed. Until now, conflicts of various sizes had not stopped. In the Northern Territory, the Wolf clan had never stopped harassing the Middle-earth. Especially 11 years ago, when the Wolf King passed away, the new Wolf King, Zebi, succeeded him and started a war to unify the entire prairie. It took 9 years to wipe out all the races in the prairie. The danger the Wolf clan posed to the Pharaoh Kingdom became extremely serious. Fortunately, in these 20 years, the Pharaoh Kingdom had implemented a new magic policy, and their strength had increased unprecedentedly. The proportion of mages had increased greatly, and the number of elemental mages had also increased. There were also many high-level elemental mages. Most importantly, a new batch of pseudo-ultimate mages had been born, which made up for the deficiencies of the top mages in the Pharaoh Kingdom. The library was even more deserted than before. Alo had been training with Lei Lou for such a long time that he had already become a pseudo-ultimate mage. Wei walked out from the inner room, looked at the tightly shut room, and then asked Alo, Senior hasn't come out yet? Alo shook his head and said, no. It's been 8 years. It can't be that Senior won't come out like the great wizard snake god, right? Wei suddenly said. If it wasn't for the mysterious power in the room that prevented her from getting close, she would have broken in long ago. She was already a top-notch pseudo-ultimate wizard. In the past 10 years, she had fought against many pseudo-ultimate mages, including the Wolf clan of the northern border, the East Sea Murlocs, the Elven Empire in the western forest, and the barbarians in the south. She had won almost all of them. The reason it could only be said almost was that she had been defeated by the second most powerful expert of the northern border, Meng Bai, 5 years ago. She had originally gone to challenge the number 1 expert of the northern border, the Sky Wolf King Zebi. Therefore, in the past 5 years, she had been studying magic in stealth, hoping to improve further. Alo's face twitched, not knowing how to answer. Forget it, I'll leave now. Wei shook her head, turned around, and left the library. In the past 10 years, the conflict between the Pharaoh Kingdom and the Wolf clan had become more and more frequent. Sooner or later, the Pharaoh Kingdom would have a shocking war with the Wolf clan. As a princess of the royal family and a top-notch pseudo-ultimate mage, her status in the Pharaoh Kingdom could be said to be supreme. She still had to attend imperial meetings. In the quiet room, a stone coffin was placed on the floor. Lei Lou lay quietly inside it. It's still a little bit off. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with endless paths, as deep as the ocean. 8 years ago, his cultivation had already reached the level of a 9th-level ultimate wizard. But he was stuck at the last bit. He thought that he should be able to sign in and claim a potion that would be beneficial for his breakthrough, but he had never gotten one. He wondered if his luck had run out. Although he had gone to some important places to try his luck, such as the northern border, the eastern sea, the southern wilderness, and the western forest. He had never signed anything useful for breaking through to the level of an ultimate mage. The system is not working well. Lei Lou sighed. However, he firmly believed that he would definitely sign in something good in the future. The current difficulties were only temporary. He had to be patient. He should continue sleeping. After all, sleeping in the vampire coffin had a lot of benefits. At least his own magic power was constantly growing. Northern border, the Great Snow Mountain. The snow here accumulated all year round and had not melted for tens of thousands of years. There was a huge divine palace standing on the snow mountain. This was the sacred land of the Wolf clan, the Wolf God altar. On this day, the sky and earth shook on the snow mountain. Countless snowflakes fluttered as if they were pulled by an invisible force, forming a huge snow wolf that covered the sky in the void. Outside the Wolf God altar, countless wolf clan members saw this scene and transformed into their werewolf forms, howling at the sky. At the same time, on an open-air altar in the center of the wolf god altar, a tall figure was sitting cross-legged with his upper body naked. Waves of energy that looked like snow light were emitted from him. His body actually gradually left the altar and floated in the air. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with endless surprise. Did I finally succeed? The figure muttered to himself. How many years has it been? I've finally returned. I never thought that my descendants would have lost control of the Middle-earth and become a foreign race. But it doesn't matter. I've taken back everything I've lost. And that treasure. After so many years, it should be almost finished. Wait for your master's return. The man landed, revealing a very handsome and masculine face. His facial features were deep and sharp, and an invisible domineering aura was naturally emitted. At the same time, the shadow of the huge snow wolf that was originally shrouding the wolf god altar gradually disappeared. When he walked out of the square, there were a large number of guards outside. King! Have you already broken through? An old man wearing hemp clothes said excitedly. Just now, he felt an incomparably great power enveloping this world. It was the power that surpassed that of an elemental mage. It was a powerful spell that only an ultimate mage could see and touch. Yes, I've already broken through. This majestic man was Zebi. However, he also had an identity that no one knew about. Under normal circumstances, in this world that had been sealed, it was almost impossible to become an ultimate mage. However, he was not an ordinary person. He had broken the rules. Therefore, he would become the first ultimate mage on this continent in hundreds of years. Truly invincible. Convey my orders. Gather all the werewolf clans on the prairie and attack the Pharaoh Kingdom. The Sky Wolf King changed into a dignified royal robe and directly issued the order. The many werewolf mages present heard it, they all began to roar. For a time, countless werewolves left the Great Snow Mountain and rushed to various parts of the prairie to convey his orders to all the werewolf clans on the prairie. The Pharaoh Kingdom. Within the palace of the royal capital, Ling, who was already 72 years old, sat on the throne and looked down at all the officials below. Below him on his left sat Prince Yu. Yu was Ling's first son, the queen's child. He was already 55 years old. This was definitely an older prince. He had already been in the position of crown prince for 39 years. During the period when his mother was abolished, he had been in a very miserable situation. He only returned to the right track after knowing that Queen Yali had died suddenly and that Ling had made his mother a queen again. The war report from the northern border is here. Just as the king and his officials were discussing the state affairs, a dusty soldier suddenly rushed into the palace and knelt down on one knee. President, Ling said in a deep voice. Soon, a servant mage checked the secret letter in the soldier's hand and handed it to the king. Ling tore open the letter and flipped through it. His expression immediately changed drastically. Just 3 days ago, the Wolf King of the northern border, Zebi, suddenly issued an order to mobilize the entire grassland wolf clan to invade the Pharaoh Kingdom. After Ling finished reading, his sharp gaze swept across the entire scene as he spoke in a deep voice. Instantly, everyone was shocked. Although the Pharaoh Kingdom had been in constant conflict with the Wolf Clan for more than 10 years, it was only a small matter. At most, a certain Wolf Clan would launch an attack. However, it was different this time. The Wolf King actually had issued an order to attack, mobilizing all the wolf clans on the grassland to attack and destroy the Pharaoh Kingdom. This meant that it was a war to destroy the kingdom. Although the Pharaoh Kingdom had experienced decades of development, and its strength had greatly increased. But the Wolf Clan. The werewolves were very powerful, especially after Zebi had unified the grassland. The combat strength of the werewolves had reached a terrifying level, and they could easily gather millions of werewolves. Your Majesty, if the werewolves want to invade the Pharaoh Kingdom, we must quickly make preparations and gather the army to head north. With the current forces stationed in the northern territory, it will be very difficult to withstand the assault of the werewolves. That's right, our Pharaoh Kingdom has formed a powerful new mage army. It's time for the wolf clan to see how powerful we are. They're just a bunch of animals. They dare to have designs on our Pharaoh Kingdom. This time, we must kill them all. Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead an army to support the Northern Territory. Many of the ministers spoke one after another. The current Pharaoh Kingdom was no longer the Pharaoh Kingdom of the past. Other than having a huge ordinary army, there were 4 extremely powerful mage armies. This mage army had not been formed by relying on powerful mages in the past. Instead, it had strict training. Every leader of the mage army was a pseudo-ultimate mage. The battle of the mage army was no longer a one-man battle. Instead, they could cooperate with each other. The combat strength of such a mage army was many times stronger than before. They had even developed countless magic books that the mages had cooperated with, gathering the strength of many mages, and casting extremely terrifying destruction spells together. General Vlad, for the time being, you will lead the Flying Dragon Mage Army to the Northern Territory to provide support. Your first task is to defend the defensive line. King Ling began to make arrangements. Brother, why didn't you send me? Wei stood out. She was leading the Sunbird Mage Army. Ling shook his head and said, there will be missions in the future. There's no need to rush. This war will not end too soon. How could he not know what his sister was thinking? However, this kind of mission to support the Northern Territory was very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cause them to be surrounded by the Wolf Clan. Even if there was a mission, Wei's Sunbird Mage Army would have to stay at the back. Wei could only accept the arrangement. The invasion of millions of werewolves could not be hidden. Soon, it spread throughout the capital. However, there was no panic. Instead, there were countless civilian mages who wanted to join the army to resist the werewolves. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A shocking piece of news came. 1 million werewolves had already conquered Waganda. The whole of Waganda had been taken over by the werewolves. Not long after, an even more shocking piece of news came. The entire Flying Dragon Mage Army had been sacrificed in the city of Waganda. 8 pseudo-ultimate mages, including General Vlad, had all died in battle. Not a single one returned alive. Everyone was stunned. How powerful was the Flying Dragon Mage Army? There were more than 5,000 mages. All of them were formed by elemental mages. There were only 4 such armies in the Pharaoh Kingdom. Moreover, the Flying Dragon Mage Army was the most powerful one. Yet, they had been lost just like that. Up until now, they had not fought the Flying Dragon Mage Army. How did they all die? They received sporadic news that the Flying Dragon Mage Army had been destroyed very quickly and had been trapped in Waganda City. It was said that the golden-furred werewolves of the Sky Wolf King clan had appeared nearby. Generally speaking, the golden-furred werewolves would follow the Sky Wolf King wherever he went. Such news was a great blow to the morale of the people of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Other than Waganda's complete fall, the other 2 important defensive fortresses were also being attacked by the werewolves. Once these 2 fortresses were taken down, the Pharaoh Kingdom's hinterland would be completely exposed to the werewolves, and the damage would be immeasurable. Now, even the Rhinoceros Mage Army and the Giant Eagle Mage Army had been sent to defend these 2 fortresses. There was no other way. The king would only use the Sunbird Mage Army as the last resort. Unfortunately, the Sunbird Mage Army had set off not long ago, and the 2 key fortresses had already been conquered. Even the Rhinoceros Mage Army and the Giant Eagle Mage Army seemed to have forgotten. This made everyone in the Pharaoh Kingdom feel a chill in their hearts. They were about to roar. No matter how strong the werewolves were, it was impossible for them to be this strong. In the end, the Sunbird Mage Army withdrew, and the Pharaoh Kingdom's defense line completely contracted. At the same time, the werewolf clan split into 3 groups. Like the autumn wind blowing through fallen leaves, they cleared the way and finally approached the capital of the Pharaoh Kingdom. The Pharaoh Kingdom was in danger. In the library, Lei Lou was lying in the vampire's coffin, practicing the angel holy light shield. He had already comprehended the limit of the first level of this defensive spell. He could break through the second level of the Tao at any time. As the spell vibrated, the structure of the holy light shield changed and began to reassemble. In an instant, an even more powerful holy light shield enveloped his entire body. Phew, is this the two-winged angel? I didn't expect that the holy light shield would develop the projection characteristic. Lei Lou clicked his tongue in wonder. The projection characteristic was very simple. It could project a powerful holy light shield that was fixed in a certain place and could be maintained for a period of time. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If this holy light shield was powerful enough to absorb the elemental energy between heaven and earth, wouldn't it be able to exist forever? Perhaps in the future. It would probably be very late. Phew, this period of seclusion has been long enough. I should go out and take a look. Perhaps my luck has turned for the better and I'll be able to sign in something good. Lei Lou put away the holy light shield and stretched his back. He had been in seclusion for the past few years. In order not to be disturbed, he had specially sealed the entire room so that no sound from outside could enter. Suddenly, Lei Lou's brows furrowed. Because he noticed that Alo was anxiously walking outside. What had happened? Lei Lou removed the seal and walked out of the meditation room. When Alo saw his senior come out, he immediately said anxiously, "Senior, the wolf clan has mobilized 1,000,000 werewolves to surround the king's city. The Sky Wolf King has already become an ultimate mage. No one in the Pharaoh Kingdom has more powerful magic power than him. Even his mother has been seriously injured and has been in a coma. Moreover, in less than a day's time, the Sky Wolf King will sacrifice 7,000,000 people in the king's city." Lei Lou had already become a pseudo-ultimate mage, but he was almost about to cry. "I've only cultivated for a few years, and the Pharaoh Kingdom is about to be destroyed?" Lei Lou was somewhat speechless and could not help but ask the heavens. It was too difficult for him. However, he was quite curious that the Sky Wolf King had actually become an ultimate mage. Hence, he activated his spiritual will instantly and could faintly sense a terrifying aura hidden outside the capital. Although this aura did not pose any danger to him, it was an irresistible force to the Pharaoh Kingdom. "He is indeed an ultimate mage, and he is much more powerful than the black-robed mage," Lei Lou exclaimed. "To be able to become an ultimate mage in this world, it seems that this Sky Wolf King also has a secret." He touched his chin, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. More than 10 years ago, when this Sky Wolf King Zibi rose to power, he had gone to the northern territories to secretly observe him, but he had not discovered anything. He only knew that his magic talent was very powerful, and he was known as the child of the Sky Wolf God. Now, it seemed that he had misjudged him. However, he did not mind. After all, the matter was still under control. "Let's go and see Wei now." Lei Lou shook his head. The next moment, his body moved, and he instantly disappeared. Outside the imperial city, werewolves were everywhere. It was dark and dense, and the imperial city was tightly surrounded. 5,000 meters away from the main gate of the imperial city, there was a huge high platform. King, Karen couldn't understand why the Pharaoh Kingdom had to be given 3 days. "Now, we can charge into the imperial city at any time and massacre the entire city," an extremely strong werewolf with braids said. He was the grand disciple of great mage Batu, Karen. In terms of seniority, he was equivalent to the Sky Wolf King's apprentice nephew. He was also a pseudo-ultimate mage, and he had the powerful physical body of a werewolf. Ever since Zibi became the Sky Wolf King, many powerful mages of the Sky Wolf King had followed him to battle in the Great Prairie. The time has not come yet, Zibi said lightly. His powerful will was sensed in the city. It had completely merged with the entire city, and even with all the people there. But who knew that this mysterious formation, which could increase the strength of the pharaoh guards, had other uses? As long as he sacrificed more than 7 million people in the imperial city, he would be able to completely activate the mysterious formation and open that mysterious place. When the people of the pharaoh kingdom reached the peak of despair, the effect of the sacrifice would be the best. Everything that had been set up 3,000 years ago was for today. He had already sensed the gradually boiling fluctuations of the array formation in the void. Very soon, he would be able to start a feast of slaughter. This is my territory. Anyone who occupies this place will have to pay the price of blood, the Sky Wolf King, Zibi, said coldly. Within the imperial city, there was chaos and despair. Even the defending army could not maintain order. There was only one day left before the Wolf clan massacred the whole of the imperial city. Even the defending army's morale was low. There was nothing they could do. During this period of time, the Pharaoh Kingdom's army had been crushed by the werewolves. There had been no room for them to fight back. The three mage armies were all sacrificed. When the Sky Wolf King surrounded the entire city, the imperial court organized a counterattack and gathered a large number of advanced elemental mages and pseudo-ultimate mages. In the end, more than half of the formation was destroyed. If it had not been for the fact that the Sky Wolf King had deliberately stayed behind to fight, it would not have lost more than half, but the entire army had been wiped out. In that battle, the Sky Wolf King had displayed the magic of an ultimate mage, causing the high-level mages of the Pharaoh Kingdom to fall into despair. That was because that kind of terrifying magic was not something that ordinary magic could resist. That was an incomparably great power, how could human strength resist it? In the palace, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The king's originally strong and healthy body had become extremely old in just half a month. The Pharaoh Kingdom that he had personally built was actually so fragile. Your Majesty, can you be clear about that invincible pseudo-ultimate mage? An old mage said. More than 30 years ago, he had just been an ordinary academy in the Xiluo Magic Academy. He had the fortune to see the elegant demeanor of that senior in the Xiluo Magic Academy, and he had also seen it when he was in the Great Wild Fortress. Even many level 9 elemental mages would not be able to resist his spells in front of that senior. It was said that he had even killed the queen and 5 pseudo-ultimate mages in the palace. In the end, he had forced His Majesty to take back the anti-magic order. Although no one knew the details, he could still analyze and guess it. Over the past 30 years, he had kept it in his heart, and no one had ever leaked it. It was precisely because of this that the news of his senior being an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage was only known by the people present at that time. And now, in the Pharaoh Kingdom, almost all those people had died of old age, and he was one of them that was still alive. Ling's pupils contracted slightly. That person had long become a nightmare in his heart. Thus, over the past few decades, he had never mentioned it, and he had never even allowed others to mention it. He selectively ignored it and forgot about it. Fortunately, that person had never appeared before, so he felt at ease for a few decades. It was not until this minister brought it up that he realized that he was actually so afraid of that person. After thinking for a long time, Ling finally smiled bitterly and shook his head. So what if that person came? No matter how invincible a pseudo-ultimate mage was, it was impossible for him to be a match for a real ultimate mage. As for whether that person had also broken through to become an ultimate mage. Difficult. Too difficult. Back then, the great wizard Snake God had also been an invincible pseudo-ultimate mage. In the end, he had not appeared again after going into seclusion. Perhaps that person would also walk the same path. As time passed, the traces in this world would gradually disappear. Only then would his fear be completely healed. Unfortunately, there were no more chances. 1 million werewolves were about to break through the imperial city. the current strength of the Pharaoh kingdom had no chance to resist. He would also become the king of the destroyed kingdom. At this moment, an old mage rushed to his side, jolting him out of his thoughts. "Your Majesty, the great mage protector, he is now outside Wei's palace." The king was stunned. That person came out. The princess's palace. Wei rarely stayed here, she would either go out or cultivate in the library. She was only here this time because she was unconscious and seriously injured. After seeking treatment from the pseudo-ultimate mage and the healing priest, Princess Wei's life had been saved. However, what she had suffered was the ultimate mage's magic curse, and her teacher's soul was also affected. If nothing unexpected happened, Princess Wei would be in a vegetative state, she would spend the rest of her life lying on the bed. Lei Lou looked at Wei, who was lying quietly on the bed, breathing evenly as if she was asleep. Although she was 72 years old, she looked very young, but she looked more mature and sexy. Generally speaking, when one reached the level of a pseudo-ultimate mage, they could basically guarantee that their appearance would not age. Moreover, after breaking through to the level of a pseudo-ultimate mage, their appearance would become more and more beautiful. Back then, the reason that the queen from the outside world had been able to charm spirits was because of her beautiful appearance and temperament. She didn't have the ability, yet she still had to charge forward. Lei Lou shook his head, then took out a bottle of extremely precious healing potion. Lei Lou used magic to soften the potion so that Wei's weak body could withstand it. Then, Lei Lou cast a few spells on her, to help her body absorb the potion's power faster. At the same time, he reached out a finger and gently tapped on Wei's forehead, casting the soul-absorbing codex. The soul-absorbing codex was not only used to take away the souls of others, but it could also be used to communicate with the subconscious. The former was forced, and it was very harmful. The latter was passive, and it was almost harmless. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Lou retracted his finger. Then, Wei's body moved slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Senior, I'm still alive." Wei muttered to herself. "Of course you're still alive," Lei Lou laughed. Wei suddenly recalled something and quickly said, "Senior, you must not go and look for that Sky Wolf King Zebi. His magic is too terrifying. He's already an ultimate mage. You can't beat him." "Oh, Your Highness, how did you conclude that I'm not a match for him?" Lei Lou did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You're not an ultimate mage, how can you beat that other opponent?" Wei said dejectedly, "Now that the Wolf clan has surrounded the entire city, we won't be able to escape. It's just the difference between dying early and dying late." "That's not necessarily true," Lei Lou said with a faint smile. "Senior, could it be that after cultivating for so many years, you've finally become an ultimate mage?" Wei widened her eyes. She knew that her senior never bragged. Since he had such confidence, he must have become an ultimate mage as well. At this moment, a strong hope was born in her heart. Perhaps, her senior could really save the Pharaoh kingdom once again. "I guess so," Lei Lou smiled. At this moment, a domineering voice was transmitted from outside the capital, resounding in the sky above the capital. It seemed to cover the entire sky, suffocating the millions of people in the capital. "Warriors of the Wolf clan, break through the capital of the Pharaoh kingdom. Do not seal your blades for 5 days." Immediately after, a howl that sounded like a tsunami echoed. It was the ferocious sound of 1,000,000 werewolves. "The werewolves are going to attack the city." Wei's face turned pale. She knew that once the capital was broken through, whether it was the Pharaoh royal family, the mage army, or the ordinary people, they would all suffer a devastating massacre. Moreover, the terrifying pressure contained in that voice was suffocating. This was the power of an ultimate mage. Just the figure alone was enough to intimidate an ordinary pseudo-ultimate mage. There was almost no room for resistance. She had experienced this kind of helpless despair before. "It's nothing, it'll be over soon." Lei Lou laughed. Then, he grabbed Wei and flew out, quickly landing on the highest watchtower in the palace. From here, he could see the imperial city clearly. He could even see the outside of the city clearly. Outside of the city, a black mass of werewolves was charging toward the city wall. It was 1,000,000 werewolves charging. This scene was simply hopeless. At this moment, the morale of the imperial city's army and mages had fallen to the lowest. It was not just the pressure brought by the 1,000,000 werewolves. There was also the pressure of the power of the ultimate mages that constantly enveloped the imperial city. That was the most fatal. It directly caused them to lose their fighting spirit. High-level elemental mages and pseudo-ultimate mages simply could not display their strength. They had to constantly withstand the pressure of the opponent's ultimate mage's willpower. A dignified ultimate mage actually uses magic to bully the mages of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Lei Lou shook his head. In the next moment, he directly released the ultimate mage's will. It suddenly radiated and enveloped all of the imperial city, instantly repelling the Sky Wolf King's other ultimate mage's will. Sky Wolf King, are you bullying the Pharaoh Kingdom that doesn't have an ultimate mage? An indifferent voice rang out in the sky above the capital, dispelling the will of an ultimate mage that was as powerful as a huge mountain. Like a spring rain gently caressing a newly bloomed flower, it calmed the fear and despair in the hearts of countless people in the capital. At this moment, the dark shadow that seemed to be shrouding the sky above the capital was dispelled. The bright sunlight once again illuminated the land. Everyone's hearts were filled with endless hope. This is. Many of the pseudo-ultimate mages from the Pharaoh Kingdom were shocked. They were at the limit of an elemental mage, a pseudo-ultimate mage. They were almost at the level of an ultimate mage. Although they were unable to truly break through, they were much more sensitive than ordinary mages. They could sense that this voice also contained the supreme will of an ultimate mage. The will of this ultimate mage definitely did not belong to the Sky Wolf King. It came from within the capital. Could it be that the Pharaoh Kingdom also has an ultimate mage? Some pseudo-ultimate mages burst into tears. These days were really too difficult. There was no hope. The world was dark. This was not just for individuals, but the entire capital, and even the entire Pharaoh Kingdom. Once the capital fell, it could be imagined that the entire Pharaoh Kingdom, countless citizens, would be reduced to food under the claws and fangs of the werewolves. This would be the greatest tragedy for the entire human race. But now, the Pharaoh Kingdom actually had an ultimate mage. How lucky was this? The Pharaoh Kingdom was saved. Although many of the mages around did not know this, when they heard the excited cheers of the pseudo-ultimate mages, coupled with the complete disappearance of the shadow that shrouded their hearts, they were all excited. No one knew which pseudo-ultimate mage had shouted. The immortal of the Pharaoh Kingdom. The immortal of the Pharaoh Kingdom. The immortal of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Many other mages, and even ordinary warriors, had their minds affected at this moment. All of them began to shout loudly. The morale that had fallen into the abyss had miraculously reversed at this moment. This caused the formation of the entire capital to undergo a strange reversal. An invisible force seemed to be blessing every mage and warrior. On the city wall, the king trembled. He almost slipped off his chair and wet his pants. He was too familiar with this voice. It's him, has he finally come out? Ling said with a trembling voice, but his eyes were also moist. Although he was deeply afraid of that person, even in front of a minister, he might lose face, but he could no longer care about these things. Because he saw hope. Even if countless warriors and mages were all chanting the undying of the Pharaoh Kingdom and the undying of the great mages protecting the kingdom, he was not angry at all, because that person was worthy of such reverence. Compared to the reversal of the change in the capital, the momentum of the 1,000,000 werewolves outside the capital had also changed. Outside the imperial city, the werewolves' attacks had all come to a halt. They could feel that the imperial city contained an incomparably terrifying and enormous amount of magic. As long as they got close, they would be swallowed up, leaving no bones behind. The werewolves on the plains had never been afraid of anything. Even if they died, they would still die on the road of charging. But at this moment, they were all afraid. Very quickly, the momentum of the million werewolves charging dispersed instantly. They all turned around on the spot. Because there were too many of them, the entire scene was extremely chaotic. If the Pharaoh Kingdom's army charged at these million werewolves at this time, they would definitely be beaten. Ultimate Mage. On the high platform of the Wolf Clan's military camp, the Sky Wolf King's entire body trembled, and his face revealed an expression of disbelief. The Ultimate Mage that he had just released to suppress the Imperial City had actually been rejected by the other party. Impossible, how can there be an Ultimate Mage in the Pharaoh Kingdom? Could it be an Ultimate Mage outside of Middle-earth? That's even more impossible. With the existence of that ancient agreement and the existence of that treasure, no Ultimate Mage would be willing to stay in this damned place, the Sky Wolf King, Zebi muttered. All of this was beyond the scope of his plan. At first, he had thought that everything would be perfect. When the million werewolves had conquered the Pharaoh Kingdom, they would use the blood of 7 million humans to activate the large-scale magic array buried underground Imperial City, opening up that mysterious domain. This way, he would be able to regain that treasure, and then use the enormous amount of magic accumulated in that treasure to successfully break through to the realm above the Ultimate Mage. At that time, he would be able to rise again. But now, this incident had occurred. This Ultimate Mage can't be someone from the Middle-earth, because there are no mages in there who can advance to Ultimate Mages through meditation. He must be an external Ultimate Mage. He can't be too strong. Moreover, in this world, there's no way to increase his magic power at all. Instead, it will constantly consume his magic power. Zebi was analyzing the situation in his mind. No matter how he analyzed it, he felt that he was steadily gaining the upper hand. He was not an ordinary new Ultimate Mage. Instead, he had learned magic again after being reborn. He had a lot of magic knowledge and experience. In addition to the magic books and forbidden secret spells that he had learned before, he did not think that he would lose. Moreover, he had no choice but to fight. Only by conquering the capital would he have a chance to carry out his next plan. Ultimate Mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom, no matter who you are, as long as you dare to stop the footsteps of living beings, you will be torn into pieces by violent magic. There will be no place for you to bury your body on the clouds below the sky. The Sky Wolf King raised his head and looked into the distance. Even though he was far away, he could still see a figure in a grey robe. The Ultimate Mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom. In the future, if you do not destroy the capital, you and I will head to the clouds for a decisive battle. How about it? The Sky Wolf King emitted rolling sound waves that were extremely domineering. He wasn't worried that it would affect the humans in the capital, but he was afraid of destroying the capital. If that happened, the array formation would be destroyed, and it would be extremely difficult to rebuild it. After all, the connection between the array formation opened up that strange place beneath the city. There's no need for that. With my protection, the capital won't suffer the slightest bit of damage. Lei Lou smiled indifferently. He didn't think that the Sky Wolf King would be so kind. There was only one possibility, and that was that the Imperial City was very important to this guy. Or rather, he wanted a complete Imperial City. The great battle between Ultimate Mages wasn't something that ordinary pseudo-Ultimate Mages could compare to. The destructive power was much, much greater. It would be enough to destroy the entire Imperial City. In the next moment, Lei Lou's entire body trembled, and a powerful spell was released with him at the center. In an instant, a huge angel's shadow gradually took shape in the air. The angel's shadow flapped its wings that flickered with golden holy light, and a golden shield enveloped the entire capital. A Tier 2 angel holy light shield. How big was the entire capital? It could accommodate more than 7 million people. It was only because Lei Luo's cultivation had reached the level of an ultimate mage that he was able to cover this level. For the first time, Lei Luo unleashed his magic without holding back. It was a really great. It wasn't even considered a warm-up, it was just a movement. It was different now. He was facing a true ultimate mage. He could finally release his power without any fear. Crazy. The Sky Wolf King wanted to berate Lei Luo for being arrogant. But when he saw the holy light shield enveloping the entire city, his pupils constricted, almost to the point where it was difficult to control. His throat seemed to be strangled by something, making gurgling sounds. How is that? Can you break my turtle shell? Lei Luo smiled calmly. Impossible. You are a subversive ultimate mage. How can you hide in this small Middle-earth? Who are you? The Sky Wolf King's body almost trembled. He was starting to doubt his life. It was not big yet. He knew that he could not win. He had just entered the realm of an ultimate mage. Even if he had forbidden spells and battle experience from his previous life, he would at most be slightly stronger than an ordinary ultimate mage. However, against an ultimate mage who could overturn the situation, the difference was too great. I'm just a small mage in the Pharaoh Kingdom. The king gave me a name, I'm the great mage protector of the kingdom, Lei Luo said calmly. His identity had almost been found out by others, so there was nothing to hide. He had been hiding in the imperial city for too long. After this, perhaps he would leave. Originally, he had planned to leave after breaking through to the realm of an ultimate mage. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself. But now, it seemed that it was unlikely. He was a little impressed by himself. He had actually lived in the library of the Xiluo Magic Academy for 80 years. Who else could do it? He had signed in at the library for 80 years. He did not seek fame and only wanted to be invincible once he had broken through. Now, he had done it. At least in this Middle-earth. He was already invincible. Hee. ZB sneered. A little mage from the Pharaoh Kingdom. Only a ghost would believe it. It was impossible for a mage to become an ultimate mage. Alright, I've told you so much. Next, I'll send you on your way, Lei Luo said calmly. Send a god on his way. Ha ha ha. ZB laughed maniacally, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom, do you know who I am? Suddenly, his figure became extremely determined, as if he had made a decision. This is what I want to know the most. If you're willing to share this secret, I can hear you out. It's not too late to act after you're done. Lei Luo laughed. However, his heart was on guard. After ZB had found out that he was a peak ultimate wizard, he actually didn't feel despair. This made him a little disappointed. You'll find out soon, ZB sighed because this decision was really too bad. But he already had no other way. He also didn't expect that there would be such a day where he would actually become the kind of existence that he had once loathed the most. However, for the sake of survival, for that great goal, what was the big deal about giving up some things? In the next moment, the body of the Sky Wolf King suddenly exploded. Blood chi surged into the air as if turning into a cloud of blood, before abruptly flying towards the direction of the imperial city. Lei Luo was a little stunned when he saw this scene. What was going on? The Sky Wolf King had actually self-destructed. Wait, something wasn't right. It didn't seem like suicide. Instead, it was a kind of sacrifice. A kind of sacrificial art that used one's own life. In the next moment, Lei Luo felt the entire imperial city suddenly shake, as if something hidden had been activated. Lei Luo immediately sensed it, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. It can't be. This ZB self-destructed and sacrificed himself in blood, all for the sake of activating the imperial city's great formation. Could it be that ZB's goal is this? Lei Luo somewhat understood. The Angel Holy Light Shield's defensive power was extremely powerful, but the blood cloud that Zibi sacrificed could actually pass through, as if forming a strange resonance with the whole of the imperial city. Lei Lou had a feeling that once Zibi's plan succeeded, something bad would happen. Even he was unable to solve it. He had to stop it. Lei Lou no longer hesitated. He chanted an incantation and released the war god domain. In an instant, the blood cloud was immediately enveloped by the war god domain. It was restricted and eventually imprisoned. Even if the blood cloud struggled and twisted crazily, it was completely useless. Lei Lou's war god domain completely countered this blood cloud. Under the wear and tear of the war god domain, the blood cloud began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is a domain. Only the legendary archmage can have a domain. Why would an ultimate mage like you have one? A desperate roar came from within the blood cloud. It was a little crazy. It was Zibi's consciousness that was hidden within the blood cloud. With the protection of the blood cloud, his consciousness could survive and would not dissipate immediately. As long as he used the sacrificial body to completely open that mysterious domain, he would be able to enter and have a chance to reverse the situation. But now, he was in complete despair. This ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom was actually able to possess a divine domain. A subversive ultimate mage possessing a divine domain that could only be used by a mage god was really too ridiculous. Why did the heavens treat him like this? They gave him hope, but they also sent him down into the abyss. It was too cruel. Just like that, under the cover of the war god domain, the blood cloud that Zibi's self-destructed body had turned into became smaller and smaller. In the end, he was only left with a pure body of consciousness. This was the first time that Lei Lou had seen a pure body of consciousness. Under normal circumstances, even a pseudo-ultimate mage would not be able to maintain his consciousness after his body was destroyed. But an ultimate mage could do it. It was just that the body of consciousness was too weak. It would dissipate when it was blown by the wind. Now, Zibi's body of consciousness was imprisoned in Lei Lou's war god domain, so he could survive. I didn't expect that after scheming so much, I would actually be defeated so thoroughly, and in the end, I would be destroyed by your hands. Zibi's consciousness transmitted its thoughts. He had already completely lost the ability to resist. There was no need for the other party to make a move. As long as he developed the god's domain, was illuminated by the sun, and was blown by a gentle breeze, he would completely disappear. 3,000 years of planning had actually fallen into such a miserable state. How pitiful, how lamentable, how hateful. Ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom, you will never be able to find out what kind of secrets this capital contains, ha ha ha. Zibi's heart was as dead as ashes, but he still let out a final maniacal laugh. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I have plenty of ways, Lei Lou said indifferently. How could a pure body of consciousness stir up any ripples? He immediately activated the soul-absorbing codex and enveloped Zibi's body of consciousness. Ah, what kind of occult mind spell is this? Zibi's body of consciousness let out a shrill scream. Even in the outside world, occult mind spells were rare and precious existences. He did not expect that this ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom could actually master an occult mind spell. What kind of ultimate mage was this? Was he a demon? A peak ultimate mage possessed a divine domain and a precious secret mind spell. He had to suffer 8 lifetimes of bad luck to encounter this. Don't even think about getting any information from my body of consciousness. Zibi's body of consciousness used all its strength to block it. Unfortunately, the remaining body of consciousness was gradually worn down and became muddle-headed. In the end, it revealed all its secrets to Lei Lou. Eventually, Lei Lou took a long breath and opened his eyes. They were filled with disbelief. This Zibi is really not simple. Lei Lou was amazed. If he had not become a peak ultimate mage and comprehended the war god domain, this time Zibi would have been successful. However, this shocking secret now belongs to me. The corners of Lei Luo's mouth curled up into a smile. To be able to make Zibi spend 3,000 years planning and imagining being able to find it, just how precious was this secret. However, to completely activate the Imperial City's array and open that domain, it must be a blood sacrifice. Lei Luo frowned. Previously, Zibi had waited for 3 days before attacking the city. He wanted to make all the humans completely despair before killing them. At that time, he would be able to completely open the King's City's array and open that extremely mysterious domain. There was no other way. Fortunately, Zibi brought 1,000,000 werewolves over this time. It just so happens that they can be used to activate the great formation of the capital. A hint of coldness appeared in Lei Luo's eyes. He had never been a kind person. If it was beneficial to him, he would definitely do it. Moreover, these 1,000,000 werewolves were of a different race. They had originally come to slaughter, invading Middle-earth all the way, and their hands had been stained with the blood of countless humans. They had caused the people of the Pharaoh Kingdom to suffer so much. So he wouldn't feel any psychological burden sacrificing them. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to keep you updated for future uploads.